Hello, my dear friends, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Len, and I'm so glad you're here with me again. Before we begin tonight's story, I want to explain something briefly about the advertisements you may hear on some of the videos. For the listening experience I'm trying to create here, any advertisements should mainly appear within roughly the first 10 minutes of the video. After that, my hope is that you can simply leave the story playing, close your eyes, relax, and continue listening without being disturbed as you slowly drift off to sleep. However, if you happen to hear another advertisement much later, perhaps 3 or 4 hours into the story, that may be because YouTube has not yet fully applied the updated settings to that particular video. This tends to happen more often with newer uploads, so thank you for your patience while everything is being processed. I know many of you come to Chilly Midnight specifically because you want a long story playing quietly beside you as you rest. The last thing I want is for a sudden interruption several hours later to wake you after you've finally fallen asleep. Now, before we enter tonight's darkness, I have something I'd really love for you to tell me. Where are you listening from right now? What country are you in? What city or town? And what time is it where you are? Is it midnight? 2 in the morning? Are you just getting into bed? Working a late shift? Traveling somewhere? Or perhaps listening during the daytime on the other side of the world? Please leave your location and the current time in the comments. I genuinely want to see how far these stories have traveled. Sometimes I sit here writing and wonder where these little pieces of darkness eventually end up, whether they're being heard in a quiet bedroom somewhere in America, a rainy town in Europe, a distant part of Canada, Australia, Asia, or somewhere I never imagined my stories would reach. Seeing your locations reminds me that Chilly Midnight is no longer confined to the room where these stories are written. They are traveling across borders, oceans, and time zones, finding each of you wherever you happen to be. And I think that's something very special. So wherever in the world you're listening tonight, thank you for allowing one of my stories to reach you. Now, find a comfortable position. Let your eyes grow heavy and allow everything outside this story to slowly disappear. From here on, just listen, and let's begin tonight's story. Story 1. The first thing wrong with the organ was that it finished the hymn after Mr. Ralston stopped playing. There were only 14 people in St. Oran's that Thursday evening, scattered through the nave in the embarrassed way people sit when a church is too large for its congregation. Rain pressed softly against the high windows. The stones smelled of damp wool, candle smoke, and the mineral cold that never quite left the building. I was standing below the chancel step with the service sheet in my hand when Malcolm Ralston lifted both palms from the manuals. The final chord continued. Not loudly. That would have been easier. It thinned into a low, sustained note somewhere inside the casework, too soft to be musical and too steady to be mechanical. Malcolm glanced at me. He had been organist at St. Oran's for 32 years and had the pride of a man who could identify a damaged stop by the taste of dust in the air. He pressed one key. Nothing. The low note remained. A few parishioners turned their heads. Mrs. Fenwick coughed into her glove. Someone folded a service sheet with unnecessary care. Then the sound changed. 3 notes descended slowly, paused, and rose again. I knew the phrase. Not from any hymn. From speech. There are rhythms a priest learns to recognize after enough years hearing people speak through shame. The broken start. The retreat. The breath before the sentence that costs something. Malcolm looked up toward the pipes. Wind trapped in the chest, he murmured. I nodded because that was a useful explanation. The organ at St. Oran's was older than either of us could properly account for. Its visible case dated to the 1800s, but parish records described earlier instruments dismantled, rebuilt, expanded, repaired after fires, and restored by donors, whose names remained carved into plaques along the north aisle. It was less an instrument than an inheritance of parts. That was what I told myself, while the pipes whispered behind Malcolm's shoulder. After the service, the congregation left quickly into the rain. I stood at the west door, shaking hands, giving each person the same measured smile. Old habits make emptiness look like order. A woman named Eleanor Price lingered. You heard it too, she said. She was a retired solicitor, sharp-eyed and unsentimental. She rarely confused atmosphere with evidence. The organ, the words. I felt something tighten under my collar. There were no words. She studied my face. All right, Father. Then she left. I locked the door after her. For several minutes I remained beneath the gallery, listening to rainwater tick through the downpipes outside. St. Oran's had narrow medieval pillars, uneven flagstones, and a ceiling lost in shadow above the crossing. In daylight, tourists called it beautiful. At night, beauty became scale, and scale became indifference. Malcolm was still at the console, peering into the woodwork with a torch. Anything? Nothing sensible. He played a quiet chord. The pipes answered normally. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I found myself looking at the third pipe from the left in the lowest visible rank. It had always been dull gray, mottled with age. Now there was a faint reddish stain around its mouth. Rust? I asked. Malcolm followed my gaze. Tin doesn't rust like that. The word tin brought another memory with it. A cardboard archive box on my desk 6 years earlier. A woman crying without sound. Her husband refusing to sit. Their eldest son asking whether the church would protect them if they went public. I pushed the memory away before it reached the name. Malcolm took his coat and left. I was alone. I had nearly reached the vestry when the organ breathed. That is the only word I have for it. A warm exhalation moved through the nave, carrying the smell of brass, dust, and something faintly sweet, like flowers left too long in water. Then one pipe sounded. A second joined it. And from somewhere inside the chord, very softly, I heard my own voice say, I killed him because I thought confession would save me. I did not move. The voice repeated the sentence. This time, beneath it, another voice whispered, a name I had never heard before. My own mouth formed it anyway. The name the organ whispered was Gavin Kerr. I wrote it down before I slept. That detail embarrasses me now. Not that I wrote it, but that I did so in the margin of the parish maintenance diary, beneath a note about loose plaster in the south transept, as though placing the impossible beside something ordinary might force it to become ordinary too. By morning, I had almost succeeded. That was one of my gifts. People came to me carrying arguments sharpened by months of resentment, and I could usually dull them within 20 minutes. Husbands arrived furious with wives. Volunteers accused one another of laziness. Families disputed funeral arrangements beside bodies not yet buried. I listened, lowered my voice, separated intention from consequence, and found words broad enough for everyone to stand beneath. Perhaps no harm was meant. Perhaps we should consider what healing requires. Perhaps there is wisdom in allowing time to settle this. I had used sentences like those for 30 years. They rarely solved anything. They made things quieter. At 11 that morning, 2 members of the parish council argued in my office about money for roof repairs. By noon, both left believing I had agreed with them. At 1, I ate soup from a chipped mug while reviewing correspondence from the diocese. At 1:30, I saw the name Vale. It appeared at the bottom of a funding memorandum. The Edom Vale Charitable Trust. The soup cooled in my hand. For several seconds, I saw not the page but a different room 6 years earlier. The Kerrs had sat where the parish council members had sat that morning. Margaret Kerr had been crying. Her husband, Stephen, had kept both hands flat on his knees as if restraining himself from striking something. Their eldest son, Gavin, was 20 then, perhaps 21. They had come with copies of emails, financial records, and testimony concerning Edmund Vale. Vale had paid for the restoration of St. Oran's organ. He had paid for our roof. He had endowed bursaries, funded shelters, and given the diocese enough money that people used the word generous before they used his name. The Kerrs accused him of something that could not coexist with that reputation. I told them the allegations were serious. I told them seriousness required care. I told them going public before the diocese completed an internal review could expose innocent people to unnecessary harm. Margaret asked me who I meant by innocent. I remember avoiding the question. There had been meetings after that. Letters. Warnings about defamation. A diocesan representative explaining how public scandal might damage charities that depended on Vale's support. Eventually, the Kerrs stopped attending St. Oran's. Then they stopped answering my calls. I told myself they had chosen distance. What I had actually done was help make silence feel like the only reasonable option. That evening, 23 people attended Evensong. Malcolm played cautiously. I noticed. He avoided several stops entirely and kept glancing toward the lowest rank of pipes. The reddish stain had darkened. During the final responses, Eleanor Price sat near the front. 3 pews behind her was a woman named Miriam Bell. Miriam was 43, recently divorced, and came to church irregularly with her elderly mother. She worked at a pharmacy and had once apologized to me for missing Easter because she said guilt made her feel safer when it was predictable. The organ began during the silence before the blessing. 1 low note, then 2. Malcolm removed his hands immediately. Nobody moved. The notes arranged themselves into speech. Not mine this time. A woman's voice. Trembling. I took it because she trusted me with the key. Miriam Bell stood up so quickly that her handbag fell from the pew. The organ continued. I knew she would blame herself before she blamed me. Miriam stared toward the gallery. "No," she said. Her mother reached for her sleeve, Miriam pulled away. No. The voice from the organ softened. I watched her searching, and I said nothing. Miriam turned toward me. Her face had drained of color. I haven't done that. The pipes fell silent. For one strange moment, no one in St. Oran seemed willing to breathe. Then Miriam said, louder this time, "Father, I haven't done that." I moved toward her. "I believe you." She seized my wrist. Her fingers were cold. "You don't understand." Her eyes flicked toward the organ. "I know what key it means." The key belonged to Miriam's mother. She told me in the vestry, after everyone else had gone, sitting beneath the small crucifix above the radiator while rainwater darkened the shoulders of her coat. Her mother, Beatrice, had begun forgetting things. Not names yet, Miriam said. Smaller things. Whether she had locked the door, where she had left her glasses, whether she had already paid the gas bill. After Beatrice accused herself of losing cash twice in 1 month, Miriam persuaded her to keep money, jewelry, and important documents in a locked drawer in her bedroom. There were 2 keys. Beatrice carried one. Miriam kept the other. "She trusts me with it," Miriam said. The wording made us both look toward the church. I asked whether anything was missing. "No." "Have you ever taken anything from the drawer?" "No." "Wanted to?" Her expression changed. "Why would you ask me that?" "Because the organ had." I did not say it. Instead, I gave her the kind of reassurance I had given frightened people for decades. A thought was not an action. Fear could make ordinary possibilities feel like intentions. Hearing something spoken aloud could make the mind return to it precisely because one wished not to think about it. Miriam listened. Then she said, "So if I keep thinking about stealing from her, that means nothing?" "Not by itself." She nodded slowly. I mistook that for comfort. 3 days later, Beatrice Bell telephoned me. Miriam was with her. I heard crying before either of them spoke. Beatrice had misplaced a gold bracelet that had belonged to her mother. She was certain she had put it in the locked drawer. Miriam had helped her search the bedroom, then the kitchen, then the rubbish bin outside. "She's upset with herself," Miriam said. Behind her, Beatrice kept saying, "I'm getting worse." Something cold moved through my stomach. "Miriam," I said, "where's the bracelet?" Silence. Then, my handbag. I closed my eyes. She came to St. Oran's that afternoon. She brought the bracelet wrapped in a handkerchief. I didn't need money, she told me. I didn't even want the thing. We sat in the same pew where she had heard the confession. Then why take it? I don't know. But she did know. That was what frightened her. After the service, she had gone home determined to prove the organ wrong. She placed her spare key on the kitchen table and spent the evening avoiding it. By morning, she could think of nothing else. Not the bracelet. The key. She pictured its teeth entering the lock. Heard the drawer sliding open. Imagined her mother later searching the room. Each time she rejected the thought, it returned with greater detail. "I started wondering how I would do it," she whispered. "Then I started wondering why." She looked at me. And eventually I had reasons. Resentment that her mother trusted her sister more. Anger at becoming responsible for appointments, bills, shopping. The private exhaustion of watching someone weaken while still being expected to remain patient. All of it was true, Miriam said. That's the worst part. The organ didn't put those things there. She rubbed her hands together. It just arranged them. She had taken the bracelet that morning, then helped Beatrice search. She had even said the words. You probably put it somewhere and forgot. The same mercy-shaped cruelty the organ had promised. After Miriam left, I locked the church and climbed to the organ gallery. Malcolm had given me the maintenance key reluctantly. I told him I wanted to inspect the stained pipe before contacting a restorer. The red had spread. What had been a narrow discoloration now covered nearly half the pipe. It was not rust. It was too dark for paint and too deep for tarnish, as though the metal itself had changed color from within. I leaned closer. There was a faint smell coming from the pipe. Warm metal. Dust. And that same sweetness I had noticed before. Flowers standing too long in water. I raised my hand toward the mouth of the pipe. Heat touched my palm. I froze. The church was bitterly cold. The organ had not been played for hours. Still, something warm moved against my skin in slow intervals. Out. Pause. Out again. Not wind escaping from machinery. Breathing. I should have stepped away. Instead, I leaned closer. From deep inside the red pipe came Miriam Bell's voice, almost too faint to hear. I watched her searching, and I said nothing. Then another pipe answered. My voice. Calm. Patient. Practiced. I knew exactly what I was teaching her to become. By the following Sunday, 3 more people had heard themselves inside the organ. I began keeping a list. Not because I believed the instrument was predicting anything. That distinction mattered to me then. I wrote the names, the words they claimed to have heard, and the circumstances under which the voices appeared. I told myself I was documenting a mechanical anomaly accompanied by suggestion, anxiety, and group expectation. That is what frightened people do when they have been trained to trust paperwork. The first was Thomas Greaves, who handled collections twice a month. During morning service, he heard his own voice say, I took what nobody counted. He resigned from the rota before lunch. For 4 days, he refused to enter St. Orans. He telephoned me twice to insist he had never stolen so much as a postage stamp. On the 5th day, he returned carrying every church key he possessed in a sealed envelope. I don't want access to anything, he said. He looked exhausted. I've started noticing where you keep the collection box. The second was Helen Wardell, married 27 years. The organ spoke during a baptism. I told him I had stopped seeing you. Helen left before the child's parents had finished taking photographs. She later confessed, not to adultery, but to having begun imagining it. The man in question was a colleague. Until the organ named the lie, she said she had never considered him in that way. Now, every ordinary kindness seemed charged with possibility. She changed her work schedule to avoid him. She stopped taking lunch. She slept in the spare room, because she was afraid dreaming about betrayal counted as rehearsal. The third was Colin Muir. His confession was shorter. I hit him because I wanted him afraid of me. Colin laughed when he heard it. That laughter disturbed me more than Miriam Bell's panic. After the service, I found him outside beneath the stone archway, smoking in the rain. "You're not concerned?" I asked. "About what?" "What you heard." He shrugged. "If it happens, it happens. That is not how moral choice works." "Maybe not." He flicked ash into the gutter. "But if something already knows what I'll do, perhaps choice is just the part beforehand where we pretend." I remember the exact irritation I felt. Not fear. Irritation. Fatalism offended me because it removed responsibility too neatly. I had spent my career telling people that intention mattered, context mattered, repentance mattered. Yet standing there, I realized I had used those same ideas in reverse when responsibility became inconvenient. I had told the Kerrs that consequences mattered more than accusation. That timing mattered. That protecting the wider parish mattered. There are many elegant ways to tell someone that truth must wait. The organ continued. Not every service. Not every person. Sometimes weeks seemed to pass inside a single silent minute while Malcolm sat rigid at the console and everyone waited to discover whose voice would emerge. Attendance increased. That was another obscenity. People came because they were frightened. Others came because they were curious. A few came hoping to hear themselves. One young man asked me after communion whether knowing his confession in advance might allow him to enjoy the sin properly before regretting it. I told him to leave. 2 nights later, the organ spoke during a weekday service. The voice belonged to Colin Muir. I hit him because I wanted him afraid of me. Exactly the same words. Colin smiled. Then the organ added something it had not said before. He fell beside the blue bins. Colin stopped smiling. The church emptied quickly. I followed him outside, but he refused to speak. 3 days later, the police telephoned. Colin had assaulted his younger brother behind a public house in Leith. His brother had fractured his skull when he struck the pavement. He survived. The officer who called knew Colin attended St. Oran's and asked whether I had noticed recent changes in his behavior. I said yes. Then I asked a question I already regretted forming. Where did it happen? There was a pause. In the service lane behind the premises. My hand tightened around the receiver. Beside anything? Another pause. Some commercial bins, apparently. What color? The officer sounded puzzled. Blue. That evening I went into the church alone. 4 pipes were red now. Not stained. Red. Each gave off the faint warmth of sleeping flesh. I stood beneath them until my neck began to ache. Then the organ played a single soft note. My own voice emerged. This time, the confession had changed. I killed Gavin Kerr beside the altar because he came back with proof. I could hear my breathing beneath the words. Then another sound followed. 3 slow knocks. Not from the organ. From the locked west door. I crossed the nave and opened it. A man stood outside in the rain. He was older than the boy I remembered, thinner, with his father's narrow mouth. He looked past me toward the organ. Then he said, "Father Shaw, I think you know who I am." Gavin Kerr did not come inside. For several seconds, we stood beneath the west porch while rain threaded from the gargoyles above us and ran between the old paving stones. He had changed enough that I might not have recognized him elsewhere. 6 years had sharpened his face. There was gray at his temples, though he was barely 30, and the anger I remembered from our last meeting had settled into something less visible and more durable. "You remember me," he said. It was not a question. Yes. Good. Behind me, somewhere in the nave, the organ gave a quiet sigh. Gavin heard it. His eyes moved past my shoulder. "I won't come in there." "Why?" He gave me a tired smile. "You really don't know." I asked what he wanted. "To tell you I'm back." "For what purpose?" "To finish something." My stomach tightened. The organ's words returned immediately. "I killed Gavin Kerr beside the altar because he came back with proof." The thought was so clear that for one sick moment I saw it happen. Gavin standing beneath the chancel steps, my hand closing around the brass processional cross. The sound it would make against bone. I recoiled from the image. Gavin noticed. "What?" "Nothing." He laughed once. That word again. Then he walked back into the rain. I watched until he disappeared beyond the gate. That night, I did not sleep. Each time I closed my eyes, the confession returned. Not merely as words, as sequence. Gavin entering St. Oran's. Gavin placing documents on the altar. Gavin accusing me. My hand reaching for something heavy. The blow. The silence afterward. By morning, I knew exactly where his body would fall. That frightened me more than the organ. During breakfast, I caught myself studying the weight of the kitchen knife in my hand. At the parish office, I noticed which drawer contained scissors. Crossing the nave, I looked at the iron candle stands and estimated, without intending to, how easily one could be lifted. I began avoiding objects. Then I began avoiding Gavin. He telephoned twice. I did not answer. He left no message. At evensong, the organ spoke again. The church was nearly full now. People sat rigidly, waiting. Malcolm had stopped pretending the phenomenon was mechanical. He played with the expression of a man handling an injured animal. The final hymn ended. Silence followed. Then my voice emerged from the pipes. I asked him to leave. A pause. He refused. Another note. I told myself he had come to destroy everything good we had built. My hands went cold. The congregation did not look at the organ. They looked at me. The confession continued. I struck him once. A breath moved through the pipes. Warm. Wet-sounding. He was still alive. Someone in the nave began crying. I could not move. I struck him again because the second blow was easier to explain than the first. The organ stopped. No one spoke. I dismissed the congregation without blessing them. Eleanor Price remained. "You know the name?" she asked. I looked at her. "What name?" "The one underneath your voice." So she had heard it too. She came closer. Gavin Kerr. I felt the church shift around me, although nothing moved. "You remember them," she said. I told her that was not her concern. Her expression hardened. "I was on the diocesan legal committee 6 years ago." The words emptied the room. I saw the complaint before it disappeared. "You should go." I also saw your letter. I knew immediately which one she meant. The letter in which I had urged the Kerrs to delay any public accusation while the diocese pursued what I had called an orderly process. The letter Edmund Vale's solicitor later quoted back to them. Eleanor looked toward the organ. "You called it mercy." I hated her then. Not enough to harm her, but enough to understand how hatred begins as self-defense. That realization stayed with me after she left. Near midnight, the organ woke again. I was alone in the chancel. My confession emerged more quietly than before. I killed Gavin Kerr because he made silence impossible. Then the pipes changed key. Beneath my own voice came another sound. Not music. Not speech. A man breathing through pain. And suddenly I remembered something from 6 years earlier that I had spent years refusing to name. After the Kerrs vanished from parish life, Gavin had come back once. Alone. He had stood exactly where I was standing now. He had placed a small object on the altar and said, "Keep this, Father. One day you'll have to remember what you chose." I had given it to the Restoration Committee without opening the wrapping. Now, inside the organ, something metallic clicked. A narrow panel beneath the lowest red pipe eased open. From the darkness behind it, an object fell onto the floor. A silver cufflink, engraved with the initials EV. The cufflink was colder than the stone it had landed on. I picked it up with the edge of my handkerchief. EV. Edmund Vale had worn a pair exactly like it during the diocesan dinner at which the restoration of St. Oran's organ was announced. Silver oval engraved in black enamel. I remembered because Margaret Kerr had photographed one of them beside documents she claimed connected Vale to payments he had denied making. Gavin had brought me that photograph. Perhaps he had brought me the cufflink too. I could not remember opening the parcel. That was the excuse I gave myself. The panel beneath the pipe remained open. Behind it was not machinery, but darkness. I fetched Malcolm's torch and crouched beside the organ case. The opening was narrow, perhaps intended originally for maintenance access, though I had never seen it on any plan of the church. Cold air should have come from inside. Instead, warmth touched my face. I climbed through. The passage behind the organ was barely wide enough for my shoulders. Stone pressed close on one side. Timber and metal crowded the other. Dust clung to my cassock. Somewhere above me, the organ gave small settling noises. Or breaths. The passage descended by 3 steps. Then 5 more. That should have been impossible. The gallery floor stood above the north aisle. There was no room beneath it except the vestry roof and an exterior wall. Yet the steps continued downward. At the bottom, I found a wooden door. No handle. Only a shallow circular depression darkened by years of touch. I pressed it. The door opened inward. The room beyond was low-ceilinged and warm. Shelves lined every wall. On them were boxes. Hundreds. Each was marked with a year and a surname. Some dates were more than a century old. Others were recent. I saw names I knew. Families whose funerals I had conducted. A former choir boy dismissed after accusing a curate of cruelty. A widow who had stopped attending after disputing a bequest. A cleaner who had vanished from parish employment without explanation. The boxes contained belongings. Spectacles. Wedding rings. Buttons. Watch cases. Lockets. Keys. Medals. Coins blackened with age. Fragments of silver plate. Objects too personal to be scrap and too carefully arranged to be rubbish. Beside the shelves stood long wooden forms shaped like organ pipes. Molds. Some still held traces of gray metal. Others were stained a dark, dried red. A workbench occupied the far wall. Above it hung handwritten instructions. Not prayers. Recipes. Proportions of tin and lead. Temperatures. Cooling times. And beside several entries, a repeated phrase, personal metal to be nicked before casting. My stomach turned. I opened one of the recent boxes. Bell, beet rice. Inside lay a broken brooch. Miriam's mother had worn one like it every Sunday until Christmas. I opened another. Muir Colin. A brass key ring. Another. Wardle, Helen. A silver charm. The dates on the labels were earlier than the confessions. Earlier than the sins. I stepped back. Something moved behind me. Not a person. A soft, metallic contraction. The organ above us was playing. Very faintly. The notes traveled through the timber into the chamber, making the molds tremble. On the workbench lay one pipe that had not yet been installed. It was narrower than the others and almost entirely red. A length of wire had been fused into its side. At first, I thought it decorative. Then I recognized the object embedded in the metal. A small rectangular clasp warped by heat. 6 years earlier, Margaret Kerr had carried a leather document case secured by that clasp. She had gripped it throughout our meeting while telling me that the original evidence against Vale was inside. When the diocesan review concluded there was insufficient proof, I had never asked what became of the case. I touched the pipe. It was warm. A vibration passed through it into my fingers. Then a voice spoke from its open mouth. Margaret Kerr. Older than I remembered. Exhausted. Father Shaw, if you are hearing this, then they used what you gave them. I nearly dropped the pipe. Her voice continued. You thought you surrendered evidence. A second voice joined hers. Stephen Kerr. Then Gavin. Then voices I had never heard. Dozens. Perhaps hundreds. All whispering through the shelves around me. Margaret spoke once more. No, Father. The red pipe warmed in my hands. You surrendered witnesses. The ledgers were beneath the workbench. I found them because Margaret Kerr's voice would not stop repeating the word witnesses. 7 books, bound in cracked leather, each swollen with damp and age. The oldest began in 1841. The newest ended 6 years earlier. I carried them into the vestry and locked the door. For the next 2 hours, I read. At first, the entries looked financial. Repairs. Replacement pipes. Donor contributions. Metal purchased by weight. Then I noticed the annotations. Memorial material received. Private effects surrendered. Complaint concluded. Again and again, possessions belonging to people who had accused someone within the parish, challenged a burial, disputed an inheritance, reported misconduct, or threatened scandal were transferred to organ builders. A widow's wedding silver. A schoolmaster's watch. A child's christening spoon. A choir woman's locket. A laborer's union badge. Each object was listed not under the name of the donor who surrendered it, but under the name of the person whose complaint had been closed. I turned pages faster. The pattern did not weaken with time. It became more orderly. By the 20th century, euphemism had replaced superstition. No one wrote "silence the accuser." They wrote pastoral resolution completed. Material no longer required for evidentiary purpose. Suitable for memorial incorporation. Language improved. The act remained. Then I found the Kerr entry. I knew the date before I saw my name. 6 years earlier. The year of the Restoration. Kerr Margaret Kerr, Stephen Kerr Gavin. Beneath it was an itemized list. 1 leather document case. 1 silver clasp. 2 cufflinks marked EV. Photographic negatives. A brass house key. 3 personal letters. 1 wedding ring. My breath stopped. Margaret had still been wearing her ring when she came to see me. I remembered because she twisted it continuously while I explained that public accusation could harm innocent people. I read the final line. Release authorized, Rev. Adrian Shaw. My signature followed. Not copied. Not forged. Mine. The memory returned in fragments. A diocesan administrator bringing me a form after the review had been concluded. He had said the Kerr materials were no longer required and should be transferred for secure disposal because of legal sensitivity. I signed without reading the inventory. Of course I had. I trusted procedure. I trusted people who used careful words. That was how I had trained myself to recognize innocence, not by what was done, but by how professionally it was described. There was a loose page tucked inside the ledger. A letter. The handwriting belonged to Malcolm's predecessor, an organist named Arthur Sloane, dead nearly 20 years. He described hearing voices during an earlier restoration. Not prophecies. Confessions. He wrote that the organ did not speak for the dead. It spoke through the living. At first, the confessions were vague. Then, those who heard themselves began changing. They avoided temptations, then obsessed over them. They feared certain acts, then imagined them. Eventually, some committed exactly what the organ had spoken. Sloan believed the incorporated objects carried not souls, but unfinished accusations. The instrument could not testify, so it manufactured testimony. Not truth. Guilt. His final paragraph had been underlined twice. Each new pipe requires a listener whose conscience is already practiced in surrender. The organ does not choose the innocent. It chooses those who know how to make wrongdoing sound necessary. I sat with that sentence until the room felt too small. Then I turned the page. There was one later edition. Different ink. 6 years old. Primary vessel identified during Kerr incorporation. Below it, A. Shall. A sound came from the church. One note. Then another. I stepped into the nave. Every red pipe was breathing now. Warm air moved through St. Oran's in slow human intervals. The organ began to play my confession again. But this time, it did not say I had killed Gavin Kerr. It said, I practiced on his family first. Arthur Sloan had left recordings. I found them in a locked cabinet behind the choir vestry, wrapped in brown paper and labeled as rehearsal material. There were 9 tapes. The first contained hymns. The second contained static, coughing, and the sound of Sloan testing individual stops. The third contained a woman crying. Her name, according to the ledger, was Margaret Hume. In the recording, Sloan asked her to repeat what she had heard. I drowned him because I wanted the house. Her voice shook. Have you drowned anyone? Sloan asked. No. Do you want someone's house? No. A pause. Then she added, my brother owns our mother's house now. The next recording was made 12 days later. Margaret Hume sounded different. I keep thinking about the bath, she said. Sloan asked why. I don't know. Another pause. I suppose because he takes baths. On the third tape, she had begun describing how easily a person might slip. Not how she would cause it. Not yet. By the final recording, her confession matched the organ almost word for word. Her brother drowned 3 weeks later. The police called it accidental. I listened to every tape. The pattern was always the same. The organ's first confession was incomplete. A shape without detail. A theft without an object. A betrayal without a name. Violence without circumstance. Then the listener supplied what was missing. The mind hated an unfinished story. It searched memory for resentment, shame, envy, exhaustion, desire. It found material. It rehearsed. It refined. And when the organ spoke again, the confession had become more precise, because the listener had become more precise. It was not reading the future. It was teaching people how to arrive there. Miriam had understood before I did. It just arranged them. I sat alone beneath the gallery with Sloane's voice whispering from the recorder. The instrument cannot invent corruption, he said on the final tape. It requires possibility, a grievance, a cowardice, a private wish. Then it gives that possibility grammar. I stopped the tape. For years, I had believed sin began with desire. Now I understood there was another stage before action, Language. The sentence in which a person explained themselves to themselves. I had been doing that all my life. Not stealing. Not striking. Not murdering. Explaining. I had called fear prudence. Cowardice had become pastoral sensitivity. Protecting Edmund Vale had become protecting the parish. Silencing the curs had become preventing unnecessary harm. Each phrase had made the next easier. The organ had not selected me because I was secretly monstrous. That would have been comforting. It had selected me because I was skilled. Because I could take an unbearable act and place enough careful words around it that a person might live beside it. The pipes began to sound above me. Not music. Voices. Miriam. Colin. Helen. Thomas. People from Sloane's tapes. People dead for decades. Confessions overlapping until individual sins dissolved into one continuous murmur. Then my voice rose through them. I lied because truth would have cost us too much. Another pipe answered in my voice. I watched suffering and called my stillness patience. Another. I protected the powerful because their goodness was useful. Another. I made frightened people doubt what they knew. I covered my ears. The voices continued inside my head. Images came with them. Not memories. Possibilities. A woman asking for help while I closed a door. A child whose testimony I dismissed because his words were inconsistent. A parish account altered to hide a donor's theft. Gavin bleeding beneath the altar. Each image arrived with an explanation. Each explanation sounded reasonable. That was the horror. I could feel myself understanding them. Not believing. Understanding. The distinction was shrinking. I stumbled toward the chancel. The red pipes were glowing faintly in the darkness. There were more of them now. Dozens. Perhaps there had always been dozens, and I had simply refused to see the color. Warm breath moved across my face. Then every voice stopped except Margaret Kerr's. You think it wants your confession, she said. I looked up. My own voice answered her from the largest pipe. No. The organ gave a deep, almost satisfied breath. And I understood. It did not want me to confess one murder. It wanted to make me capable of every confession St. Oran's had prevented. Then, somewhere behind the locked west door, Gavin Kerr began knocking. Gavin knocked 3 times. The same rhythm I had heard before. I stood beneath the red pipes with my hands hanging uselessly at my sides, knowing what was supposed to happen next. He would come inside. He would bring proof. I would ask him to leave. He would refuse. And somewhere between those 2 sentences, I would become the man the organ had been rehearsing. I opened the door. Gavin was carrying a canvas document bag darkened by rain. You found it, he said. I did not ask what he meant. The room behind the organ. My silence answered him. He stepped across the threshold. Immediately, the lowest pipe sounded. 1 note. Gavin looked toward the gallery. I told you I wouldn't come back in here. Then why did you? He lifted the bag. Because this is where they buried it. We walked toward the chancel. Every detail matched the confession. That was what nearly broke me. The wet marks from Gavin's shoes. The bag beneath his arm. The brass processional cross standing beside the altar. Even the smell, old flowers in warm water. I could feel the future waiting around us like a room already furnished. Gavin placed the bag on the altar. Inside were copies of bank transfers, correspondence, photographs, and statements from former employees of Edmund Vale's charitable organizations. My mother kept duplicates, he said. I stared at the papers. She told me the originals were taken for review. They were. And you signed them away. The organ breathed. My eyes moved toward the processional cross. Just once. That was enough. I imagined its weight. The distance between us. Where the first blow would land. The thought came with astonishing calm. Then my own voice whispered from above. I told myself one life was smaller than everything his accusation would destroy. Gavin heard it. He went pale. That's you. Yes. The next sentence came from another pipe. I struck him once. My hand moved. Not toward Gavin. Toward the cross. I stopped it halfway. Gavin saw. Neither of us spoke. The organ played a low chord. The explanation appeared inside me instantly. Vale's money-funded shelters. Staff salaries. Repairs. Community programs. Hundreds benefited. One scandal could close everything. One violent moment could prevent years of suffering. The reasoning arrived fully formed. Beautifully balanced. Morally disgusting. And completely familiar. That was when I understood how to resist it. Not by proving the reasoning false. By refusing to let reasoning decide what the act was called. I stepped away from the cross. Then I took out my telephone. Gavin frowned. What are you doing? What I should have done 6 years ago. I called Malcolm first. Then Eleanor. Then every parish council member whose number I had. I told them to come to St. Oran's. I told them the church would remain open. I told them I had something to confess. Within an hour, people began arriving. Some came frightened. Some angry. Some curious. Word spread faster than I intended. By the time I stood at the lectern, nearly every pew held someone. The organ remained silent. Gavin stood beside the altar with the documents. I did not wear my vestments. I did not begin with prayer. My name is Adrian Shaw, I said, though everyone knew it. My voice shook. 6 years ago, Margaret, Stephen, and Gavin Kerr brought allegations concerning Edmund Vale to this church. A murmur moved through the nave. I continued. They asked for protection. The organ gave a soft breath. I did not protect them. The red pipes trembled. I told them to wait. I told them procedure required silence. I told them public accusation might harm innocent people. The pipes began sounding beneath my words. My own recorded confessions. Hundreds of them. I raised my voice. What I mean is this. I helped powerful people make frightened people doubt themselves. The organ faltered. I signed away evidence without reading what I authorized. A harsh note broke overhead. I cared more about what truth might cost this institution than what silence had already cost the Kerr family. People began standing, not leaving, listening. I called cowardice prudence. The largest pipe groaned. I called complicity patience. A seam of red split along its metal surface. And I called silence mercy because mercy sounded better than what I had done. The organ screamed. Not musically. Every pipe released its breath at once. Warm air struck the congregation like an exhalation from a vast body. Then the church fell silent. For several seconds, nobody moved. I thought it was finished. Gavin looked at me. The red pipes began cooling. Then Eleanor Price, standing in the front pew, pressed one hand to her chest. Her mouth opened. In my voice, she said, I knew. Behind her, another parishioner stood. In Margaret Kerr's voice, he answered, and I said nothing. Then, one by one, the congregation began to speak. Not loudly. That made it worse. Eleanor remained standing with one hand against her chest. I knew. The man behind her answered in Margaret Kerr's voice. And I said nothing. Then Mrs. Fenwick whispered, I signed it because everyone else had. Thomas Greaves said, I never asked where the money came from. Helen Wardell said, I heard what happened and decided it was none of my business. The words did not belong entirely to them. Some voices were old, some young. Some male voices emerged from women, and children's voices trembled from men whose faces had gone gray with terror. Yet the sentences fit. That was the part I could not bear. The organ had found places inside each person where its words could take root. Not identical sins. Identical habits. The small bargains by which people transformed knowledge into distance. I left the lectern and walked to the altar. Gavin's documents lay open beneath the candles. I began reading. Not the conclusions. Not the diocesan summaries. The accusations. Names. Payments. Dates. Threats. Statements from employees who had been dismissed. Letters from families who had been told there was insufficient evidence. Margaret Kerr's description of the meeting in which Edmund Vale warned that charities would lose funding if she persisted. Stephen Kerr's account of being telephoned at home. Gavin's statement that he had watched his parents become frightened of answering the door. The organ struck a violent chord. I continued. There was a temptation, even then, to soften the language. To say alleged every second sentence. To say failures occurred instead of people chose. To say mistakes were made instead of naming who made them. I knew every refuge. I had lived inside them. So I refused them. Edmund Vale used his money to purchase obedience. The pipes shuddered. Diocesan officials protected him. A red pipe cracked. I helped them. Another split. The Kerr family told the truth, and we made truth expensive enough that silence looked like survival. The great organ released a sound like air leaving diseased lungs. Then nothing. The voices stopped. For the first time in days, St. Oran's felt empty. Truly empty. The red color began withdrawing from the pipes. Metal returned to dull gray in slow patches. Someone sobbed. Someone else prayed. Gavin stood beside me without speaking. I wanted forgiveness from him. Even then, that hunger embarrassed me more than anything else. To confess and immediately be cleansed was merely another transaction. So I did not ask. Instead, I opened the west doors. Cold Edinburgh air entered the nave. Go home, I told them. Nobody moved at first. Then Eleanor stepped into the aisle. Others followed. They passed Gavin. Past me. Passed beneath the organ. No one looked upward. Outside, rain had stopped. The stones shone beneath the street lamps, and mist had gathered along the closes leading down toward the city. The congregation dispersed slowly. I stood in the doorway watching them. Then I noticed the breathing. Eleanor inhaled. Across the street, Thomas inhaled at exactly the same moment. Mrs. Fenwick exhaled. So did Helen. People farther down the hill matched them. In. Out. In. Out. A single rhythm spreading through separate bodies. Gavin, I whispered. He heard it too. The congregation stopped walking. Not together. Almost together. That difference made it feel human. For a second. Then Eleanor spoke. My name is Margaret Kerr. Thomas answered from 20 yards away. My name is Stephen Kerr. Another voice came from the mist. I was told silence was kindness. Another. I was told reputation mattered. Another. I was told nobody would believe me. The voices multiplied. Not only those who had been inside St. Oran's. People passing on the street began speaking. A taxi driver lowered his window and confessed in the voice of a dead choir boy. A woman beneath an umbrella spoke with Arthur Sloane's voice. From an upstairs flat came the voice of someone whose name I had seen in a ledger dated more than a century earlier. The organ had not been silenced. It had been emptied. The unfinished accusations were no longer trapped in metal. They were walking. Gavin looked at me. What did you do? I had no answer. From somewhere deep in Edinburgh, church bells began ringing. Not in unison. One after another. Closer. Farther. Then beneath them came hundreds of human voices, carrying the confession outward through the city. I recognized my own among them. Not saying that I had murdered Gavin Kerr. Saying something worse. Something true. I taught them how to call silence mercy. And from every street below St. Oran's, the city answered. So did we. Confession is often imagined as an ending. Truth spoken, guilt acknowledged, the hidden thing finally given a name. But what if confession comes too late to remain personal? Adrian believed silence protected institutions from destruction. In the end, the silence itself became the thing that spread. The organ did not create evil from nothing. It gave language to compromises people had already learned to live with. Perhaps that is the most dangerous kind of haunting. Not one that invents a monster, but one that teaches us to recognize the words we use when we do not want to see ourselves clearly. What would your confession sound like before you believed it was yours? Story 2. Nora Finch had always liked the laundry after midnight because the machines made the hospital feel honest. Above her, 12 floors of private rooms carried the soft electronic language of medicine. Call bells, infusion pumps, elevators, coded announcements, spoken in voices trained not to sound alarmed. Down here, beneath the loading dock and the pathology corridor, there was only heat, detergent, steam, and the blunt industrial thunder of things being washed until no trace remained. She understood that kind of work. At 46, Nora had managed St. Alder's hospital laundry services for nearly 11 years. She could identify a fabric by touch in the dark, tell surgical linen from maternity linen by the weave, and spot a bleach imbalance before the chemical monitors complained. Her staff called her exacting. Administration called her reliable. Reliable was a word Nora had learned to protect. That night, the last cart from the surgical tower arrived late. "Only 6 bags?" Nora asked. Luis Ortega, one of the night porters, shrugged and pushed the cart through the double doors. "That's what they gave me." The bags were blue, heat-sealed, each marked with a printed unit code. Nora checked them against the manifest clipped to the cart. 5 matched. The 6th did not. Its label read, Room 712, Dishka, Leanh. Although Room 712 was on the oncology floor and discharged linen was normally collected before evening turnover. Nora frowned. What? Nothing. She ran her thumb over the label. The adhesive was damp at one corner, as though it had been peeled away and pressed back down. Beneath it, barely visible, was the edge of another white sticker. Luis had already turned toward the vending machine in the break alcove. Nora peeled the top label halfway back. The older sticker underneath had no room number, only a name. Malcolm Reed. Her hand stopped. For several seconds, the machines seemed to recede from her, their pounding softened by the blood moving behind her ears. Then the extractor on line 3 slammed into its final spin cycle, and the sound came back all at once. Luis looked over. "You okay?" Nora pressed the label flat again. "Fine." She hated how quickly the answer came. Malcolm Reed was not an unusual name. Seattle had thousands of Reeds. St. Alder's had probably treated dozens of Malcolms. There was no reason for those 2 words to mean anything. She pushed the bag towards sorting. "Run it separately," she said. Luis raised an eyebrow. "Contamination?" "Unknown source." That explanation satisfied him because it sounded procedural. Procedural language was useful that way. It could make almost anything feel contained. Nora waited until he left for the loading dock before she cut the bag open. Inside were 2 fitted sheets, 1 flat sheet, 3 pillowcases, and a cotton thermal blanket. All were clean. Not merely laundered, clean. No blood. No iodine. No drainage. No yellowing around the folds. They smelled faintly of peroxide and the lavender neutralizer St. Alder's used in private rooms because patients rated the scent well on satisfaction surveys. Nora lifted the flat sheet by 2 corners. Something dark moved across the fabric. She almost dropped it. A stain had appeared near the centerfold. At first, it was no larger than a thumbprint, gray-red against the white cotton. Then, while Nora watched, moisture spread through the fibers in thin branching lines. She leaned closer. The lines did not spread randomly. They bent, stopped, connected. Letters formed slowly, as though written from the opposite side of the cloth. Nora. She stepped back hard enough to strike the sorting table. The sheet sagged from her hands. The stain continued. Finch. For one irrational moment, she thought of the old bag in a service corridor 9 years earlier, 2 labels in her fingers. One patient already dead, and another still expected upstairs. She thought of how easy it had been to switch them. She had not thought of Malcolm Reed in years. That was the lie she told herself before she noticed the second line forming beneath her name. The wet letters darkened, one by one. Discharge, Friday. Nora stared at them. It was Wednesday. Then, from inside the empty linen bag at her feet, something drew a slow breath. The linen bag did not breathe again. Nora waited for it to. She stood beside the sorting table with the stained sheet hanging from one hand and watched the blue plastic at her feet remain slack and ordinary. The industrial washers continued their cycles. Steam rattled through the pipes overhead. Somewhere beyond the fire door, Louise cursed at the vending machine. Nothing moved. Nothing inhaled. After several minutes, Nora folded the sheet. She did it carefully. Corner to corner. Edges aligned. Name hidden inside. Then she placed it in a red contamination bin and locked the lid. That was what procedures were for. By 3 a.m, Nora had filled out an irregular Leanh report without mentioning the writing. She described an unexplained discoloration occurring after processing and recommended inspection of the chemical feed system. She did not write Malcolm Reed's name. She did not write her own. She certainly did not write Friday. At St. Alder's, every object belonged somewhere. So did every mistake. Blood-contaminated linen went into soluble bags. Isolation room linen followed infection control protocol. Torn sheets were counted, recorded, and sent for textile recycling. Missing pieces generated discrepancy reports. Leanh received from the wrong unit had to be corrected on the manifest before it entered processing. Nora believed in manifests because manifests prevented stories. A sheet was not evidence of suffering. It was item, flat sheet, white standard. A blanket was not the place where someone had trembled through withdrawal, chemotherapy, fever, grief, or the final minutes before resuscitation failed. It was item, thermal blanket, cotton blend. Clean meant that none of those things remained. 9 years earlier, Malcolm Reed had taught her how useful that definition could be. Not deliberately. He had never spoken to Nora. She had only seen him once, from across the receiving corridor. A thin man on a gurney beneath 2 gray blankets, beard matted by rain, shoes in a clear belongings bag between his feet. Someone had written "Nunned Male" on the temporary admission card before identification came through. Malcolm Reed. 58. No fixed address. Severe pneumonia, untreated diabetes, exposure. Nora remembered those details because she had spent 9 years insisting she did not. The mistake itself had been small. 2 bags collected together. One from Malcolm's room after he died. One from a surgical patient whose linen was supposed to be preserved because of a contamination review involving improperly sterilized equipment. Nora had discovered that the labels had been reversed after both bags entered laundry receiving. If she reported it, processing would stop. The infection control team would investigate. Her department was already under scrutiny for delayed turnaround. Her supervisor had warned her that another documented failure could cost someone their job. So Nora had changed the labels. Just switched them back, she had told herself. Except by then, she could no longer know which bag had come from which room. One had been sent for testing. The other had been washed. The surgical review eventually concluded there was insufficient physical evidence to establish linen exposure. Malcolm Reed's belongings were transferred to county storage. His body remained unclaimed. And Nora kept her job. The next evening, she arrived 20 minutes early. She told herself this was habit. Before entering the laundry, she checked the red contamination bin. Empty. Knights disposed of it, said Priya Das, the assistant supervisor. Nora turned too quickly. Disposed? Priya nodded toward the processing log. You marked it contaminated. Of course, she had. Nora signed into the department and spent the first hour auditing manifests. 724 pillowcases. 406 fitted sheets. 381 flats. No discrepancies. She checked twice. Near midnight, a cart arrived from intensive care. Nora felt the muscles in her shoulders tighten before she touched it. Every bag matched its manifest. She almost laughed. Then Priya called from inspection. Nora? Something in her voice was wrong. Not frightened. Puzzled. That was worse. A washed sheet lay across the illuminated inspection table. Priya pointed to a brownish mark near the hem. Was this here before? Nora did not answer. Letters were emerging from the cotton. Slowly. Patiently. Harold Vance. Nora knew the name. Harold Vance was in intensive care room 4. She had seen his name on the collection manifest less than an hour earlier. Below it, another line appeared. Discharge, Sunday. Priya stared. He's on a ventilator. Nora looked toward the clock without meaning to. It was Thursday. Then the sheet shifted beneath Priya's hands. Not much. Just enough for the fitted corner to curl around her wrist. Priya jerked her hand away. The fitted corner released her immediately. For a second, neither woman spoke. The sheet settled flat again beneath the inspection light, innocent except for the 2 lines bleeding through the weave. Harold Vance. Discharge, Sunday. Static, Priya said. Nora looked at her. Priya rubbed her wrist. The fabric caught me, that's all. There was a pale indentation around her skin where the elastic had tightened. Nora folded the sheet before Priya could examine it more closely. Bag it. For contamination? Yes. What kind? Nora hesitated. Unknown. The word had protected her before. It sounded weaker now. She carried the sealed bag herself to the locked holding room and spent the next hour pretending to concentrate on inventory reconciliation. Every few minutes, she found herself looking at the ICU collection manifest. Harold Vance. Room 4. Status occupied. She finally called the unit. A nurse answered. This is Nora Finch downstairs. Laundry services. There was a pause long enough to make the introduction feel absurd. What can I help you with? Nora stared at Harold's name on the manifest. I need to confirm whether Mr. Vance is still in room 4. Another pause. Then voices rose in the background. Actually, the nurse said, we're dealing with something right now. What? He woke up. Nora gripped the desk. Harold Vance had been sedated and mechanically ventilated after complications from severe bacterial pneumonia. Nora knew only because the laundry requisitions for his room carried isolation codes. He's awake? Extubated himself partly before staff got in. He's confused, but he's talking. Nora should have ended the call. Instead, she asked, what is he saying? The nurse lowered her voice. He keeps asking for a woman named Evelyn. Nora felt nothing at first. Then memory produced a name from an old manifest. Evelyn Marsh. She could not say when she had seen it. Perhaps last week. Perhaps years ago. Who is Evelyn? We don't know. The nurse disconnected. 20 minutes later, Nora was upstairs. She told herself she needed to discuss linen precautions with ICU staff. Room 4 smelled of antiseptic, warm plastic, and the faint sourness of a body recently freed from a breathing tube. Harold Vance lay propped upright. He was 63, broad-faced and gray around the mouth. Adhesive marks covered his cheeks. His eyes followed Nora as soon as she entered. A young physician stood beside the bed. Mr. Vance, can you tell me your name again? Harold. And where are you? Harold frowned. Seattle. Good, huh? Then he looked past the doctor toward the window. Evelyn hates rain like this. The physician glanced at the nurse. Who is Evelyn? My wife. According to the demographic screen beside the bed, Harold Vance was divorced. No Evelyn was listed. Harold suddenly began describing a yellow kitchen in Tacoma. A cracked ceramic rooster on a windowsill. A daughter named Beth who had broken her wrist, falling from a pear tree when she was 9. A silver Buick that always smelled of peppermint. He spoke with the exhausted irritation of someone being asked to prove memories too ordinary to deserve explanation. None of it belonged to him. Nora knew because the nurse quietly searched his family contacts while he spoke. No Beth. No Tacoma address. No wife named Evelyn. Then Harold scratched beneath the collar of his gown. His fingers stopped. What did you people do? The physician leaned closer. Across Harold's chest ran a surgical scar. It began below his left collarbone, and descended in a pale, puckered line toward the sternum. It was old, completely healed. Harold stared at it. "I never had surgery there." The doctor's expression changed. Not fear. Professional confusion. "I'm going to check your history." Nora backed toward the doorway. Downstairs, she logged into the hospital record system using her departmental access. She searched Harold Vance. His chart opened. She found surgical history. One entry appeared immediately. Left thoracotomy, 12 years prior. Nora stared until the letters blurred. There were operative notes, follow-up appointments, imaging references, insurance authorization. Everything needed to establish that Harold had always possessed the scar. She searched Evelyn Marsh. The system returned one deceased patient. Female, 61. Previous thoracic surgery. Home address, Tacoma. Emergency contact, Beth Marsh. Nora stopped breathing. Then she noticed the discharge field on Harold Vance's chart. It had already been completed. Discharge planned, Sunday. And beneath it, in a section Nora had never seen on any hospital record before, was a single new line. Line assignment confirmed. Nora printed Harold Vance's chart before the system could change again. She did not know why paper felt safer. Perhaps because paper could be held, folded, hidden. It could not rewrite itself without somebody touching it. She placed the pages inside her locker beneath a spare uniform and returned to the laundry floor shortly after 1 in the morning. 3 carts were missing sheets. Not whole loads. Individual pieces. A fitted sheet from cardiology. 2 flats from orthopedics. 1 thermal blanket from the maternity floor. All 4 carts had been sealed after processing. Priya checked the numbered plastic ties twice. They weren't broken. Nora examined one herself. The seal was intact. So inventory was wrong. I counted them. Count again. Priya looked at her for a long moment, but obeyed. They counted every item. The shortages remained. Nora blamed the scanner system. Then the sorting crew found the first sheet. It was outside diagnostic imaging, nearly 200 feet from the laundry doors. Security footage showed nothing leaving the department. Nora watched the recording with a security officer named Calvin Holt. At 12:47 in the morning, the corridor outside laundry was empty. At 12:48, something white appeared at the far edge of the camera frame. Not walking, sliding. A corner of fabric dragged itself across the floor and disappeared behind a supply alcove. Calvin rewound the recording. Probably somebody carrying linen below frame. No feet. Bad angle. The next camera should have caught whoever entered the adjoining corridor. It showed nothing. The camera after that showed the sheet again. Another blind spot. Another patch of white. It moved only through places where one camera ended before another began, as though it knew exactly where St. Alders could not see. They found the sheet inside room 321. The patient assigned there was using the bathroom. The sheet had been spread neatly across the empty bed. Nora removed it herself. No stains. No names. She wanted that to reassure her. It did not. By morning, 6 more sheets had migrated. Administration called it a distribution error. The linen tracking software was reset. Staff were reminded to lock carts. Nora accepted each explanation publicly. Privately, she began marking sheets. A tiny black thread sewn into one corner. Not enough to damage the linen. Enough to recognize it. The following night, one of her marked sheets vanished. Nora found it before anyone else did. She saw the fabric turn the corner near the surgical waiting area. At first, she thought an orderly was pulling it. Then the entire sheet entered view. Empty. Its leading edge gathered and released against the polished floor, like fingers closing around carpet. Nora followed. The corridor was quiet, except for fluorescent lights and the ventilation system. The sheet moved faster. Nora? She ignored the voice behind her. The fabric slipped through the open doors of a waiting lounge. A man stood beside the coffee machine. Healthy. Mid-40s. Visitor badge clipped to his sweater. He had apparently stepped away from his wife's room to make a call. He looked down just as the sheet reached him. What the... The linen climbed. There was no other word for it. It wrapped his ankles, rose around his knees, then snapped upward around his torso. The man shouted once. Nora grabbed the edge. The fabric was warm. Not dryer warm. Body warm. Something beneath it pushed against her palm from the wrong side. A shoulder. Then a face. The visitor collapsed. Nora tore the sheet away. His skin was unmarked. He sucked in air and stared at her. "Where's Mom?" A nurse ran into the lounge. "Sir?" "My mother." His voice cracked. "She'll be waiting outside school." The nurse crouched beside him. "Your wife is in room 608. Do you know where you are?" The man did not seem to hear her. "My lunchbox was blue. Mom put apple slices in foil because I hated when they turned brown." Nora felt cold despite the overheated corridor. The nurse asked his name. He gave it correctly. Then he began crying. Not from pain. From homesickness. Later, in emergency, the visitor insisted he had grown up in Spokane on a street called Bellflower Avenue. His driver's license listed Portland. His wife confirmed he had never lived in Spokane. Then the blood work returned. The physician ordered it twice. Type 1 diabetes. Previously undiagnosed. Except the visitor's wife produced records from an annual physical 3 weeks earlier. Normal glucose. Normal everything. Nora searched Bellflower Avenue. A former St. Alders patient appeared in archived records. Margaret Hale. Age 73. Spokane childhood address. Type 1 diabetes since age 8. Deceased 4 days earlier. Nora looked down at the sheet sealed inside an evidence bag. The black thread she had sewn into its corner was gone. In its place was a new line of stitching. Small. Precise. Almost surgical. It spelled, Margaret Hale, transfer complete. Nora kept the evidence bag. She signed it out under textile contamination review and carried it downstairs herself. By then, the laundry no longer behaved like a department. It behaved like something trying not to be noticed. At first, the changes were mechanical. Washer 2 began turning after its cycle ended. Not fast. One slow revolution every few seconds. The display was dark. The emergency disconnect had been pulled. Still, the drum moved. Priya called maintenance. The technician opened the electrical panel and stared at the disconnected motor leads. That's impossible. Nora watched the circular glass door. A white sheet pressed briefly against it from inside, then slipped away. The machine was empty. After that came the injuries. Freshly processed pillowcases emerged with purple bruising beneath the fabric, discolorations shaped like fingerprints along non-existent throats. A maternity blanket developed a narrow reddish seam across its lower half. A surgical sheet showed 3 round marks like healed drain sites. When staff washed them again, the stains disappeared. Then appeared on different linen. Nothing stayed clean. Nothing stayed assigned. Nora began keeping a private notebook. Batch number. Originating unit. Patient room. Disposal status. Every anomaly went into it. She stopped trusting the hospital database. Paper could burn, she thought, but at least it had to burn honestly. For 2 nights she found no pattern. Then she circled the same abbreviation 6 times. Dawn. Donation. St. Alders routinely sent retired but usable linen to shelters, overseas aid contractors, low-cost clinics, and charity distributors throughout Washington. Sheets with minor thinning. Blankets nearing replacement. Pillowcases, cosmetically imperfect but structurally sound. Clean enough to give away. Nora pulled 3 months of donation manifests. The affected batches appeared again and again. But not all of them. Some had been marked for destruction. Others for textile recycling. Several came from rooms involved in unusual incident reviews. Room 518. Patient fall disputed by nursing documentation. Room 840. Post-operative infection followed by an internal sterilization review. Room 702. Medication delay later attributed to communication variance. Nora knew that phrase. It meant something had happened that nobody wanted described too clearly. She widened the search. The pattern sharpened. A patient filed a complaint about untreated pain. Their linen entered a charity load. A family questioned bruising after restraint. Their blankets were retired early. A homeless patient died before identification. His bedding disappeared into processing. Nora's stomach tightened. Malcolm. She found the old donation ledger in a records cabinet beneath the receiving desk. 9 years ago. The week Malcolm Reed died. 240 pounds of mixed white linen had been removed from active inventory. Reason: surplus charitable red distribution. Destination: Northwest Community Relief. Nora stared at the page. She remembered no donation that week. But she remembered something else. Her supervisor, standing beside the washer line after the labeling mistake, speaking quietly. Better if that batch leaves the building. At the time, Nora had understood it as practical advice. Now she read the sentence differently. Behind her, a washer door slammed. Then another. Then another. Across the laundry floor, machines began cycling without power. One after another. Slow turns. Wet fabric struck steel. Whump. 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 Priya appeared at the office doorway. Nora. Her face had gone pale. What? The charity cart. The outgoing donation load stood beside the freight elevator. Its steel doors were open. Every folded sheet inside had unfolded itself. They were draped over one another, spilling toward the floor in thick white layers. Across them ran stains, bruises, burns, surgical lines, yellow drainage marks, rust-colored handprints, shapes of injuries that had belonged to bodies and somehow remained after the bodies were gone. Nora stepped closer. The stains shifted. Not disappeared. Moved. They traveled from sheet to sheet as if passing something along. At the bottom of the cart lay a single folded flat sheet. Perfectly white. Nora pulled it free. A name began surfacing through the cotton. Not Malcolm Reed. Not Harold Vance. Not Margaret Hale. Nora Finch. Beneath her name, a second line slowly appeared. Destination, charity. Then every washer in the room stopped at once. From inside the charity cart came the sound of hundreds of people breathing. The breathing stopped when Nora touched the charity cart. Not gradually. Every imagined chest beneath the layers seemed to empty at once. Priya stood several feet behind her. Don't move that. Nora looked at the sheet bearing her name. The word charity had begun fading, sinking backward through the fibers until only a faint brown shadow remained. Then one corner slipped from her hand. The sheet fell. It did not land flat. It gathered itself. Nora watched it crawl beneath the charity cart and continue toward the oldest wall of the laundry. Nora. She followed it. The sheet disappeared behind washer 6, where a row of chemical drums stood against painted concrete. There was nowhere else to go. Nora pulled the drums aside. Behind them, she found a narrow steel door. She had worked at St. Alder's for 11 years. She had never seen it. Its paint matched the wall almost perfectly. No handle remained, only a recessed latch clogged with decades of lint. Above it, beneath several coats of institutional beige, she could make out faded lettering. Old laundry access, decommissioned. Priya whispered, "We should call facilities." Nora thought of electronic records rewriting scars, of sealed carts opening without broken locks, of Malcolm Reed becoming a line she had taught herself not to remember. No. She lifted the latch. The smell behind the door was not mildew. It was detergent. Old detergent. Harsh alkaline soap, bleach, damp cotton, and beneath all of it the unmistakable metallic sweetness of dried blood. The moving sheet waited halfway down a narrow passage. Then it slid forward. Nora followed alone. The corridor descended beneath the modern laundry through pipes wrapped in crumbling insulation. Her phone lost signal almost immediately. Fluorescent fixtures hung overhead, but none worked. At the bottom was another door. This one had been sealed with screws. Most were already lying on the floor. Nora pushed. Something soft resisted from the other side. She pushed harder. The obstruction collapsed with a sigh. Linen. Thousands of pieces. The room beyond had once been a wash floor. Old drum machines sat rusting against tiled walls. Iron rails crossed the ceiling. Wooden sorting tables sagged beneath the weight of fabric. Every surface was covered. Sheets had been stitched together into enormous panels hanging from ceiling to floor. Pillowcases formed chains. Blankets had been sewn edge to edge like crude hospital curtains. Names covered them. Hundreds. Thousands. Some were embroidered neatly. Others had been written in thread so dark it looked almost black. Mabel Cross, uncrated pressure Wilser. Thomas Kelly, fall disputed. Sediment Arrow 4, 11187, confidential. Invent fee modal, no certificate attached. Nora moved deeper into the room. The moving sheet joined one hanging panel by itself. Its corner lifted. Thread emerged through the cotton. No needle. No hand. The fabric stitched itself into place. Nora's stomach turned. She read faster. Medication errors. Unreported infections. Restraint injuries. Delayed diagnoses. Deaths entered as transfers. Bodies released under misspelled names. Families paid after signing non-disclosure agreements. Patients discharged because their insurance ended. People whose complaints had been marked confused, combative, intoxicated, non-compliant. Every category Nora had ever seen turned into language clean enough for administration. Here, the language had been changed back. One sheet held a brown handprint beside the words. Patient reported pain for 6 hours. Another carried the outline of a child-sized body beneath. Parent death symptoms were anxiety. Nora realized the marks were not representations. They were injuries. Preserved somehow after skin had healed, bodies had been buried, settlements closed, records archived. Nothing had been washed away. It had only been moved. At the far end of the old wash floor hung the largest panel. It was stitched from linen yellowed by age. At its center was the faded outline of a human body. A man lying on his back. Nora approached. Labels had been sewn around him in layers. Some dated back decades before St. Alders became a private hospital. One was newer. 9 years old. She recognized her own handwriting before she recognized the name. Malcolm Reed. Beneath it, in thread still wet enough to shine, another sentence was forming. Nora watched each word appear. The first one you chose to wash away. Then the body-shaped stain beneath Malcolm's name slowly sat up. The stained figure did not climb down from the hanging linen. It only sat there. Its head was a darker oval against yellowed cotton shoulders hunched as though waiting at the edge of a hospital bed. Nora backed away. The shape lowered itself again. Flat. Motionless. Only then did she notice the filing cabinets. They stood behind the old washers, nearly hidden beneath curtains of stitched sheets. Metal drawers had swollen with rust, but someone had protected them from moisture with waxed linen covers. Nora opened the first. Manifests. Not patient charts. Laundry records. Some dated back to the 1940s. She spread them across a sorting table. The same pattern repeated for decades. A death disputed by relatives. Leanh removed from inventory. A malpractice settlement. Sheets designated surplus. A medication error. Blankets transferred to charity. An undocumented injury. Textiles listed as damaged beyond reuse. The hospital had not created the phenomenon deliberately. That realization frightened Nora more. There was no secret committee. No ritual. No administrator signing orders to put suffering into sheets. People had simply kept doing what institutions did best. Remove the troublesome object. Change the category. Close the file. Send what remained somewhere else. The laundry had learned the pattern. Nora found an incident report from 1968 concerning a woman named Ruth Edens. She had died after repeatedly reporting abdominal pain that staff documented as emotional distress. Her family complained. The hospital denied negligence. 3 days later, linens from Ruth's ward were removed because of unexplained discoloration. A handwritten note had been clipped to the manifest. Stains return after washing. Dispose externally. Another case, 1982. A boy injured during an improperly supervised procedure. The hospital settled privately. His bedding developed bruise-like marks that could not be bleached out. It was donated. Another, 1997. A psychiatric patient restrained overnight. No injury recorded. The next morning, 4 sheets from the ward displayed narrow purple bands resembling ligature marks. Discarded. Transferred. Removed. The laundry had been taking what the records refused. Pain without acknowledgement. Injury without ownership. Death without consequence. But the early reports described stains only. Never memories. Never scars appearing on living bodies. Never rewritten medical histories. Something had changed. Nora searched until she found the year Malcolm died. The drawer resisted. She pulled harder. A blue plastic bag fell behind the cabinet. For several seconds, she simply stared at it. Heat sealing had turned brittle with age. The original label remained attached. Malcolm Reed. Her knees weakened. She remembered this bag. Not one like it. This one. There was a small crescent of black marker beside the seal where Nora had marked it for rechecking that night. She had believed it was washed. Disposed of. Gone. Inside was a gray thermal blanket and one fitted sheet. Neither had decayed. The sheet carried a wide brown stain, shaped vaguely like a man curled on his side. Beneath the fabric lay two adhesive labels. Nora recognized them immediately. Malcolm Reed and another patient. Charles Wetmore, the surgical patient. The man whose contaminated linens were supposed to be preserved for investigation. Nora sat on the floor. Memory returned without mercy. She had not merely corrected labels. She had stood at the receiving table holding both stickers after realizing she no longer knew which belonged where. Her supervisor had said, "Make the paperwork match what we need." Nora had looked at Malcolm's bag. No family. No lawyer. No one waiting upstairs for answers. Then, at Wetmore's. Private insurance. A furious daughter. An infection control investigation already underway. Nora had chosen. She placed Wetmore's label on the cleaner bag. Malcolm's on the other. She gave one patient's evidence to another patient's name. Not accidentally. Consciously. For the first time, the laundry had been shown that suffering could be reassigned rather than merely removed. Something moved inside the old machines. A slow metallic turning passed through the room. Nora looked at the hanging records. Names began pulling loose from their stitches. One thread at a time. Crossing fabric. Changing places. Behind her, Malcolm Reed's preserved linen bag inflated as though a body had been placed inside it. A voice came through the plastic. Not loud. Not angry. Almost instructional. "You taught it where to put us." The voice inside Malcolm Reed's bag stopped. The room answered for it. All around Nora, stitched panels began to move. Not violently. They drew inward. Sheets peeled from walls. Pillowcases slipped from rusted rails. Blankets dragged themselves across the tile, pulling decades of names behind them in threads that stretched, snapped, and stitched themselves elsewhere. Nora backed toward the door. The old wash floor was shrinking around her. No. Gathering. Every piece of linen was moving toward the center. The first shape resembled a hospital bed. 4 corners rose from the floor. A mattress formed from folded blankets. Then something lay down on it. Thousands of sheets layered themselves into shoulders, ribs, hips, legs. A head took shape. Featureless at first. Then impressions appeared beneath the cloth. A woman's cheek. A child's mouth. The hollow eyes of an old man. They pressed outward, one after another, never remaining long enough to become a complete face. Nora could hear breathing from hundreds of throats. She understood suddenly that Harold Vance had not been chosen by mistake. Neither had the visitor in the surgical lounge. The laundry was not confused. It had learned exactly what she had taught it. If suffering could be moved from one name to another, then perhaps a hospital could be made to acknowledge pain by placing it inside someone whose pain would be investigated. Someone with family. Insurance. Records. A future. Someone impossible to dismiss. Harold had received Evelyn Marsh's scar and memories because Evelyn's history had ended. The visitor had received Margaret Hale's diabetes in childhood because Margaret could no longer insist those things had belonged to her. The system had rewritten itself afterward because St. Alders could tolerate almost anything except an unexplained contradiction. So it corrected reality. Nora stared at the enormous figure. The linen covering its chest was marked with injuries. A blackened patch of frostbite. A yellowed outline of infection. Purple restraint bands. Surgical incisions. Pressure wounds. Burns. Needle marks. Finger-shaped bruises. They moved slowly across its body, appearing and fading, as though every buried injury were taking a turn being seen. At the center of the chest, one name remained fixed. Malcolm Reed. "No," Nora whispered. The head turned toward her. The movement sent hundreds of labels, whispering against one another. Malcolm was not possessing the sheets. Malcolm was the point around which they had learned to become a patient. He had been the first person Nora deliberately stripped of ownership. The first suffering she knowingly assigned elsewhere. Before him, the laundry had preserved evidence. After him, it had learned transfer. A hospital could ignore stains. It could discard sheets. It could archive complaints. But it could not ignore a healthy person suddenly carrying a dead patient's diagnosis. It could not explain a scar appearing overnight without rewriting the chart. The laundry had found the hospital's weakness. Documentation. The figure raised one arm. The limb was too long, stitched from gowns, blankets, and fitted sheets, knotted together at impossible joints. It pointed toward Nora, then toward the passage above. St. Alders. She understood what it wanted. Not revenge. Admission. Every pain the hospital had washed away had to be carried back inside. The room trembled. Behind the figure, names began disappearing from the hanging linen. Nora heard distant alarms. Not from the old laundry. From overhead. Then Priya's voice crackled through Nora's radio. "Nora, something's happening upstairs." Static swallowed half the sentence. "What?" "The records. Patients are changing." Nora pressed the radio closer. Priya was breathing hard. Scars, diagnosis, people are remembering things that aren't theirs. A crash sounded behind her, and the linen carts are opening by themselves. Nora looked at the figure. It was standing now. Its head nearly touched the pipes overhead. Thousands of names traveled over its body like veins. "Nora," Priya said, "where are you?" The figure stepped toward the sealed passage. Every abandoned sheet in the room followed. Nora finally understood the destination written beneath her own name. Charity had never meant generosity. It meant removal. A place for whatever St. Alders no longer wanted to keep. The enormous patient bent toward her. Where its face should have been, the fabric tightened. For a moment, Nora saw Malcolm Reed exactly as she remembered him on the gurney 9 years earlier. Rain in his beard. Gray blankets. No one beside him. Then thousands of other faces pressed forward beneath his. The voice that emerged belonged to all of them. "Take us back upstairs." Nora did not answer the voice. She turned and ran. The passage seemed narrower on the way back, crowded by pipes, heat, and the sound of linen dragging behind her. Not chasing. Following. When she reached the modern laundry, Priya was waiting beside the old access door. "What did you find?" Nora looked past her. Every washer had stopped. Every cart stood open. Sheets spilled across the floor in white folds. "Where's administration?" Priya gave a humorless laugh. "Coming down?" They arrived less than 5 minutes later. 2 hospital executives, a risk management attorney, facilities, security, and Dr. Miriam Cole from infection control. Nobody asked why the supposedly sealed wall behind washer 6 was open. They were too interested in the linen. Cole examined one stained sheet without touching it. "We need this room isolated." Nora said, "That won't stop it." The attorney looked at her. "What exactly is it?" Nora almost told them. Malcolm. The old records. The stitched complaints. The patient beneath the laundry. Then she saw what was already happening in their faces. Calculation. Containment. Language forming. An event becoming an incident. An incident becoming a variance. A variance becoming something nobody had technically caused. The chief operations officer, Martin Geller, spoke first. "All contaminated material is to be destroyed immediately." Nora stared at him. "Destroyed?" "Biohazard protocol." "It isn't biohazard." "Then what is it?" Nobody answered. Geller continued. "Bag everything. Incineration vendor only. No external donation, no recycling." Nora almost laughed. They still thought destination was the problem. Dr. Cole stepped closer to her. "We have reports of acute confusion and unexplained skin findings on multiple floors. Until we understand what's happening, we cannot allow questionable textiles into patient areas." "They're already there." "Then we remove them." "And replace them with what?" Cole frowned. Nora pointed toward the stacked shelves. "More sheets?" The first sound came from behind washer 6. A heavy pull of fabric across tile. Security officers moved toward the wall. Nora said, "Don't." Too late. The old access door opened wider. A white hand emerged. Not a human hand. 5 long folds of linen tightened into fingers against the frame. One officer stepped backward. The attorney whispered, "Jesus Christ." Geller recovered first. "Seal that door." Facilities moved toward the controls. Nora understood then. Nothing had changed. Not in 9 years. Not in 50. Something impossible had climbed out of the hospital's hidden history, and the first institutional response was still the same. Close it. Relabel it. Remove it. She crossed to the emergency control panel. "Nora," Priya said. The laundry's magnetic service locks were linked to the same circuit as contamination containment. Nora entered her override code. A warning appeared. "Psychica doors will release." Geller saw the screen. "What are you doing?" Nora pressed confirm. Locks disengaged throughout the department. The freight corridor doors clicked open. So did the service stairwell, the old linen chute access, the restricted passage to central supply. Every route connecting the underground laundry to the hospital above. Geller grabbed Nora's arm. Reverse it. She pulled free. No. You are creating an exposure event. No, Nora said. I'm stopping us from hiding one. The shape behind Washer 6 began to emerge. First the shoulders, then the head, then a torso made from hundreds of sheets stitched into the dimensions of a patient far too large for any bed. Names moved across it. Complaints. Settlement numbers. Diagnoses. Dates of death. The administrators retreated as it straightened beneath the fluorescent lights. It did not attack them. It did not even look at them. It turned toward the open service corridor, then began walking upstairs. With each step, loose linen rose from carts and joined its body. Nora followed. On the first landing, alarms sounded throughout St. Alders. Doors opened above. Nurses shouted. Patients called out from rooms. The figure climbed slowly, carrying generations of erased suffering through the hospital that had taught itself not to see it. Nora reached the next floor behind it. The corridor ahead was crowded. Doctors, visitors, orderlies, security. All of them pressed against the walls as the enormous patient passed. And every monitor it moved beside changed to the same message. Patient returned. The figure did not hurry. That made it worse. It moved through St. Alders at the pace of an orderly pushing a patient toward radiology, each step soft beneath thousands of layers of linen. Doctors flattened themselves against walls. Administrators followed at a distance. Security stopped trying to intervene. Wherever the figure passed, names surfaced across its body. Some belonged to patients still alive. Others belonged to people whose files had been closed decades earlier. Room numbers appeared. Settlement references. Misspelled names corrected themselves. Words once softened by administrative language became plain again. Fall. Burn. Missed diagnosis. UN claimed. Not believed. Patients watched from doorways. A woman recovering from abdominal surgery touched her own incision and began crying. An elderly man whispered a name Nora did not recognize. A nurse sank into a chair when a row of dates moved across the figure's shoulder. No one was harmed. That seemed to confuse the hospital more than violence would have. There was nothing to fight, nothing to restrain, nothing to code. The patient made of linen simply carried evidence. At the elevators, it turned away from the executive floor. Martin Geller exhaled with visible relief. The figure continued toward the older West Wing. Nora followed. She understood where they were going before anyone else did. Employee health occupied the end of that corridor. Behind it were 3 small rooms used when staff became ill during shifts or needed somewhere to recover before transportation arrived. Nora had used one after fainting from dehydration 2 summers earlier. Her name was still attached to a temporary staff admission record. Room 2. The door stood open. Inside was a narrow bed with a white fitted sheet, one pillow, and a folded thermal blanket. The enormous figure stopped. For the first time since leaving the laundry, it looked directly at Nora. Then it began coming apart. Sheets loosened from its shoulders. Blankets slipped from its ribs. Pillowcases fell from its arms. The towering body collapsed slowly into ordinary hospital linen until Malcolm Reed's face was the last shape visible beneath a single gray blanket. He looked exactly as Nora remembered him. Not accusing. That was worse. Tired. Wet from rain. Waiting for somebody to decide that he counted. Then the blanket fell. The room was filled nearly waist-high with linen. Nora stood at the doorway. No one behind her spoke. A fitted sheet lifted from the pile. It floated toward the bed. Spread itself across the mattress. Then another sheet rose and folded into the shape of a body. The body lay down. Its head rested on the pillow. Its hands folded over its chest. Across the top sheet appeared one name. Nora Finch. Nora felt the old instinct immediately. Remove it. Contain it. Find the correct bag. Find the correct label. Find some category that would make this somebody else's responsibility. The figure did nothing. It waited. Then Nora understood. The laundry did not want her dead. Death would be another disposal method. Another closed file. Another body moved somewhere the living did not have to look at it. What it wanted was work. The kind she had refused 9 years earlier. Nora entered the room. She took hold of the contaminated sheet. The instant her hands touched it, pain moved through her. Not one pain. Thousands. A child unable to breathe. An old woman calling for help. A restrained wrist. A wound nobody examined. A man shivering beneath wet blankets while strangers discussed whether anyone would claim his body. Nora nearly released the fabric. She did not. Behind her, Priya whispered her name. Nora stripped the bed. Slowly. Carefully. For every sheet she removed, another name appeared across her hands in temporary red lines. She folded each piece without hiding the writing inside. When the mattress was bare, the shape lying there disappeared. The linen on the floor became still. By morning, St. Alders was full of reporters, regulators, attorneys, frightened families, and records that could no longer agree with themselves. Nora never returned to her old office. But she remained in the laundry. Every night, new sheets arrived, bearing names the hospital had forgotten. She washed none of them. She read them. She recorded them. She carried them upstairs herself. Years later, new employees learned there was one rule in St. Alders laundry that did not appear in any manual. If a clean sheet came back stained, they were not to bleach it. They were to bring it to Nora. And Nora would change the sheets. Some institutions survive by turning suffering into paperwork and paperwork into silence. Nora believed cleanliness meant removing every stain until nothing remained to accuse anyone. But pain does not always disappear simply because the record says it did. Perhaps the creature beneath St. Alders was never truly a monster. Pass? Perhaps it was an archive that had finally learned how to walk. And perhaps accountability is not punishment at all. Sometimes it is simply refusing to pass the stained sheet to someone else. The question is, when something terrible has been placed in your hands, do you clean it away or finally read the name? Story 3. By the time Rebecca Harlow found the brass key, the farmhouse had already begun pretending nothing had changed. It lay in the white enamel dish beside the kitchen sink, where their mother had kept loose buttons, dead batteries, bread ties, and things she insisted would be useful later. Rebecca recognized it before she touched it. Long stem, oval bow, one tooth chipped away. Her childhood bedroom. She stood with her coat still buttoned, listening to the refrigerator hum against the silence. Outside, late November rain stitched the Ohio fields into gray sheets. The farmhouse sat nearly a mile from the county road, surrounded by corn stubble and black maples stripped by the wind. Rebecca had spent 18 years wanting to leave it and 27 more, claiming she rarely thought about it. Behind her, Caroline opened a cabinet and said she kept everything. Rebecca closed her fingers around the key. Not everything. Caroline gave her a look but did not ask what she meant. Their youngest sister, June, was upstairs. That had been Rebecca's first objection when they arrived after the funeral. There was no practical reason for anyone to go up yet. The bedrooms had been locked since their mother moved downstairs following her hip surgery, and the estate lawyer had warned them the house would take days to sort. June had only said, "I want to see if the wallpaper is still there." Then she had taken the stairs without waiting. Rebecca had watched her go with the old, irrational feeling that June should not be left alone behind a closed door. She hated herself for still having it. Caroline moved around the kitchen, opening drawers and photographing contents for the inventory. Of the three sisters, she had inherited their mother's talent for making grief look like housekeeping. She was 42 now, compact and practical, with silver beginning at her temples. June was 38. Rebecca, at 46, was the eldest by enough years that their mother had once called her the little deputy. She had meant it as praise. Rebecca slipped the key into her pocket. From upstairs came a soft thump. Both women looked toward the ceiling. "June?" Caroline called. No answer. A second sound followed, lighter this time. Then 3 quick taps, knuckles against hollow wood. Rebecca's hand tightened around the key. Caroline frowned. Probably one of the windows. They're painted shut. You haven't been here in 11 years. 9. Caroline looked at her. Rebecca turned toward the sink. It had been 9 years, 4 months, and 6 days since she had last slept under that roof, though she would not have admitted knowing the number. Their mother had still been walking then. Still correcting how June held a coffee cup. Still calling Caroline by Rebecca's name when annoyed. Still keeping the upstairs door shut because, she said, dust settled differently in unused rooms. Another noise came through the ceiling. Not a thump this time. Laughter. A child's laughter. Distant and breathless, running from one end of the upstairs hallway to the other. Caroline went still. Rebecca felt something cold travel beneath her ribs. Then June shouted from above. Caroline? They both moved at once. The staircase complained under Rebecca's weight exactly where it had when she was 12. 4th step, then 7th. The wallpaper along the landing was still printed with tiny blue cornflowers. Their mother had patched one torn section with transparent tape, yellowed now into the color of old teeth. June stood at the far end of the hallway. All 3 bedroom doors were closed. "What happened?" Caroline asked. June did not answer immediately. She was staring at Rebecca's door. Rebecca could still see the faded ceramic plaque fixed to it, a white rabbit beneath her name. Rebecca, in pink capitals, the R scratched where June had once thrown a hairbrush during an argument. June lifted one finger. "Did either of you unlock that?" Rebecca took the brass key from her pocket. No. The keyhole was empty. For several seconds, none of them moved. Then, from behind Rebecca's locked bedroom door, a little girl began humming. Rebecca knew the tune. Their mother used to sing it while braiding her hair before school. June turned toward her, face pale. But it was Caroline who whispered, "That's you." The humming stopped. A child's voice, Rebecca's own voice at 8 years old, answered from the other side of the door. "I know." The child's "I know" remained on the other side of the door long after the hallway went quiet. Rebecca did not remember deciding to go downstairs. One moment she was standing beneath the blue cornflower wallpaper with the brass key biting into her palm. The next, she was in the kitchen, watching Caroline pour 3 glasses of water as though hydration might restore the laws of the house. June had not taken hers. She stood at the back door with her arms folded, looking out across the rain-dark fields. Caroline finally said, "We all heard it." Rebecca stared at the table. No one said we didn't. "You looked like you were about to." June gave a small laugh without humor. That sound bothered Rebecca more than the child's voice had. The kitchen light flattened all 3 of them into exhausted versions of the girls they had been. Caroline kept rubbing her wedding ring with her thumb. June had taken off her funeral shoes and stood in black tights on the worn linoleum. Rebecca noticed pale dust on one heel from upstairs. "Could have been the pipes," Rebecca said. June turned. "The pipes said you knew?" Rebecca felt Caroline's eyes move between them. "I'm saying old houses carry sound." "No. You're saying what you always say when something doesn't fit." Rebecca looked up. "And what is that?" "That whoever noticed it first is confused." The words landed with the precision of something long practiced. Caroline set down the pitcher. "June." "No, it's fine." June's voice remained calm. "We're back here. We might as well use the old language." Rebecca felt heat rise along her neck. "I was 8 years older than you. I wasn't responsible for everything that happened in this house." "I didn't say everything." Rain clicked against the window over the sink. Rebecca wished June would raise her voice. Anger she understood. Anger created noise, and noise could be argued with. Instead, June sat in their mother's chair. "You remember the red scissors?" she asked. Rebecca's stomach tightened. Caroline frowned. "What red scissors?" "The sewing scissors. Red handles. Mom said I cut up Becca's recital dress." Rebecca saw, instantly, a white dress on a bedspread, a jagged tear along the skirt, June crying until she hiccuped, their mother holding the scissors. "You did cut it," Rebecca said. June nodded slowly. "That's what you told them." A pressure began behind Rebecca's eyes. "I saw you with the scissors. You saw me holding them. You admitted it." "No." June looked at her. "I stopped denying it." Caroline went very still. Rebecca pushed back from the table. "We're not doing this tonight." That's what Mom used to say. The kitchen seemed smaller after that. They ate nothing. Caroline made coffee, then forgot to drink it. Rebecca carried a box of estate photographs from the dining room and began sorting them because there was comfort in dates, names, and faces that stayed where they were placed. At least there should have been. The first albums were ordinary: Christmas mornings, county fairs, school pictures. Their mother had labeled everything in blue ink. Rebecca at 6. Caroline at 5. June, first day of kindergarten. Then Rebecca found the photograph from the summer before she left for college. All 4 women stood beside the porch steps. Their mother in a yellow blouse, Rebecca 17 and impatient, Caroline 13, June 9, and squinting in the sun. Something in Rebecca's face stopped her. The photograph had faded unevenly. Their mother remained clear. Caroline and June did too. But 17-year-old Rebecca looked washed thin, as though the paper beneath her image had begun showing through. She lifted the photograph toward the light. "That wasn't like that earlier," Caroline said. Rebecca turned. Caroline was staring past her shoulder. On the wall beside the dining room arch hung a larger family portrait taken when Rebecca was 8. In it, their mother sat behind the 3 girls, with one hand resting on Rebecca's shoulder. The adult photographs around it had all begun to lose contrast. Every grown face was paling. Every childhood face remained sharp. June approached last. She studied the portrait, then touched the glass over 8-year-old Rebecca's face. "She always liked you best at that age," June said. Upstairs, something small began running from one bedroom to another. 3 sets of feet. And this time, all 3 girls were laughing. The running stopped before Rebecca reached the stairs. Not gradually. All 3 sets of footsteps ended at once, as though someone had lifted the children from the floor. Caroline remained in the dining room. June followed Rebecca as far as the bottom step. "You don't have to open it," June said. Rebecca looked back at her. "That's exactly why I do." The brass key felt warmer than it had downstairs. At the landing, the house seemed to be holding its breath. Rain whispered against the narrow window above the stairs, but the upstairs hallway itself was unnaturally still. 3 doors. Rebecca's on the left. Caroline's across from it. June's at the far end. The painted names remained where their mother had fixed them decades ago. Rebecca approached hers. The white rabbit plaque looked freshly washed. She inserted the key. For 1 second, it would not turn. Then something clicked from inside. Not the lock. Something smaller. Plastic against wood. A toy being placed carefully on a shelf. Rebecca turned the key. The door opened 3 inches. Warm air touched her face. She froze. The upstairs hallway was cold enough that she could see the faintest trace of her breath. Inside the bedroom, summer existed. Not metaphorically. She smelled cut grass through an open window. Warm dust. Strawberry shampoo. The faint, waxy sweetness of crayons left near sunlight. Rebecca pushed the door another inch. Her childhood bedroom had not aged. The blue carpet was bright rather than gray. The white bedspread had yellow daisies along the hem. Her wooden desk stood beneath the window, with spelling worksheets stacked in one corner. A lamp shaped like a ceramic lamb glowed beside the bed. And on the floor, facing away from her, sat a little girl. Rebecca stopped breathing. The child wore green shorts and a white t-shirt printed with tiny red cherries. Rebecca knew the clothes. She knew the thin shoulders. She knew the uneven brown braid hanging between them. The girl was arranging plastic horses into a row. Brown horse first. Black horse. White horse. Then the smallest one sideways. Rebecca's knees weakened. She had always placed the smallest horse sideways because one of its front legs had melted against a radiator, and it would not stand properly. No one knew that. No one should have remembered. The girl lifted the brown horse, examined it, and whispered, "You're the mother?" Rebecca's hand tightened around the doorknob. Behind her, June whispered, "Becca?" The child stopped. Slowly, she turned her head. Rebecca saw only part of the face at first. A cheek. One brown eye. The small pale scar beside the eyebrow from when Rebecca had fallen against the porch railing at 7. Her own face. Not a resemblance. Not a child who looked like her. Rebecca herself, at 8 years old. The little girl smiled. Rebecca stumbled backward. The door swung nearly shut. June caught her elbow. "What did you see?" Rebecca pulled away. "Nothing." June stared at her. Rebecca heard how absurd the words sounded. Inside the room, the horses clicked softly against the floor again. June reached for the door. Rebecca caught her wrist hard enough to make her flinch. "Don't." For a moment, they remained like that. Then June looked down at Rebecca's hand. "You used to do that." Rebecca released her. "Do what?" "Grab me when you wanted me to stop talking." Rebecca felt the hallway tilt slightly. "That isn't what happened." June's expression changed. Not anger. Recognition. "You really don't remember." Before Rebecca could answer, a woman's voice drifted from downstairs. "Girls?" Both sisters went rigid. Their mother's voice. Clear. Ordinary. Impatient in exactly the old way. "Wash your hands before supper." Caroline screamed from below. Rebecca turned instinctively toward the stairs. Behind her, her bedroom door creaked open. The 8-year-old Rebecca now stood in the doorway. She was holding the smallest plastic horse. She looked past adult Rebecca toward June and frowned. Then she asked, very softly, "Why is she still here?" The child asked it without malice. That made it worse. Rebecca stared at her younger face in the doorway. The familiar brown eyes, the crooked braid, the plastic horse held against her chest. Then Caroline screamed again downstairs. June ran first. Rebecca followed, and when she glanced back, the bedroom door was already closing. The little girl remained visible through the narrowing gap, watching June disappear down the stairs. Caroline was not in the kitchen. They found her upstairs again. That made no sense. Rebecca had heard the scream below them. She was certain of it. Yet Caroline stood inside her own childhood bedroom, one hand covering her mouth. Her door, previously locked, hung wide open. The room beyond it glowed with the orange light of an old bedside lamp. "Oh, God," Caroline whispered. Mom threw these away. Rebecca stepped inside. Paper stars covered the ceiling. Caroline had made them from construction paper when she was 11, attaching each one with white sewing pins. Rebecca remembered their mother tearing them down because she said bedrooms were not supposed to look childish once a girl reached middle school. Now every star was back. So was the yellow cassette player Caroline had received for Christmas. So were the stuffed rabbit with one button eye, the glass jar of seashells from Lake Erie, and a row of paperback horse novels their mother had donated after deciding Caroline was too old for silly things. Caroline crossed to the dresser. A silver music box sat there. She touched it carefully. No. June stayed near the doorway. "What?" "I broke this." Caroline opened the lid. A tiny ballerina rose and began turning. The melody was thin and metallic. Rebecca remembered that too. Their mother had hated the tune. Caroline stepped backward. "I dropped it on the basement floor." The hinge snapped off. "Maybe Mom repaired it," Rebecca said automatically. Caroline looked at her. Of course. The words were quiet. Rebecca heard what Caroline meant. Another explanation. Another repair placed over a crack. June said, "We're leaving." Nobody argued. They did not pack. Rebecca took her handbag and the folder from the estate lawyer. Caroline grabbed the car keys. June did not even put her shoes back on. They hurried downstairs. Rebecca opened the front door. Instead of the porch, she saw the kitchen. Not the kitchen they had just left. An older one. The cabinets were dark brown instead of white. Floral curtains hung over the sink. A pot simmered on the stove. Their mother stood with her back to them. Rebecca slammed the door. Caroline gasped. June said, "Open it again." Rebecca did. The porch was still gone. This time the doorway opened into the living room, as it had looked during Rebecca's senior year of high school. A television flickered in the corner. On the sofa sat 17-year-old Rebecca, reading a college brochure. Their mother stood behind her. "You'll be happier once you're away from your sisters," she was saying. Adult Rebecca shut the door. "I don't remember that." June gave her a long look. That doesn't mean she didn't say it. Caroline tried the back door. Beyond it lay the hallway upstairs. She cried out and stumbled away. The three sisters began testing doors. The pantry opened onto a Christmas morning from decades before. The basement door showed the dining room during one of their father's final birthdays, though he had been dead for 33 years. The bathroom door revealed June sitting on the closed toilet lid as a child, both hands over her ears while their mother shouted somewhere beyond the frame. June slammed it shut. Stop. Rebecca's heart was hammering. It's the house. No, June said. What else would you call this? June looked toward the staircase. Her. From somewhere above them came their mother's voice. Not calling for supper now. Reciting rules. No running upstairs. A door clicked shut. No secrets between sisters. Another click. No crying after bedtime. A third. Rebecca backed toward the front hall. Then the final rule came softly through the walls. And no one leaves until Mother says she's ready. The front door opened by itself. Beyond, it was not the porch. It was Rebecca's childhood bedroom. 8-year-old Rebecca sat cross-legged on the floor. This time, 3 plastic horses stood in front of her. One for each sister. The little girl looked up. Then she placed June's horse inside a small wooden box and closed the lid. Rebecca suddenly remembered doing exactly that. And for the first time, she also remembered why. Rebecca remembered the wooden box before she remembered the punishment. It had belonged to their father once, a plain cedar box with a sliding lid. After he died, their mother gave it to Rebecca for her plastic horses. June's horse had been shut inside whenever June was bad. That was what Rebecca remembered. What came next was not. The front doorway widened until the hall vanished around it, and suddenly Rebecca was standing inside her childhood bedroom. Not watching it, standing in it. Her adult body was gone. Her hands were small. The green shorts brushed against thin knees. The cherry print shirt hung loose against her ribs. Across the room, June sat on the bed. But June was not 9. She was 38, barefoot, dressed in the black funeral clothes she had worn downstairs. She stared at Rebecca. Becca? Rebecca tried to answer. A child's voice came out. Their mother entered. Young. Not the thin, diminished woman they had buried that afternoon, but the tall mother Rebecca remembered from childhood, hair pinned neatly above her neck. She held the cedar box. Tell me what you did. Rebecca looked at June. I didn't do anything. Her mother smiled. That smile was worse than anger. You know we don't lie in this house. I'm not lying. June told me. Rebecca's breath caught. No, she didn't. Adult June stood abruptly. This never happened. Their mother did not look at her. She told me you broke Caroline's music box. Rebecca's stomach turned. The silver music box. No. You were jealous. No. You threw it. I didn't. Her mother crouched until they were face to face. Rebecca, we can keep doing this until you remember properly. The sentence struck with the force of recognition. Not because Rebecca remembered hearing it. Because she remembered repeating it. Years later. To June. The room shifted. The carpet darkened, Rebecca was older now, perhaps 12, but still trapped in a child's body. She sat at the kitchen table with her hands flat on the wood. Caroline stood in the doorway. June was nowhere visible. Their mother placed the red sewing scissors in front of Rebecca. "You cut the dress." Rebecca shook her head. "No. You were seen." "By who?" "Your sister." "No. You were angry because Caroline got to perform." "No. You said you hated that dress." Rebecca could feel herself beginning to cry. "I never said that." Their mother sighed. Disappointed. Patient. That patience had once seemed like proof of fairness. Now Rebecca understood it as endurance. Her mother could wait longer than a child could defend herself. "You'll feel better when you stop fighting the truth." The room blinked. Rebecca was kneeling on the landing. Her knees hurt against the floorboards. Behind a closed bedroom door, someone was crying. Their mother's voice came from downstairs. "You stay there until you can explain why you frightened everyone." Rebecca pressed both hands over her ears. "I didn't." From behind the door came June's adult voice. "That was me." Rebecca opened her eyes. The hallway trembled. June stood several feet away, watching her. "That happened to me," June said. "I remember the floor hurting my knees." Rebecca stared at her. "So do I." The house changed again. Not completely. Images flickered through one another like photographs forced into the same frame. Rebecca remembered June stealing money from their mother's purse. Then Rebecca saw herself holding the bills. She remembered June locking Caroline outside during a thunderstorm. Then she felt the brass latch beneath her own hand. She remembered June screaming at their mother that she wished she were dead. Then the words came from Rebecca's mouth. Each memory existed twice. One version lived in Rebecca. Another lived in the rooms. And the rooms felt older, more certain. Caroline appeared at the end of the hall. Her face was wet. "I remembered something," she said. Rebecca could barely speak. "What?" "Mom telling me about the scissors." June looked at her. Caroline continued, "I never saw June cut the dress." Rebecca felt something collapse inside her. "You told me you did." "No." Caroline shook her head. "Mom told you I did." The hallway lights dimmed. From inside the walls came their mother's voice, gentle and conversational. Children behaved better when everyone remembered the same thing. Rebecca looked toward June. For decades, she had carried memories polished smooth by repetition. Their mother's stories. Her own certainty. June's eventual silence. And somewhere beneath all of it, something Rebecca had refused to examine. At the far end of the hallway, a door appeared where no door had ever been. White paint. Blue cornflowers around the frame. On the center hung a small porcelain plaque. Not a daughter's name. One word. Mother. The knob began to turn. The door marked Mother opened onto darkness. Not the darkness of an unlit room. A deeper kind, close and padded, as if the space beyond had been wrapped in fabric. Rebecca expected their mother to step through. Instead, the smell came first. Lavender starch. Dust. Old cedar. And beneath it, the faint mineral scent of sewing machine oil. Caroline whispered, "The sewing room." Rebecca looked at her. Their mother's sewing room had been downstairs, off the back parlor, until Rebecca was 14. After that, their mother claimed a pipe leak had ruined it and kept the door permanently locked. Rebecca remembered stacks of folded fabric being carried away. She did not remember where. June stepped through first. A bare bulb flickered on. The room beyond could not fit inside the house. It stretched farther than the farmhouse was wide, with low rafters disappearing into shadow and narrow aisles running between wooden shelves. Hundreds of cardboard boxes filled them. Each box had a white label. Rebecca, age 4. Caroline, age 6. June, age 3. Rebecca's mouth went dry. The sisters moved between the shelves. There were clothes. Not stored carelessly, but folded and wrapped in tissue. Rebecca found the cherry print shirt she had just worn inside the reconstructed bedroom. Beside it lay 2 red hair ties and a school photograph in which she stared stiffly at the camera. Another shelf held Caroline's construction paper stars. Another contained June's kindergarten shoes, cleaned so carefully that dried mud remained preserved only inside the grooves of the soles. Every object was labeled. Every year separated. Mother had cataloged them. "No," June said softly. She had stopped beside a narrow shelf. Rebecca approached. A ribbon was tied around a stack of children's drawings. June, age 9. On top was a picture of the farmhouse beneath a purple sky. 3 girls stood outside. Their mother watched from an upstairs window. The 4th figure had been drawn inside the house, behind a blue square that looked like a bedroom door. Rebecca felt cold, despite the stale warmth of the room. Caroline opened another box. Inside lay her broken silver music box. Broken. The ballerina lay detached in tissue paper. Caroline stared at it. But upstairs, the other one wasn't repaired, Rebecca said. None of them finished the thought. They moved deeper. Rebecca began noticing the dates. Age 12. Age 13. Age 14. Her own shelves continued in strict sequence. At 17, she found the college brochure she had seen in the reconstructed living room. At 18, a sweater she remembered taking with her when she left for school. She touched it. Same missing button. Same ink stain near the cuff. That's impossible. June turned. What? I had this in Columbus. Rebecca pulled it free. I wore it my first semester. Caroline came closer. Maybe you left another one. There wasn't another one. Rebecca searched the next label. Rebecca, age 19. Inside was a university ID card. Her ID card. The photograph showed her with shorter hair. She had lost it during spring term and paid for a replacement. Rebecca's pulse quickened. She moved to the next shelf. Age 20. Age 21. AG-20 woe. Objects continued appearing from years after she had left the farmhouse. A theater ticket. A cheap silver bracelet. A receipt from her first apartment. A photograph she remembered keeping in a desk drawer hundreds of miles away. How did she get these? Caroline was opening her own later boxes now. I never gave her this. June said nothing. She had reached the end of her section. Rebecca followed. June's shelves stopped at 17. There was no 18. No 19. Instead, there was a gap. Then another sequence began. June, age 9. Again. Different handwriting. Inside rested another yellow cardigan. Another school photograph. Another set of shoes. June opened the next box. June, age 9. Again. Caroline whispered, "Why are there 3?" June opened a 4th. Then a 5th. Each contained small variations of the same year. Different drawings. Different ribbons. Different photographs. In one 9-year-old, June smiled. In another, she looked frightened. In the third, her hair had been cut short. Rebecca moved backward until she hit the shelf behind her. Something there rattled. A final row of boxes. Not childhood. Not adulthood. Future ages. Rebecca, age 47. Rebecca, age 48. Rebecca, age 49. Her hand trembled as she opened the first. Inside lay a black funeral dress. The one she was wearing now. Folded neatly beneath it was a photograph. 3 little girls stood outside the farmhouse at dawn. On the back, in their mother's handwriting, were 6 words. The owners I kept came home. Rebecca read the sentence on the back of the photograph 3 times. The handwriting was unmistakable. Their mother's narrow capitals. The same lettering used on freezer labels, Christmas presents, permission slips, and every box in the room. June took the photograph from Rebecca. She knew, she said. Rebecca looked at the future boxes stretching into darkness. Knew what? June turned the photograph over again. That we would come back. Caroline had found a narrow writing desk wedged between 2 shelving units. Its drawers were locked, but the wood had swollen with age. She pulled hard enough to split one runner. Inside were 12 black notebooks. Their mothers' initials had been written on every cover. Rebecca opened the oldest. The first pages contained ordinary household records, grocery totals, medication reminders, sewing measurements. Then the entries changed. Rebecca, 7. Improved after punishment. Less argumentative. A page later. Rebecca, 8. Best year so far. Affectionate. Useful. Wants to please. Keepable. Rebecca stopped. June was reading over her shoulder. Keepable. Caroline opened another notebook. Here's mine. She read silently, then lowered the book. Caroline, 10. Dreamy, distracted, still salvageable. The words seemed to shrink her. June searched rapidly through later volumes. Rebecca found more entries. Rebecca, 11. beginning to question corrections. Rebecca, 13. Jealousy worsening. Rebecca, 16. Ungrateful. Talks about leaving. Beside some entries, their mother had drawn a small circle. Beside others, an X. The circled years corresponded to boxes with duplicates. 8, 9, 10. Good years. Versions worth keeping. June stopped turning pages. Her face had gone colorless. Rebecca knew, before seeing the notebook, that June had found something different. "Read it," Rebecca said. June shook her head. "June, you read it." She handed the notebook over. The entry was dated from the year June was 9. June, increasingly resistant. Says sisters remember things incorrectly. Refuses correction. Rebecca remains impressionable and may be useful in establishing consistency. Rebecca's fingers went numb. Below it? Must encourage Rebecca to speak first. June trusts Caroline more. Separate them where possible. Caroline whispered, "Jesus." Rebecca turned the page. There it was. The scissors. Not memory. Not accusation. A plan. White recital dress damaged. June did not do it, but incident provides opportunity. Rebecca saw June carrying red scissors earlier. Suggested, perhaps, she had noticed more than she realized. By evening, Rebecca reported seeing June cut the fabric. Rebecca stopped breathing. The words blurred. June said nothing. Rebecca kept reading because stopping would have been worse. Important, do not directly instruct. Let the child arrive at the memory herself. Repetition makes resistance exhausting. Once Caroline confirms indirectly, Rebecca will become certain. I didn't... Rebecca's voice failed. June looked at her. You did. I thought I remembered. I know. Rebecca stared at the page. That answer hurt more than accusation. Another entry followed months later. Rebecca becoming reliable. When June contradicts family memory, Rebecca now corrects her without prompting. Then, 2 years after that, June's behavior, increasingly unstable because she insists events happen differently. Rebecca suggested professional treatment today. Encouraged her to explain concerns to me in writing. Rebecca's stomach clenched. She remembered the letter. She had been 17. She had written that June frightened her. That June invented things. That June accused their mother of changing memories. Rebecca turned the page. A folded sheet had been taped there. Her handwriting. Her original letter. Beneath it, their mother had written. Excellent. Preserved. June stepped away. Rebecca wanted to apologize. The words seemed obscene. Too small. I helped her. June's eyes shone, but she did not cry. Yes. I thought you were sick. I know. Rebecca looked back at the notebooks. What did they do to you there? June's jaw tightened. We're not there yet. A sound came from somewhere deeper in the sewing room. Paper sliding against paper. The sisters turned. At the end of the aisle stood a shelf they had not noticed before. 3 thick notebooks rested there. One labeled Rebecca, one Caroline, one June. Unlike the others, their covers were clean. New. Rebecca opened hers. Every page was blank except the last. Their mother's handwriting waited there. Adult version, difficult. Below it was a second line. The ink still looked wet. Replaces improved. From upstairs came 3 bedroom doors opening at once. The sound of the 3 bedroom doors opening traveled through the sewing room like a change in pressure. Rebecca looked toward the entrance. The darkness beyond the shelves had brightened. Not with electric light. With daylight. Warm summer daylight. June noticed it too. That's upstairs. Caroline whispered, "We're not upstairs." But the aisle ahead had become the hallway. Blue cornflowers spread across the walls. The sewing room shelves remained behind them, yet the floorboards beneath Rebecca's feet were suddenly the narrow boards outside their childhood bedrooms. All 3 doors stood open. Children waited inside. Not 3. More. Rebecca's room held girls of different ages. 5. 8. 10. 13. Some sat on the bed. Others stood by the window or arranged books on the floor. They all had Rebecca's face, altered only by age and expression. 8-year-old held the damaged plastic horse. A 13-year-old Rebecca stood with her arms crossed, eyes swollen from crying. A younger one watched the others with the strained attentiveness of a child trying to learn which version of herself was safest. Across the hall, Caroline's room was crowded too. June's was worse. Girls filled the floor. Several were nigh. Rebecca understood why. Their mother had kept trying the year again, trying different versions, trying to find the June who would stop contradicting her. June stepped toward the doorway. One of the 9-year-olds backed away. Another whispered, "Don't tell." June covered her mouth. Rebecca opened their mother's notebook again, but new writing had appeared beneath the final entry. A daughter is not one person. The ink continued forming as Rebecca watched. A daughter is a sequence of acceptable and unacceptable developments. Caroline shook her head. No. Another line appeared. What is loved should be preserved. Rebecca looked into her room. The 8-year-old smiled at her. What happened to all of you? Rebecca asked. The child considered the question. We stayed. Why? Because she liked us. The 13-year-old Rebecca laughed bitterly. She didn't like me. The 8-year-old frowned at her. You made things difficult. Rebecca felt the answer before she understood it. Their mother had not created ghosts. She had not trapped memories. Every time one of her daughters changed enough to disappoint her, the house had somehow retained the previous version. The obedient child. The frightened child. The child still willing to believe mother's explanation. The version before resistance. The version before leaving. Rebecca looked at her own hands. But we grew up. the 13-year-old replied. Some of you did. Rebecca's chest tightened. What's that mean? The younger selves began looking at one another. Finally, the 8-year-old said, She let you. A memory surfaced. Rebecca at 18, suitcase in the hall. Her mother kissing her forehead and saying, You're ready now. Caroline leaving years later, after an argument, their mother strangely did not prolong. June being released from treatment, then moving away so quickly their mother barely tried to stop her. Rebecca had always interpreted those moments as surrender. Now they felt like selection. Their mother had not failed to keep them. She had chosen which versions could leave. Adult daughters had been useful in different ways. They worked. They married. They called home. They carried the approved history outward. They testified, simply by living, that their mother had raised normal children. June seemed to reach the same conclusion. We weren't the ones she loved most. Rebecca looked at her. No. June's voice broke. We were the ones she could afford to lose. From inside June's bedroom, one of the 9-year-olds began crying. Another June took her hand. Then another. Caroline whispered, How many are there? The house answered. Every bedroom wall became transparent. Behind the visible rooms were more rooms. And behind those, more. Dozens of Rebeccas. Dozens of Carolines. Dozens of Junes. Children sleeping, waiting, reading, staring at doors. A whole family of abandoned selves preserved inside the farmhouse. Rebecca stumbled backward. Her notebook slipped from her hand. It landed open. A final sentence had appeared. The house is full. Below it, 3 must leave. The 8-year-old Rebecca stepped into the hallway. Then a young Caroline. Then a 9-year-old June. All 3 looked toward the adult sisters. The child Rebecca held out the small plastic horse. You had your turn, she said. The 8-year-old Rebecca held the plastic horse toward her. Rebecca did not take it. Behind the child, her bedroom had changed again. The bed was made. The lamp glowed. A pair of pajamas had been folded neatly beneath the pillow. Waiting. Across the hall, young Caroline stood beside her own open door. 9-year-old June waited farther down. 3 doors. 3 adult women. Rebecca understood the arrangement immediately. No. The child tilted her head. You know the rule. Rebecca looked toward June. June's face had gone strangely calm. What rule? The 13-year-old Rebecca answered from inside the bedroom. Someone stays. Caroline moved closer to Rebecca. All of us? 1 in each room, the child Caroline said. And then you leave? Rebecca asked. 8-year-old Rebecca nodded. We get to grow up. The simplicity of it sickened her. The children were not asking for revenge. They wanted time. Years. Bodies that would age beyond the point at which Mother had preserved them. Lives. Rebecca looked at the rows of younger selves visible behind the walls. How do you decide which 3? We already did. The child, June, stepped forward. Rebecca saw something in her expression that adult June rarely allowed anymore. Hope. That was worse than hatred, too. Rebecca turned toward her sisters. This is because of me. June's eyes narrowed. No. The notebooks, the accusation. You were put away because she made all of us part of it. I wrote the letter. Yes. I told people you were unstable. Yes. So, let me stay. Silence moved through the hallway. Rebecca stepped toward her childhood bedroom. One room. Me. That should be enough. The house reacted before anyone else could. Her bedroom door slammed shut. The force shook the hallway. Rebecca jumped backward. From behind the door came dozens of small hands striking the wood. Not angry. Panicked. The other two doors remained open. Their mother's voice came through the walls. Rebecca always did make everything about responsibility when control would do. Rebecca froze. June stared at her. The voice continued. You cannot confess your sisters out of consequence. The hallway elongated. The three women were pulled apart without moving. Caroline suddenly stood before her own bedroom. June before hers. Rebecca before the closed door bearing her name. Their mother spoke again. Each of you became difficult differently. Caroline's doorway brightened. Inside, a childhood scene appeared. 12-year-old Caroline sat at her desk, drawing tiny houses in the margins of a school book. Their mother entered. Caroline covered the page. Adult Caroline whispered, I remember this. You hid things, Mother's voice said. The scene changed. Caroline older, mailing a university application without permission. You learned privacy. Her door opened wider. At June's room, scenes flickered faster. June refusing to repeat an apology. June telling a doctor that her mother changed stories. June staring silently while Rebecca insisted something had happened one way, and June knew it had not. You learned disbelief. June closed her eyes. Then Rebecca's door opened. 17-year-old Rebecca stood inside. Not the obedient 8-year-old. The girl who had written the letter. The girl who had helped destroy June. Rebecca expected condemnation. Instead, her mother's voice said, You learned guilt. Rebecca stared. The 17-year-old version looked directly at her. You thought guilt made you good, she said. Rebecca could not answer. But it still kept you thinking about her. Mother. Always mother. Even Rebecca's remorse had remained organized around the house. What mother had made her do. What mother had taught her. What mother had taken. Rebecca had spent decades calling herself manipulated because it was easier than admitting she had eventually understood enough to make choices of her own. June spoke from across the impossible distance. Becca. Rebecca looked at her. June was crying now. We don't get to make this clean. Rebecca understood. There would be no single sacrifice. No heroic correction. The house had preserved every version their mother wanted and rejected every version that learned to become separate. Privacy, disbelief, guilt. Those were the qualities the farmhouse considered contamination. The three child replacements stepped forward together. The adult sisters' bedroom doors opened behind them. Rebecca felt warm air against her back. She reached for Caroline. Caroline reached for June. For one moment, their fingertips nearly touched across the lengthening hall. Then, the house pulled them backward. Rebecca's bedroom swallowed her first. The last thing she saw before the door closed was 8-year-old Rebecca stepping into the place where she had been standing. The child looked taller already. And downstairs, the front door opened onto dawn. Rebecca woke to the smell of toast. For several seconds, she did not understand what was wrong. Morning light lay across the blue carpet. The ceramic lamp had been switched off. Outside the window, corn leaves moved in a summer wind, green and tall, despite the dead November fields she had seen only hours before. Her body felt light. Too light. Rebecca raised her hands. Small fingers. Clean nails. A faint ink mark on the side of one thumb. She stumbled from the bed and struck the floor on bare knees. The pain was immediate. Childhood pain. Sharp, humiliating, impossible. No. Her voice belonged to an 8-year-old girl. Rebecca ran to the door. Locked. She twisted the knob until her palms hurt, then began pounding. Caroline. A pause. Then banging answered from across the hall. Rebecca. Caroline's voice was young, too. Farther away came June. I'm here. Rebecca pressed her forehead against the door. For one terrible second, relief overwhelmed everything else. They were still together. Then footsteps crossed the floor downstairs. 3 light sets. Rebecca stopped pounding. The children. She climbed onto the desk beneath the window and looked outside. The farmhouse yard gleamed beneath a pale dawn. 3 girls stood beside the porch. 8-year-old Rebecca wore the cherry print shirt. Young Caroline carried her one-eyed rabbit. 9-year-old June wore the yellow cardigan from the sewing room box. They held hands. Then Rebecca noticed the way they looked at the world. Not like children. The young Rebecca glanced toward the road with the guarded calculation Rebecca herself used when entering an unfamiliar courtroom. Caroline touched her bare ring finger before seeming surprised to find it empty. June looked toward the upstairs windows. Directly toward Rebecca. For a moment, adult and child stared at one another. Then young June raised one hand. Not goodbye. Recognition. She remembered. All of it. The institution. The accusations. The notebooks. Years the body she wore had never lived. Rebecca struck the glass. June. The window did not move. The 3 girls turned away. Their mother's old station wagon sat beside the barn. It should have been rusted beyond use. Instead, its paint shone dark blue beneath the morning sky. The child Rebecca opened the driver's door. Her feet could not possibly reach the pedals. Yet, when the engine started, Rebecca knew the house had solved that problem too. You can't take our lives. Her fists beat the glass. The girls climbed inside. The car rolled toward the county road. Behind Rebecca, something clicked. The bedroom door. She jumped from the desk. For one hopeful second, she thought it had unlocked. Instead, the door opened only inward, onto another room. Another Rebecca sat there, 13 years old. She was reading on the bed. Beyond her was another doorway. A 17-year-old Rebecca stood beside a suitcase. Behind that room was another. And another. Every rejected Rebecca the house had preserved. The 13-year-old looked up. They'll come back eventually. Rebecca stared at her. What? They always do. From the other bedrooms came Caroline screaming. Then June. Rebecca understood. The children outside were not escaping the house. They were extending it. They would grow. Make choices. Become difficult. Become private, skeptical, guilty. And when those new adult selves returned someday, perhaps for another funeral, another inheritance, another obligation, the farmhouse would decide what was worth keeping again. The house did not preserve childhood. It farmed identity. Downstairs, a chair scraped across the kitchen floor. Rebecca froze. A woman began humming. The same song from behind her bedroom door. Then came their mother's voice, warm and alive. Girls, breakfast is ready. No one answered. The voice hardened slightly. I said breakfast. Rebecca backed away from the door. Across the hall, Caroline had gone silent. So had June. The 13-year-old Rebecca closed her book. You should go. Where? The girl pointed through the impossible sequence of bedrooms. To the version she wants this morning. Rebecca looked down the corridor of herself. At the far end stood her mother. Young. Smiling. Holding 3 plates. Rebecca began pounding on the locked door again. Caroline joined her. Then June. 3 adult women trapped behind 3 childhood doors, striking the wood with small fists, while downstairs their mother patiently set the table. Outside, the station wagon disappeared beyond the cornfields. Inside, the humming continued. And somewhere in the hallway, 3 brass keys turned at once. Some families preserve childhood through photographs, stories, and objects. The Harlow house preserves something more dangerous. The versions of people that were easiest to love because they were easiest to control. Rebecca's deepest punishment is not merely becoming a child again. It is discovering that adulthood did not free her from her mother's system. Even guilt, distance, and rebellion became parts of that system once they remained defined by it. Perhaps growing up is not simply leaving home. Perhaps it is becoming someone your past no longer has permission to keep. Story 4. The first thing Julian Cross noticed was that nobody was looking at the camera. He had taken the photograph himself 12 years earlier, in the west room of his studio, where the tall windows faced Main Street and afternoon light fell soft enough that he rarely needed more than one lamp. The Hales had stood beneath the gray muslin backdrop. Father, mother, 2 daughters, and a boy named Eli. Now there were only 4 of them. Julian held the print beneath the brass inspection lamp and tried to remember exactly how he had altered it. The father had paid cash. He remembered the man's voice, calm, almost embarrassed, saying the boy had gone to live elsewhere and that his wife could not bear seeing him in the family portrait. At the time, Julian had considered the request unpleasant but not extraordinary. Photography involved small lies. Skin softened. Bruises reduced. Former husbands disappeared from holiday cards. Infants who would not stop crying were given open eyes from another frame. People came to Julian because they wanted memory corrected into something they could live with. He had told himself this was no different. The strange part was not the missing boy. It was where everyone else was looking. Mr. Hale's chin remained angled toward the lens, but his eyes had shifted slightly left. Mrs. Hale stared toward the empty strip of carpet where Eli had once stood. One daughter seemed fixed on the height of a child's shoulder. The other had turned her eyes so far sideways that white showed beside the iris. Julian remembered none of that. He brought the print closer. The empty space between Mrs. Hale and the older girl had always bothered him because he had never been good at rebuilding backgrounds. Even now he could see faint repetition in the muslin folds where he had copied one section over another. But the eyes were clean, not edited. Outside, tires whispered over wet pavement. The studio had once been a bakery. During damp weather, the building still produced a warm, yeasty smell from somewhere inside the walls, though no bread had been baked there in 40 years. That afternoon, the smell seemed stronger near the darkroom. Julian had found the Hale photograph while clearing a cabinet for demolition. He was finally converting the old darkroom into storage. Most of his work had been digital for years, but he had kept the enlarger, chemical trays, contact sheets, and hundreds of negatives because throwing them away felt indecent. A photograph was evidence that someone had once occupied a certain arrangement of light. Destroying that evidence had become harder for him as he grew older. He looked again at Mrs. Hale's right hand. Her fingers were extended downward, reaching into the erased space. She had been holding Eli's hand. The memory returned sharply. The boy had been 8, thin, dark-haired. He had kept his sleeves pulled over his wrists despite the heat. When Julian asked him to lift his chin, Eli had looked first at his father for permission. Julian sat back. Other details followed. The father's hand on the boy's shoulder, too firm for affection. A purple mark near Eli's ear. Mrs. Hale quietly saying, "Please, Martin," after the boy flinched. Julian had seen families carry tension into his studio before. He had learned not to ask questions that did not belong to the photograph. He turned the print face down. Something tapped from the darkroom. Once. Then twice. Julian waited. Old pipes, he thought. Rain in the vent. The tapping came again, softer, from behind the closed door. He crossed the studio and switched on the corridor light. The bulb flickered before holding steady. Inside the dark room, the air smelled not of dust but of warm developer, metallic and sweet, impossibly fresh. Julian reached for the switch. Before touching it, he saw a pale rectangle lying in the developer tray. A sheet of photographic paper. Wet. He had not used the tray in 7 years. Julian lifted the print by one corner. 4 members of the Hale family stood beneath the gray backdrop. All 4 were looking toward the empty space. And in that space, written in the washed-out grain where the boy should have been, was one black sentence. "You took me out." Julian left the wet photograph on the darkroom counter overnight. He did not take it home. That distinction mattered to him. By morning, the paper was dry and the sentence was gone. The 4 Hales still stood beneath the gray backdrop, their faces slightly softer than he remembered, their bodies arranged around the patch of empty carpet. Their eyes, however, had returned to the camera. Julian almost laughed. Old chemicals, exhaustion, suggestion. He had spent too long staring at the earlier print and supplied the rest himself. He placed both photographs in a drawer and began work. His first appointment was a college graduation portrait. He reduced the red swelling around the young man's nose where a recent fight had left him bruised. At 11, a divorced father asked Julian to remove his former wife from a Christmas photograph because his new fiancée wanted the picture framed. Julian moved the children closer together, rebuilt the fireplace behind the missing woman, and adjusted the older girl's hand so it no longer appeared to be resting on somebody's shoulder. He had done such work for years. Clients called them corrections. Julian had adopted the word because it sounded cleaner than removal. There were harmless corrections: glare on glasses, stains on shirts, closed eyes, a toddler blurred by movement. Then there were the requests people lowered their voices to make. Could you soften this bruise? Could you make him look less drunk? Could you remove my sister? Could you move everyone closer so it doesn't look like we were fighting? Could you make the baby look happier? Once, an elderly woman had asked Julian to place her dead husband into a family reunion photograph taken 2 years after his funeral. Julian had done it beautifully. Looking back, he could not identify the exact year when improving photographs had become different from photographing people. Perhaps there had never been a difference. Near 4 in the afternoon, the Bell family arrived. 3 generations came through the studio door, carrying coats, handbags, and the brittle cheerfulness of relatives who had already argued in the parking lot. At the center was Evelyn Bell, 78, with silver hair pinned neatly at her neck and a cedar walking stick she insisted she did not need. Her daughter, Marjorie, had booked the session for Evelyn's birthday. There were 2 grandchildren, a son-in-law, and a teenage great-granddaughter named Lacey, who spent most of the setup looking at her phone. Julian arranged them against a cream backdrop. "Closer together," Marjorie said. "They are close together." Closer. Julian moved 2 chairs. Evelyn watched him. "Why did you put that there?" Julian followed her gaze. A 3rd chair stood beside the 2 he had positioned. It was one of his old walnut portrait chairs, narrow-backed and polished dark with age. "I didn't," Julian said. Marjorie glanced over. "Didn't what?" "Nothing." He moved the walnut chair against the wall. When he turned back, Evelyn was still watching him. Julian placed the family carefully. Evelyn seated in front. Marjorie beside her, the younger generation staggered behind. He checked the composition without the camera, adjusted shoulders, corrected posture, then stepped behind the tripod. Through the viewfinder, the walnut chair was back. It stood immediately beside Evelyn. someone was sitting in it. Julian pulled away. The chair remained against the wall. He looked through the camera again. There it was, beside Evelyn. Occupied. The figure was difficult to focus on. A pale sleeve. A knee. One hand resting on the wooden arm. The head seemed lost in shadow despite the studio lamps. Julian lowered the camera. Everyone stay where you are. Marjorie sighed. Julian checked the digital screen, switched lenses, then looked again. The seated figure had moved closer to Evelyn. Its shoulder almost touched hers. Evelyn turned toward the empty space beside her. Her expression changed. Not fear. Recognition. "Mother?" Marjorie asked. Evelyn whispered something Julian could not hear. "What was that?" he said. She looked at him sharply. "I asked why you keep photographing that chair." The room became very quiet. Marjorie glanced around. "What chair?" "The one beside me." "There isn't one beside you." Evelyn's eyes narrowed with sudden irritation. "There most certainly is." Julian stared at her. Then Evelyn added, almost impatiently, "And if you're going to include Arthur, you could at least tell him to look at the camera." Marjorie went pale. Julian lowered his hands. "Who's Arthur?" Nobody answered at first. Then Marjorie said very softly, "My brother." Her gaze moved to the empty floor beside Evelyn. "He died when he was 9. Julian looked back through the viewfinder. The figure in the chair had raised its head. It was no longer looking at the camera. It was looking directly at Julian. The figure beside Evelyn Bell was gone when Julian checked the photographs the next morning. So was the chair. Every image showed the family arranged exactly as he had positioned them. Evelyn seated in front, Marjorie beside her, the younger Bells standing behind. No walnut chair. No pale sleeve. No dead child watching him. Julian should have felt relieved. Instead, he enlarged Evelyn's face. Her eyes were turned slightly to the right, toward an empty patch of backdrop. He closed the file. His next client arrived shortly before noon. Paige Morrow was 34, with cropped auburn hair, a navy wool coat, and the exhausted confidence of someone accustomed to fixing problems other people preferred not to discuss. Julian knew her by sight. Bellwether was small enough that everyone eventually became familiar. She worked in the municipal records office. "I need something painfully respectable," she said, hanging her coat near the door. "Apparently, my staff photograph makes me look like I'm being held hostage." "Are you?" "Only by property law." Julian smiled despite himself. He seated her against the gray backdrop. Paige disliked posing. She kept laughing just before the shutter released, then apologizing as though laughter were a professional defect. After several attempts, Julian caught a frame he liked. "That one," he said. He looked at the monitor. The chair was empty. Julian blinked. The backdrop was correctly exposed. Paige's shadow fell faintly across it. The indentation where she sat was visible in the cushion. Paige herself was not. Problem? Camera error. He took another photograph. Empty chair. Another. Nothing. Paige leaned toward the monitor. That's unsettling. Julian changed cameras. The result was the same. Her necklace appeared suspended for an instant in one frame before disappearing. Processing. In another, the outline of her body existed only as a slight distortion in the backdrop, as though the air remembered where she had been. "Have you done something to these?" Paige asked. "No." She looked at him. Julian heard how defensive he sounded. He took the old film camera from a cabinet. Paige laughed nervously. "Going archaeological? Humor me." Through the optical viewfinder, she was there. Perfectly ordinary. Julian lowered the camera. Still there. He raised it again. Her expression had changed. "What?" "Nothing." But through the lens, Paige appeared sharper than the room around her. Every detail of her face seemed unnaturally distinct. A faint scar beneath her chin, the tiny burst veins beside one nostril, a dark semicircle beneath each eye. Then Julian noticed something behind her. A person stood at the edge of the backdrop. He lowered the camera. Nobody. Raised it. The figure remained. Not Eli. A woman, perhaps. Head bowed. Hands clasped. Julian? He lowered the camera again. "Let's stop." Paige did not argue. She left without photographs. 2 days later, she returned. She looked worse. "Do you know Graham Voss?" Julian did. Half the town did. Voss owned a development company and sat on 3 civic boards. Paige locked the studio door behind her. "I work with his permits." Julian said nothing. There was an inspection last winter. One of his properties, an apartment building outside town. Her hands were trembling. "I saw something I wasn't supposed to see." "What?" Paige looked toward the windows. Before she could answer, someone knocked. A man stood outside holding a coffee tray. Paige exhaled. "My brother." She opened the door. "Cal." The man smiled politely at Julian, then looked at Paige. His smile faded into confusion. "Can I help you?" Paige laughed once. "Very funny." Cal stepped backward. "I think you've mistaken me for someone." Paige stopped breathing. "Caleb." He stared at her as though searching a stranger's face for familiarity. Then his eyes moved to Julian. "Is Paige here?" Julian felt the old film camera hanging against his chest. Slowly, he raised it. Through the viewfinder, Paige stood directly in front of her brother. Caleb's expression changed instantly. His coffee tray slipped sideways. "Paige?" Julian lowered the camera. Caleb's recognition vanished. He looked through the room again, frightened now. Where did she go? Paige reached for him. Her brother recoiled from the touch of a woman he could no longer see. Julian raised the camera once more. Through the lens, Caleb saw his sister. And behind Paige, 3 blurred figures were now standing against the gray backdrop. All of them were looking at her. Not Julian. Not the camera. Paige. As though they had been waiting for her to join them. Julian spent the next 3 days trying to prove that the problem belonged to his equipment. He began with Paige. She returned each morning because, as she put it, there were only so many places she could go without becoming a trespasser in her own life. Her brother now recognized her only while looking through Julian's film camera. At the municipal office, 2 co-workers had stopped answering when she spoke. A third had asked Julian privately whether the red-haired woman following Paige's schedule was dangerous. So Julian tested everything. He photographed Paige with 2 digital cameras, the old, medium-format Hasselblad, a disposable camera bought from the pharmacy, and a battered Polaroid he had not used since the early years of the studio. The results differed only in degree. Digital photographs erased Paige completely. The Polaroid showed a pale depression where she stood, like a person cut from fog. Film preserved her for several seconds after development. Julian watched her face emerge beneath the red darkroom light, features rising slowly from gray paper. Then the image faded from the center outward. Eyes first. Mouth. Hands. Finally, nothing remained except the space she had occupied. Maybe it's the studio, Paige said. Julian tested that too. They went outside. He photographed her beneath the pharmacy awning, beside the war memorial, behind the grocery store, and on the footbridge crossing Alder Creek. She vanished every time. Through a live optical viewfinder, however, Paige remained. And when Caleb Morrow looked through the camera, he remembered her. The lens did not merely record her. It granted permission to recognize her. Julian did not say this aloud. He hated how much the thought sounded like something he already understood. That evening, after Paige left, he began opening old archive boxes. The studio contained more than 30 years of families. Christmas cards, anniversaries, school portraits, engagements, memorial composites, political photographs, church committees, business owners posing beside oversized ceremonial checks. Julian spread prints across the floor. At first he found nothing. Then he remembered Evelyn Bell. Not the vanished chair. The eyes. He selected portraits containing empty spaces, compositions he had always considered imperfect because clients had removed someone afterward. The Fairchild family, 19 years earlier. A mother, father, and 2 sons. The older print in Julian's records showed a visible gap near the father's left side where a teenage daughter had been removed following what the family described as a private matter. All 4 remaining Fairchilds were looking toward the camera. Julian placed the photograph on his desk. After dark, he checked it again. The mother's eyes had shifted. Only slightly. Toward the gap. Julian sat very still. He photographed the print to document the change. An hour later, the younger son's gaze had moved as well. By midnight, all 4 Fairchilds were looking toward the empty space. Julian opened another box. The Morrises. An uncle removed after a family dispute. The Harpers. A foster child removed from a wedding portrait. The Doyles. A housekeeper erased from an employer's Christmas photograph because, according to Julian's old invoice, family wants immediate relatives only. the same thing happened. First one person turned, then another. Not their bodies, only their eyes. Sometimes their mouths altered too, losing smiles by degrees. Julian worked until the studio walls seemed crowded with people refusing to look at him. He began searching names. Several were easy. The Harper foster child had supposedly moved west. The Morris uncle had died. But some names produced nothing. No obituary. No forwarding address. No town record Julian could find. And stranger still, when Julian called people who had once known them, conversations slipped sideways. "Who?" they would ask. "You had a daughter named Bethany." "No, Julian, we have 2 boys." "You photographed her here." A pause. Then irritation. "You must be confusing us with another family." Near the back of the archive, Julian found a portrait from 24 years earlier. 6 men stood outside Bellwether Town Hall after a winter fundraiser. Julian recognized 5. The 6th position was empty. Not badly retouched. Perfectly reconstructed. Too perfectly. He searched the invoice. 5 names were listed. But on the original contact sheet, 6 handwritten check marks appeared beneath 6 frames. Someone had been removed before the final print. Julian carried the negative to the enlarger. Under magnification, the 6th man slowly emerged. Gray hair. Heavy coat. One hand raised, as if trying to interrupt whoever stood behind the camera. Julian knew the face. He did not know the name. That frightened him more than Paige disappearing. Because Julian remembered photographing the man many times. He remembered his voice, his laugh, even the smell of pipe tobacco on his coat. But the name was gone. Then, from the wall behind him, came the dry whisper of photographic paper sliding inside a frame. Julian turned. Every portrait he had hung in the studio had changed. Dozens of painted smiles. Dozens of families. Dozens of eyes. All of them were now staring toward the same place. The locked, dark room door. And from the other side came 3 deliberate knocks. Paige finally told Julian what she had seen, because there was almost nobody left who would listen. They sat in the studio, after closing with the blinds drawn and the old Hasselblad resting between them on the desk. Julian had placed it there for Caleb, who now came every evening to look through the viewfinder and remember that he had a sister. The remembering never lasted. Sometimes 10 minutes. Sometimes less. Paige kept both hands around a paper cup of coffee she had stopped drinking. The building was on Mill Street, she said. Voss bought it last year. 8 apartments, mostly older tenants. Julian knew the property. There was a boiler complaint, Paige continued. Then an inspection. I wasn't supposed to go, but the inspector called in sick, and Graham wanted the paperwork completed before a financing deadline. Her voice thinned. I found a tenant in the basement. Julian waited. Mr. Serrano. He'd been arguing with Voss about heat. Said they were trying to force people out before renovations. What happened? Paige stared at the floor. I heard shouting before I opened the basement door. She described Graham Voss's son, Daniel, standing beside the old boiler with another man from the development company. Mr. Serrano was on the concrete floor, blood beneath his head. One of the men said he had slipped. Paige had seen Daniel Voss kick the man's phone beneath a workbench. Mr. Serrano died 2 days later. The official report called it an accidental fall. I told 3 people what I saw, Paige said. Who? My supervisor, Caleb, and a police officer. Julian looked toward the dark window. Do they remember? Paige gave a short, exhausted laugh. My supervisor asked security to remove me yesterday. The answer settled between them. Julian began searching his archives differently. Not by family, by incident. He pulled old newspapers from the library database, probate notices, death announcements, property disputes, civil filings. Then he matched dates against portrait invoices. The gaps appeared almost immediately. A school custodian removed from a faculty photograph months after reporting that a coach had assaulted a student. A nurse erased from a hospital fundraising portrait after questioning the death of an elderly patient from a wealthy family. A young mechanic removed from a wedding party after witnessing a drunk driving crash involving a selectman's son. A church secretary. A motel cleaner. A volunteer firefighter. People who had seen something. People whose names later became difficult to find. Julian called former clients. Their responses followed the same pattern. Confusion first. Then irritation. Then an almost rehearsed certainty that the missing person had never mattered. By the second night, Julian had filled the studio floor with photographs. Each contained a space. A shoulder without a hand. A dinner table with 1 chair too many. A wedding line arranged around a gap. Children leaning toward someone no longer visible. And after the lights were turned off, the people in the photographs began moving. Not much. A head inclined. A body rotated. A hand shifted toward an absence. Every erased witness drew the remaining subjects around the space they had occupied. Julian stood among them, with a flashlight trembling in his hand. Paige watched from the doorway. What are they doing? Julian did not answer. He was looking at an old portrait of the Hale family. Mrs. Hale had turned farther than before. Her body now angled toward Eli's missing position. Mr. Hale alone remained facing the camera. Julian remembered Martin Hale's cache. His careful instructions. His request that no duplicate print be kept. And something else. After Julian had removed Eli from the portrait, Martin had returned 3 weeks later with another photograph. A school picnic. 6 children. 1 teacher. Martin had asked Julian to remove the teacher. Julian suddenly remembered why. The woman had reported bruises on Eli. His stomach tightened. He crossed to the archive cabinet and began pulling folders. Hale. Voss. Fairchild. Doyle. One name after another. The same handwriting appeared on dozens of invoices. Not Julian's. A small notation in black ink. Witness cleared. He stared at the words until they blurred. Paige stepped beside him. Who wrote that? Julian knew the handwriting. For 30 years, whenever important clients wanted work done discreetly, the instructions had come through one person, Bellwether's former police chief, Julian's father. Before he could speak, Paige touched one of the photographs on the floor. A man had appeared inside it. Only partly. Gray hair. Heavy winter coat. Pipe in one hand. The forgotten sixth man from the town hall portrait. Now, Julian remembered his name. Thomas Cross. His father. And beneath the photograph, in Julian's own handwriting, was a note he had no memory of writing. Do not let him become a witness. Julian recognized his own handwriting before he recognized the lie inside it. The letters were narrow and upright, the way he had written instructions on print envelopes before computers replaced his filing system. Paige watched him turn the photograph over twice, as though another explanation might be printed on the back. There has to be more, she said. Julian looked toward the dark room. The 3 knocks had not returned. That made the silence worse. The renovation contractor had condemned the rear wall months earlier because moisture had swollen the plaster and loosened the shelving. Julian had postponed repairs, telling himself the old dark room was no longer important. Now he wondered whether he had been avoiding it. He and Paige emptied the shelves. Boxes of expired paper came first. Bottles with crystallized chemical residue. Rusting developing tanks. Contact sheets curled brown at the edges. Behind the lowest shelving unit, Julian found screws painted the same color as the wall. They were not holding the shelf. They secured a plywood panel. I don't remember this, he said. Paige gave him a look that made him wish he had phrased it differently. They removed the screws. The panel resisted until Julian pushed a palette knife into the seam. Something released with a damp sigh. Cold air moved through the opening. Not basement cold. Winter cold. The cavity beyond was deeper than the wall should have allowed. Julian aimed a flashlight inside. Metal shelving disappeared into darkness. Rows of archival boxes stood perfectly dry. Each was labeled in his handwriting. No dates. Only surnames. Hale. Morrow. Fairchild. Serrano. Dozens more. Paige whispered, "How much space is back there?" Julian stepped through. The room was narrow enough for his shoulders to nearly brush both walls, yet it continued farther than the exterior dimensions of the building permitted. The ceiling pipes ended at the threshold. Beyond them, there was only rough timber and blackness. He opened the Hale box. Negative sleeves filled it. Julian held one strip toward the flashlight. The Hale family appeared against his gray studio backdrop. 5 figures. Eli was there. He moved to the next frame. Again, 5. Then another. But these were not duplicates from the original session. Mrs. Hale's hair had changed. One daughter was taller. Martin Hale had begun going gray. And Eli. Julian lowered the strip. "What?" Paige asked. He held it up again. Eli was older. Not 8. Perhaps 10. In the next sleeve, 12. Then 14. The photograph continued across years, in which Julian had never photographed the Hale family again. Eli grew while the others barely changed. His face became thinner. His hair reached his shoulders. Bruises disappeared. By what should have been his 17th year, he no longer stood among his family. He stood behind them, watching. Julian's breath caught. Every negative contained other faint figures, too. People he had removed from finished photographs. The nurse, the mechanic, the church secretary. They occupied the edges of unrelated portraits like reflections bleeding through separate exposures, all looking toward Eli. "These aren't your photographs," Paige said. "They are. You just said you never took them." "I didn't." Julian heard the contradiction. He opened another box. Morrow. Paige's negatives were already inside. She stepped backward. Julian had photographed her only days earlier, but the sleeves contained images extending far beyond that session. Paige standing outside Town Hall. Paige beside Mill Street. Paige in the basement where Serrano had fallen. Paige watching Daniel Voss raise one boot. She covered her mouth. Who took these? Julian could not answer. At the bottom of the box lay a single negative larger than the others. He lifted it carefully. At first it seemed almost black. Then the flashlight shifted. Faces appeared. Hundreds of them. Men, women, children. Every erased witness Julian had found in the archives, crowded together into one enormous portrait. Some were young, some old. Some appeared at several ages at once. Near the center stood Eli Hale. Not a child. A grown man. Perhaps 20 now. He faced the camera while everyone around him looked toward an empty rectangle at the front of the image. A space shaped exactly like a photographer standing behind a tripod. Paige leaned closer. Julian. He saw it. Eli's right hand was raised. Between two fingers he held a fresh photographic print. On that tiny print was Julian himself, standing inside the hidden room, wearing the same shirt, holding the same negative. And behind Julian, just beyond the flashlight's beam, a grown man was stepping out of the darkness. Julian spun around. The darkness behind him was empty. No grown Eli. No footsteps. Only the narrow hidden room, the shelves, and the cold that seemed to enter through the negatives themselves. Paige took the large sheet from his hand. "You saw someone." Julian nodded. For once, he did not try to improve the truth. They carried 3 archive boxes into the studio and locked the hidden panel open with a chair. Julian no longer trusted anything that could close behind them. The first box contained invoices. Some were ordinary studio records. Others were not. They bore no business logo, no prices, no client signatures. Instead, each sheet listed a name, a date, a photograph description, and one of several instructions. Remove from group. Correct family record. Separate subject from instant. And most often, clear witness. Beside many entries were initials Julian recognized. Town attorneys, police officers, school administrators, a former hospital director, 3 selectmen, Graham, Voss, Martin Hale, and Thomas Cross. His father appeared everywhere. Paige sat on the floor, reading. These people weren't just asking you to edit family pictures. Julian said nothing. You knew. No. The answer came too quickly. Paige looked up. Julian opened another folder. Inside was a photograph of a charity dinner from 17 years earlier. 6 local officials stood behind a podium. The finished print contained 5. The duplicate negative contained 6. The missing woman was Deborah Klein, a county bookkeeper who had later been described in the newspaper as having left Vermont unexpectedly. Julian remembered her. More precisely, he remembered choosing not to remember her. She had come to the studio alone one evening. Her hands shook so badly she could not remove her coat. She asked whether Julian kept duplicate negatives when someone requested a correction. Julian had said no. That had been a lie. She then asked if photographs could prove someone had attended an event after everyone else denied they had been there. Julian had told her he was a photographer, not a lawyer. 3 days later, Thomas Cross arrived with a charity photograph. Take Deborah out, his father had said. Julian had asked why. Thomas looked at him for a long moment, then said, "'Cause some people confuse seeing something with understanding it." Julian remembered that sentence perfectly. He also remembered asking no second question. His hands began to shake. More memories returned as Paige arranged the invoices chronologically. A firefighter who came in frightened. A motel cleaner who refused to leave her address. A teenage boy asking for the original negative of a school photograph because he said something happened in the gym after everyone else went home. Again and again, Julian had seen the pattern. Fear first. Correction second. Disappearance afterward. "I thought they left," he said. Paige's expression hardened. "All of them?" "I didn't know what was happening." "But you knew something was." That distinction hurt because it was exact. Julian opened a drawer in his old work table. Inside lay duplicate negatives wrapped in paper. He had hidden them himself. Not to expose anyone. Not to save anyone. Because some part of him had wanted proof without responsibility. He had preserved evidence and then behaved as though preservation were courage. At the bottom of the drawer was a small notebook. His handwriting filled the pages. Names. Incidents. Clients. Besides several entries, he had written questions. Why does Chief Cross handle these personally? Why was hospital staff photo corrected after death investigation? Why was Eli's teacher removed? Then, halfway through the notebook, the questions stopped. The later pages contained only technical notes. Exposure settings. Retouching instructions. Amounts paid. Julian remembered the day that changed. He had confronted his father. Thomas had not threatened him. That would have been easier. He had simply said, "You have a good business because people trust you to understand what not to preserve." Julian had answered, "I preserve everything." His father smiled. You preserve the version people can survive. Julian closed the notebook. Paige was staring toward the wall. What? She pointed to the Hale portrait. Martin Hale had finally turned away from the camera. For the first time, every member of the family was facing Eli's empty space. Then Julian noticed something else. A shape was developing inside the gap. Not Eli. A man with a camera. Julian stepped closer. The figure sharpened. His younger face appeared first. Then his hands. Then the camera raised obediently between himself and the frightened Hale family. On the back of the print, fresh black handwriting bled slowly through the paper. Julian turned it over. The message contained only 4 words. You were always there. Julian left the Hale portrait on the table. He could not look at his younger face again. Paige stood beside the open negative room, arms folded tightly against the cold spilling from it. So what does that make you? She asked. Julian knew what she meant. Not a photographer. Not an accomplice exactly. Something worse in its ordinariness. A mechanism. He picked up his father's notebook and searched the pages again, this time ignoring names and looking for repeated phrases. One appeared beside several corrections. Remove the witness, not the event. At first, Julian had assumed it was Thomas Cross's shorthand for protecting investigations. Now the word seemed literal. He thought of Paige. She had not vanished. She still ate, slept, walked through town, touched objects, opened doors. People simply stopped attaching meaning to her presence. Her co-workers looked through her. Her brother could stand 3 feet away and ask where she was. The camera had not erased Paige from the world. It had erased the world's agreement that Paige counted as someone who had seen something. Julian said this aloud. Paige stared at him. That's impossible. So are you. Her expression tightened. Then she looked toward the Hasselblad. And the lens? Julian lifted it. Through the viewfinder, Paige became immediate again. Not restored. Witnessed. The distinction made his skin crawl. He lowered the camera. The lens remembers what people agree to forget. Paige said, then why? Julian turned toward the archive. Why photographs? Why his studio? Why him? He thought of his father's obsession with corrections, the years of powerful clients, the phrases written like instructions for operating machinery. Perhaps Thomas had discovered the effect. Perhaps someone before Thomas had. Perhaps the studio itself had always done this, waiting for people willing to use it. Julian no longer believed the supernatural part mattered most. The human part was enough. Someone learned that a photograph could sever a witness from collective recognition. And Bellwether used it. Not constantly. Carefully. Only when necessary. A child who saw what his father did behind closed doors. A nurse who noticed the wrong medication. A bookkeeper who found missing money. A cleaner who entered a room too early. A tenant who saw a landlord's son standing over a dying man. Erase the witness. Leave the crime. Paige whispered, Ellie. Julian looked toward the hidden room. They returned to the large negative. Hundreds of erased people surrounded the central space. Julian placed it beneath the enlarger. This time he did not expose photographic paper. He projected the negative directly onto the far wall. Faces filled the studio. The image was enormous. Julian recognized people from decades of corrections. But there were far more than he had ever photographed. Some appeared in clothing from before he was born. A farmhand in suspenders. A woman wearing a nurse's uniform from another era. A child in a stiff school collar. Bellwether had been doing this longer than Thomas Cross. Longer than Cross Portrait Studio. As Julian adjusted focus, the figures moved. Not like film. Like people gathering for a photograph. They shifted inward. Made room. Placed hands on shoulders. Turned toward one another. And at the center stood Eli Hale. Grown. Alive within the negative in some way Julian could not name. Eli raised his face. His lips moved. No sound came from the projection. Paige stepped closer. He's saying something. Julian increased the enlargement. Eli mouthed the words again. All of U.S. Then Julian understood. The strange photographs had not been warnings. They were preparations. Eli had survived the first correction, not physically in the ordinary sense, but inside everything the camera refused to forget. Every duplicate negative, every abandoned contact sheet, every erased edge had given him another witness. He had been collecting them, joining photographs that had never belonged together. Building one portrait from every person Bellwether had decided did not deserve to be believed. Why? Paige asked. Julian looked at the empty photographer-shaped space before them. Because a witness alone can be ignored. He swallowed. But not all of them. The projected figures began turning. One after another, hundreds of faces rotated away from Eli, toward Julian. Paige stepped back. The room filled with the faint sound of shutters clicking. Hundreds of them. Then thousands. Eli remained still at the center. He lifted one hand and pointed beyond Julian, toward the studio door. Someone knocked. Julian did not move. 3 slow knocks. Then a man's voice came from the other side. A voice Julian had not heard since his father's funeral. Open up, son. Thomas Cross knocked once more. We need to correct this before everyone remembers. Julian did not open the door. Thomas Cross continued knocking. Not loudly. That was what made it unbearable. 3 measured taps, then silence, as though Julian were still 20 years old and his father were waiting outside the dark room for him to finish pretending he had not heard. Paige stood beside the enlarger. Is that really him? Julian looked at the projected faces covering the wall. I don't know. Does it matter? No. That answer came easier. On the other side of the door, Thomas said, You know what happens if you expose everything. Julian closed his eyes. His father's voice had not changed. Patient, reasonable. Never angry when disappointment could achieve more. People need a version of their lives they can survive, Thomas continued. You understood that. Julian remembered saying those same words to himself in different forms for 30 years. Corrections. Retouching. Discretion. Privacy. And every euphemism was another layer of paint over the same locked door. Paige pointed toward the hidden room. There's something else in there. At the far end of the impossible cavity, a red light had appeared. Julian entered alone. The shelves seemed longer now. Boxes whispered as he passed, negative sleeves trembling, though there was no wind. At the rear stood a work table he had never seen before. An enlarger waited on it. Beneath the glass lay one final negative. Julian knew immediately what it was. The complete portrait. Every erased witness crowded into a single frame. Eli at the center. The photographer-shaped space remained empty. Beside the enlarger were two trays. One contained developer. The other contained a thick, dark liquid that smelled faintly of smoke. A card rested between them. The handwriting was Julian's. Develop or destroy. Below that, only one version remands. Julian understood the choice. Destroy the negative, and Bellwether's existing reality would hold. Paige would continue fading from recognition. The dead would remain accidents. Witnesses would become rumors, then gaps, then nothing. Develop it, and whatever the camera had separated might be forced back into view. Including him. Not merely as photographer, as witness. He carried the negative into the studio. Thomas knocked again. Julian. Julian finally answered. What did Eli tell you? Silence. Then Thomas said, that boy saw things that would have destroyed his family. He was being hurt. Families survive ugly things. He was 8. And you think exposing everyone makes you clean? Julian flinched. That was the first honest thing his father had said. No photograph could correct Julian. No confession could make the decades behind him disappear. He remembered Eli's bruised ear. Deborah Klein trembling in her coat. The frightened firefighter. The teenage boy asking for his negative. Julian had seen enough. That was the truth. He had always seen enough. He simply believed that because he had not caused the violence, his refusal to interrupt it was neutrality. Paige stepped beside him. If you develop that, what happens? I don't know. Will it bring them back? I don't know. Will it hurt people? Julian looked at the hundreds of faces projected across his walls. It should. Paige stared at him. Julian shook his head. I don't mean like that. He looked toward the door. I mean, remembering should hurt. He prepared the paper. His hands became steady once the work began. There was comfort in chemistry. Measure. Temperature. Exposure. Actions producing consequences, whether anyone wanted them or not. He placed the final negative into the carrier. Thomas began pounding on the door. Julian. The projected image filled the largest wall. Eli stood among the witnesses. This time his face was not accusing, only waiting. Julian exposed the sheet. When the enlarger clicked off, the studio became dark except for the red lamp. He lowered the paper into Developer. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then faces began rising from white. Hundreds. Page inhaled sharply. Outside, car alarms started. Then shouting. Windows opened along Main Street. Somebody screamed a name. Another voice answered with a name that had not been spoken in decades. The town was remembering. The paper darkened. Julian watched the central empty space appear. Then a figure developed inside it. Himself. Not as he was now. Younger. Holding his camera. Watching Eli Hale flinch beneath his father's hand. Julian gripped the edge of the tray. The image continued developing. Behind his younger self, another figure emerged. Thomas Cross. And behind Thomas stood dozens of Bellwether's most respected citizens. All watching. All silent. Then Eli's face appeared at the edge of the photograph. He was looking past them. Past every witness. Towards something outside the frame. Julian followed his gaze. The darkroom door slowly opened. And every light in Bellwether went out. For several seconds after the lights died, Bellwether became louder than Julian had ever heard it. Voices carried through Main Street. People shouted names from porches and upstairs windows. Somewhere glass shattered. A woman sobbed with the bewildered violence of someone remembering a funeral that had never officially happened. Car doors slammed. Someone kept yelling that he was sorry. Inside the studio, the red darkroom lamp remained on. Page stood beside Julian. You did it. He was not certain that was true. The final photograph still floated in the Developer tray. Its image had changed again. Julian lifted the wet sheet. Nearly the entire town stood inside it. Not merely the people whose photographs he had taken. Teachers. Police officers. Shopkeepers. Children. Doctors. Families he knew, and families he did not. The photographs seemed to contain Bellwether across generations, compressed into one impossible gathering. Every person had their back turned to the camera. Thousands of shoulders faced Julian. Some heads were bowed. Some people covered their faces. Others held hands with figures who had vanished from ordinary memory years earlier. They were not looking at the photographer. They were refusing to. Only one person faced forward. Eli Hale. Grown now, he stood among the turned backs with his arms relaxed at his sides. There were no bruises on him. No anger in his expression. That frightened Julian more than accusation would have. Page whispered, "He's looking at you." Julian brought the photograph closer. No. Eli's gaze passed slightly to the side. Not at the lens. Not at Julian's younger self inside the composition. Behind him. Julian felt the muscles in his neck tighten. He lowered the photograph. Nothing stood there. Only the darkroom doorway. Then the studio lights flickered back on. The sudden brightness made Page gasp. Outside, the shouting continued. People were coming toward the studio now. Julian could hear footsteps gathering on the pavement. Not a mob. Something less organized. More frightening. People carrying memories without knowing what to do with them. The front door opened. Caleb Morrow entered first. He saw Paige. No camera. No viewfinder. He saw her. Paige. She covered her mouth. Caleb crossed the room and held his sister so tightly, she staggered. Behind him came Marjorie Bell. Then Evelyn. Then others. Faces Julian recognized. Faces he suddenly remembered recognizing long ago. Names returned with them. Deborah Klein. Aaron Pike. Martha Bell. Samuel Gray. People who had once entered his studio and then somehow ceased to occupy the town's language. Some were dead. Some had moved away. Some had survived unnoticed in the same streets where they had once been known. And some appeared only in the photographs people carried. The studio filled slowly. Nobody attacked Julian. Nobody needed to. They brought pictures. That was worse. A wedding portrait with a sister removed. A school photograph missing a custodian. A charity dinner with an empty place at the table. A family portrait with a child-shaped gap. Julian stood among the evidence. He did not explain. He did not correct. For the first time in his professional life, he allowed an image to remain exactly as it was. Near dawn, the crowd thinned. Paige left with Caleb. Before going, she placed the Hale portrait on Julian's desk. "You should keep this one." Julian almost said he had kept too much already. Instead, he nodded. When the studio was finally quiet, he returned to the dark room. The hidden negative room was gone. Behind the shelving stood an ordinary plaster wall. No cavity. No archive. No impossible cold. Only the final photograph remained. Julian hung it beneath the inspection lamp. The town still faced away. Eli still faced forward. Julian studied the composition until he noticed something that had not been visible while the paper was wet. At the bottom edge stood the younger Julian, his back to the viewer, camera raised, photographing the crowd. Eli was not standing among the townspeople. Perspective had fooled him. Eli stood much closer, directly behind the photographer. So close that one hand rested almost gently on Julian's shoulder. Julian stared at the image. Then he felt fingers settle on his real shoulder. He did not turn around. For once, he understood that looking was not the same as witnessing, and that some truths had been waiting a very long time for him to stop hiding behind the camera. A photograph can preserve a face, but it can also preserve the choices made around that face. Who was included, who was removed, and who decided that absence was easier than truth. Julian's horror was not that his camera could erase witnesses. It was that he had spent years convincing himself that seeing something created no obligation to act. Bellwether survived by treating silence as neutrality until silence became its most powerful weapon. Perhaps the final question is not whether we would recognize the missing person in the photograph, but whether we would admit that we had noticed the empty space all along Story 5. Moira Lennox had forgotten how completely the sea could erase a road. From the island bus, the single track appeared and vanished beneath veils of rain, stone walls rising on one side and black water opening on the other. Sheep stood with their backs to the wind, as if listening for something across the Minch. She had been away from Innisfay for 18 years. The island looked smaller than memory. The crofts seemed crouched against the hills. The school had lost 2 windows. Even the harbor lights looked weak yellow beads trembling in the weather. Her father's funeral had been that afternoon. There had been no final word from Malcolm Lennox. No message with the district nurse, no note beneath the sugar tin, no unfinished sentence beside his bed. He had died in the chair, facing the western window, one hand closed around nothing. For Moira, that absence had been harder to bear than the death itself. Words were her profession. In Glasgow, she taught stroke patients to recover names, consonants, breath, rhythm. She knew how language could fail in precise ways. She knew the difference between a word trapped behind weakness and a word deliberately withheld. Her father had withheld plenty. At the funeral, nobody had mentioned her mother. That at least had not changed. The bus left her beside the post office. The driver unloaded her suitcase without meeting her eyes. "Cold one coming," he said. Moira looked up. The sentence was ordinary. The voice was not. It belonged to a woman, low, weathered, perhaps middle-aged, with a faint husk on the final consonants. The sound was so wrong, coming from the driver's gray-bearded face, that Moira stared. He noticed. "What?" "Your throat," she said. "Are you unwell?" He frowned and cleared it. The same woman's voice emerged. Fine as ever. Moira stood in the rain after the bus pulled away. She told herself there were explanations: surgery, injury, a neurological condition. She had met patients whose voices changed beyond recognition. What unsettled her was the certainty, immediate and unreasonable, that she had heard this one before. At the Lennox house, the rooms smelled of peat ash, cold wool, and the lavender polish her father used on every wooden surface. Funeral dishes crowded the kitchen. Someone had left oatcakes beneath a cloth. Moira carried her suitcase upstairs, but did not unpack. At dusk, 3 children crossed the lane outside. She recognized one as Kirsty McNeil's youngest boy. The children moved quickly against the wind, school bags clutched to their chests. A girl called after him. "Wait." The older child seized her sleeve. "Not after dark." The girl glanced toward the sea. She tried again without the name. "Wait for me." They ran on. A few minutes later, someone knocked. Agnes McNeil stood outside carrying a covered bowl. Agnes had been old when Moira was young. Now she looked carved from the same pale stone as the island. "I brought broth," she said. The bowl nearly slipped from Moira's hands. Agnes spoke in the same voice as the bus driver. Same pitch. Same worn edge. Same faint breath before each sentence. Moira stared at Agnes's mouth, automatically studying movement. Lips, jaw, tongue placement, everything belonged to Agnes. The sound did not. "You've heard it, then," Agnes said. "Heard what?" Agnes's expression tightened. Across the lane, a man was closing the post office shutters. He called something to his wife. The same woman answered from his mouth. Then his wife replied. The same voice again. Moira stepped onto the threshold. Farther down the village, doors were closing against the weather. A dog barked. A gate struck its post. From 3 separate houses, villagers called good night to one another in one identical woman's voice. Agnes placed the broth into Moira's hands. You shouldn't listen too closely the first week, she said. Whose voice is it? Agnes looked toward the black water. For a moment, only the wind spoke. Then she said, nobody's if winter is kind. Moira shut the door after her. Only when she turned back into the hall did she notice the old telephone on her father's table. Its receiver was off the hook. From the earpiece came the soft sound of a woman breathing. Moira stood with one hand still on the hall table, listening. The breathing in the receiver was slow and shallow. Not static. Not wind moving through damaged linework. Breath. She lifted the handset carefully. Hello? Nothing answered. The breathing continued for 3 more seconds, then stopped. The line went dead. Moira replaced the receiver and stared at it until embarrassment overtook fear. The telephone was old enough to collect faults. Damp wiring could mimic almost anything if the listener wanted badly enough to hear it. And she had spent most of her life listening for things people could not say. The next morning, she began sorting Malcolm's belongings. His habits had survived him with offensive neatness. Bills were bundled by month. Tools hung in size order above the utility sink. Spare batteries occupied a labeled drawer. Yet, anything concerning Catriona Lennox seemed to have been removed with surgical precision. There were no photographs of Moira's mother downstairs. No letters. No cards. Not even her old knitting basket, which Moira remembered beside the stove. Her mother had disappeared when Moira was 9. That was the word Malcolm always used. Gone. Not left. Not abandoned. Gone. When Moira had asked where, he answered, away. When she asked why, he said, some folk choose differently. When she asked whether Catriona had loved her, Malcolm had stood at the sink so long that the water ran cold over his hands. After that, Moira stopped asking. She learned instead that silence could be made respectable if it lasted long enough. By midday, neighbors began arriving with food, keys, paperwork, and advice about the house. Every one of them spoke with the same woman's voice. Moira tried not to study them, but professional habit was stronger than politeness. The phenomenon was too exact. A natural voice was never only pitch. It contained respiratory timing, muscular tension, habitual pauses, resonance, damage, age, emotion. Even an excellent impersonator could reproduce only part of another person's vocal identity. These villagers reproduced everything. Donald Beaton, who had smoked since adolescence, spoke without the rasp Moira remembered. Mary Campbell, whose dentures clicked when she was nervous, still clicked, but the sound emerging around them belonged to the same stranger. Even the breaths matched. A small inhalation before longer sentences. A faint catch after the word no. A soft, downward break at the end of questions. as though the speaker expected disappointment. Moira began writing observations on the back of one of Malcolm's envelopes. She stopped when she realized what she was doing. Near afternoon, Kirsty MacNeil came to collect a casserole dish. "You're working already," Kirsty said, noticing the piles of papers. "Occupational disease. You always did like fixing things." Moira almost laughed. "Speech isn't fixing." Kirsty shrugged. "Your father said you fixed people who'd lost words." The sentence caught Moira. "My father talked about my work?" "Sometimes." He barely asked about it. Kirsty looked uncomfortable. He asked other people. That was so exactly Malcolm that Moira felt anger rise before grief could stop it. He had always preferred indirect affection. Concern sent through neighbors. Pride expressed to strangers. Apologies translated into repaired gutters, filled petrol tanks, money slipped into birthday cards. Words belonged to everyone except the people who needed them. Kirsty gathered the dish. "You'll stay through the week?" "A few days. You should leave before the weather turns." Agnes said something similar. Kirsty's face changed slightly. What exactly did Agnes say? That I shouldn't listen too closely. The borrowed voice seemed to tighten inside Kirsty's throat. She shouldn't have said that. Why not? Kirsty reached for the door. Moira stopped her. "Whose voice are you using?" Silence. Kirsty's fingers tightened around the dish. "Moira. And say that again." Kirsty stared at her. "What?" "My name." Outside, wind drove rain against the windows. Moira stepped closer. "Please." Kirsty swallowed. Then she said, "Moira." The therapist in Moira heard it before the daughter did. The vowel opened differently. The breath caught halfway through. And beneath the identical, worn timbre was something impossible to classify clinically, a tremor that had not appeared in any other word spoken that day. Recognition. Kirsty seemed to hear it too. Her eyes filled with sudden fear. She backed toward the door. Moira whispered, "Whoever that voice belongs to knows my name." Kirsty opened the door. Before stepping into the rain, she answered in the stranger's trembling voice, "Yes." Then, after a pause, "And that is why nobody here wanted you to come home." Kirsty was already halfway down the lane before Moira stepped outside. Rain moved sideways between the houses, turning the village lights into blurred yellow smears. Moira called after her, but Kirsty did not turn. Nobody did. The street seemed to have learned the island's habit of refusing direct questions. By morning, Moira had slept perhaps 2 hours. She found herself replaying the way Kirsty had said her name. The tremor had not been emotional contamination from the speaker. Moira knew the difference. Kirsty's face had shown fear, but the voice had carried something else entirely. Recognition. That was absurd. Voices did not recognize people. She left Malcolm's house after breakfast and walked toward the harbor, telling herself she needed air. Callum Fraser was mending a net beside the slipway. Moira remembered him as broad-shouldered and loud, a fisherman who used to bring Malcolm haddock wrapped in newspaper. Age had bent him slightly, though his hands still worked quickly through the wet green mesh. "Back for good?" he asked. The woman's voice emerged from his mouth. Moira stopped. "No." Wise. She looked toward the boats. "Everyone keeps telling me that." Callum tied off a knot. "Maybe everyone knows something you don't. Then perhaps someone should tell me." His hands paused. The sea slapped softly against the harbor wall. Moira crouched beside him. "Callum, do you know whose voice this is?" His jaw tightened. "You ask too many questions like your mother." The words struck harder than she expected. "You remember her?" Callum looked up. "Aye." For the first time since Moira had returned, somebody met her eyes without immediately looking away. "Aye." "What happened to her?" His lips parted. Nothing came out. Callum frowned. He tried again. The muscles of his throat moved normally. His tongue formed a word Moira could almost read from his mouth. But instead of speech, there came the sound of water. Not a wet cough. Not a gargle. A wave. A full, distant breaker collapsing against stone. Moira froze. Callum clapped both hands over his mouth. Another sound pushed through his fingers. Water surging into a narrow inlet. Then the long hiss of foam dragging backward across shingle. Callum stumbled away from the net. Moira caught his arm. "Sit down." He shook his head violently. "Callum, breathe through your nose." His chest was working too fast. She checked his airway, his face, his coordination. No obvious stroke signs. No facial droop. No weakness. "Can you understand me?" He nodded. "Can you say your name?" Callum opened his mouth. A heavy wave struck unseen rocks. Moira recoiled despite herself. People had begun emerging from houses. Donald Beaton came first. Then Kirsty. Agnes appeared from the direction of the post office carrying a shopping bag. Moira shouted, "Call an ambulance." Nobody moved. Now. Donald looked at Callum and exhaled. "Oh, Callum." Not alarm. Recognition. Moira stared at him. "What is wrong with you?" "He needs medical assessment." Agnes set down her bag. "No doctor can help this." "You don't know that." "We do." Kirsty approached Callum carefully. He was crying now. His mouth moved around silent words, while stormwater thundered from somewhere impossibly deep inside him. Moira grabbed Kirsty's sleeve. "What is happening?" Kirsty would not answer. Instead, Donald walked back to his house and returned with a piece of white chalk. Callum saw it. His knees nearly gave way. "No," Moira said. Donald ignored her. The villagers guided Callum home while Moira followed, demanding explanations they refused to give. At his cottage, Kirsty helped Callum inside. Donald crouched beside the front door. With deliberate strokes, he drew a white line across the threshold, then another vertically through it. A simple cross. Agnes stood beside Moira. "How long?" Moira asked. Agnes did not pretend not to understand. sometimes days. Until what? The borrowed woman's voice softened. Until there's nothing left of him that the sea hasn't learned. Inside the cottage, Callum struck the window with his palm. His mouth opened. The sound that came through the glass was a wave breaking much closer than before. Moira looked down at Donald's chalk. Beside the fresh mark, almost hidden beneath years of weathering, were several older white crosses. This had happened in Callum Fraser's house before. Moira did not return to Callum Fraser's cottage that evening. She wanted to. Instead, she went back to Malcolm's house and listened to the recording she had made at the harbor. Callum's first words were clear enough. Back for good? Then came the change. Moira replayed it through headphones, slowing the audio, isolating frequencies, listening for any sign of vocal production beneath the sound of surf. There was none. The waves had occupied the entire signal. She sat very still at the kitchen table. For years, she had worked with damaged speech, spasmodic dysphonia, aphasia, apraxia, paralysis, tremor, psychogenic mutism. Human voices could fracture in astonishing ways. They could not become coastlines. For the following afternoon, Moira had made herself a plan. If the island would not explain itself, she would collect evidence. She told people she was checking whether the strange communal voice might be caused by an environmental irritant. Most refused. A few agreed because she was Malcolm Lennox's daughter. She recorded Donald Beaton in the post office storeroom, Agnes McNeil in her kitchen, Kirsty outside the school, a mechanic named Ewan Morrison beside the harbor sheds. She asked each person to repeat the same sentences. My name is... I live on Innis Bay. The weather is getting colder. I remember last winter. Nobody would complete the first sentence. Not one of them. Donald laughed awkwardly. Agnes simply said, "Don't be foolish." Kirsty looked toward the nearest window, although it was daylight. Moira recorded anyway. That night, she compared the samples. The uniformity was impossible. The same fundamental frequency. The same breath support. The same microscopic instability on sustained vowels. The same faint dryness at the back of the throat. But something else bothered her. She opened an audio file from 2 days earlier. Then another from that morning. She listened again. The difference was slight enough that an untrained listener might have missed it. Moira did not. The voice was older. Not metaphorically. Physiologically. The earlier recordings carried the resonance of someone, perhaps, in her late 40s or early 50s. The newer samples showed increased breathiness, reduced projection, and a subtle vocal tremor consistent with age. Too much age. Far too quickly. She called Kirsty. How long has Winter been doing this? Silence at the other end. Kirsty. You shouldn't call after dark. I didn't ask about the telephone. No names after dark. No answering someone outside if you can't see their feet. Curtains shut before the last ferry. Don't sing toward the water. If you hear yourself called from the shore, stay indoors. Moira rubbed her forehead. You're listing superstitions. I'm listing precautions. How old is the voice? Kirsty went quiet. Then she said, older than yesterday. The line disconnected. Moira stared at the handset. Near midnight, she returned to sorting Malcolm's upstairs cupboards. She needed something ordinary. Tax papers. Old clothes. Insurance forms. In the back of his bedroom wardrobe, behind 2 heavy winter coats, she found a cardboard box marked school tapes. Inside were cassettes from village concerts, CELIDs, church services, and school assemblies. One label stopped her. Winter surface, January, Moira, age 8. Her hands became cold. Malcolm had kept an old cassette player in the sitting room. She cleaned the heads, inserted the tape, and pressed play. Static. Then the scrape of chairs. A church bell. A man speaking. Moira frowned. The voice was unfamiliar. Deep, nasal, perhaps elderly. "Let us begin." Then a second person answered. The same male voice. A woman spoke. The same voice. Children recited a prayer together. Every child spoke with that one man's voice. Moira leaned closer. The recording continued through hymns and announcements, an entire congregation speaking through a single stranger. Then came Malcolm. She recognized his phrasing despite the borrowed voice. And after him, another speaker. Moira stopped breathing. A woman said softly, "Moira, come sit beside me." The voice was still the old man's, but Moira knew the cadence. She knew the pause before her name. She knew because memory supplied what the recording had taken away. Her mother. Catriona. Then, from somewhere farther back in the church, young Moira's own voice answered. Her real childhood voice. Clear. Unborrowed. Every adult on the tape fell silent, and someone near the recorder whispered, in the old man's voice, "She still has hers." Moira played the final sentence again. The old man's borrowed voice came softly through the cassette player, followed by the scrape of a chair and several seconds of silence. Then the tape ended. Outside, the wind struck the house hard enough to rattle the kitchen glass. By morning, the ferry had been canceled. By afternoon, the road to the harbor was underwater. Innisfay had become an island in the strictest possible sense. Moira found the village already changing around the weather. Curtains were drawn before sunset. Shop doors were locked early. Children disappeared indoors. White chalk marks appeared not only on Callum Fraser's cottage, but beside drains, gates, and the steps leading down toward the shore. Nobody explained them. When darkness came, the rules became visible. A woman crossing the lane called to her husband without using his name. 2 boys carrying firewood were stopped by Agnes because one had begun singing. "Inside," Agnes snapped. The boys obeyed immediately. Moira followed Agnes beneath the post office awning. These rules existed when I was a child. Agnes kept her eyes on the rain. They existed before any of us. I thought they were nonsense. Children are supposed to. Why no names? Agnes looked toward the sea. Because names travel farther in winter. That means nothing. It means exactly enough. Moira felt anger rise. Callum is making the sound of waves when he tries to speak. Every person here is using the same voice. I have a recording from 30 years ago where the entire village used another one. Stop talking to me like I'm 9. Agnes's face tightened. For a moment, Moira expected an answer. Instead, Agnes said, "Then stop behaving like somebody who thinks understanding a thing makes her safe from it." That night, the storm worsened. Moira remained in Malcolm's house with every curtain shut, partly because the villagers had frightened her and partly because she refused to admit they had. Near the back door, she heard someone say her name. Moira. She froze. The voice was faint. Not the communal woman's voice. Her own. She crossed the kitchen slowly. Moira. It came again, stretched thin by wind. She pulled the curtain aside. Nobody stood outside. Only the flooded Leanh and the dark slope beyond it. Then she saw movement farther down. Not a person. Water. The storm had filled shallow hollows between the rocks, leaving black tidal pools where the road dipped toward the shore. Her name came from one of them. Moira. She opened the back door. Cold air struck her face. Immediately, memory supplied Kirsty's warning. If you hear yourself called from the shore, stay indoors. Moira stepped outside anyway. The rain had weakened to mist. She followed the sound until she stood above the largest pool. Its surface was perfectly still despite the weather. Moira. The whisper came from beneath it. She looked down. For 1 second, she thought she saw a woman's pale face below the surface. Then the water moved. Memory moved with it. Not gradually. All at once. Her mother in the kitchen. Catriona, younger than Moira was now, soaked through, hair pasted to her cheeks. Malcolm standing by the door. Voices outside. Many voices. All the same, Nasai. Moira had been hiding beneath the table. Her mother was crying. "No," Catriona said. Malcolm answered something Moira could not remember. Catriona seized his coat. "Promise me." Another gap. Then the sentence returned whole. "Don't let them give the water Moira's name." Moira staggered back from the tidal pool. The forgotten memory continued opening. Catriona turning toward the window. Someone outside calling. Not Catriona. Not Malcolm. Moira. Again and again. The whole village had been saying her name. Catriona had covered young Moira's ears. Then she had whispered into her hair. They can borrow anything else. Moira's knees weakened. Below her, the tidal pool trembled. The woman's face appeared again beneath the black surface. This time, Moira did not mistake it. Older than memory. Pallor. Watching her. And from beneath the water came the same weathered female voice every villager had been using since Moira returned. Anything but your name. Moira did not sleep after the tidal pool spoke. By dawn, the storm had moved east, leaving the island under a low ceiling of gray cloud. Water still ran through the gutters and down the stone walls in thin black threads. She returned to St. Bride's because she remembered something from childhood. A humming beneath the floor. Back then, Malcolm had told her it was the old heating system. The chapel had never had central heating. St. Bride stood above the village on a rise of grass and exposed rock, its small graveyard tilted toward the sea. The door was unlocked. Inside, everything smelled of damp timber, candle wax, and old wool. Moira walked slowly between the pews. At first, she heard nothing. Then she felt it. A faint vibration through the soles of her boots. Not sound exactly. Resonance. She moved toward the altar. The vibration strengthened. A brass memorial plaque hung crooked on the wall beside the vestry. Moira recognized several surnames: McNeil, Beaton, Fraser, Lennox. Below it, almost hidden behind a curtain, was a narrow wooden door. Locked. Moira searched the vestry until she found a ring of keys inside a drawer marked Altar Leanh. The third key turned. Behind the door, stone steps descended. Cold air rose from below. Moira switched on her phone light and started down. The staircase was much deeper than the chapel foundations should have allowed. 10 steps. 20. 30. The vibration became a low pressure in her teeth. At the bottom stood another door, this one covered in layers of white paint. No handle. Only a recessed iron ring. Moira pulled. The seal broke with a sound like skin separating from glass. Beyond lay a chamber cut directly into the rock. Shelves covered every wall. And on those shelves sat hundreds of clay jars. Moira stopped breathing. They varied in age and size. Some were pale and newly fired. Others were blackened, cracked, or crusted with salt. Each was sealed with dark wax. Each had a name pressed into the clay. She approached the nearest shelf. Thomas Wyde. Ellen Price. Isaac Murray. Beat Rice Holt. Names from England, Ireland, Canada, Norway. Places far beyond the Hebrides. Dates had been marked beneath some of them. Centuries of dates. Moira felt the room narrow around her. She recognized one name. Alastair Keane. As a child, she had heard that story. A bird watcher from Yorkshire who vanished during a winter crossing. His body was never found. There had been searches, boats, police. Malcolm had helped. Moira stared at the jar bearing his name. A faint tremor passed through it. She stepped back. Another jar vibrated. Then another. Soft taps began moving through the chamber. Clay against wood. Hundreds of tiny knocks. Moira whispered, "What are you?" The jars became still. Her phone light moved over a narrow table near the rear wall. On it lay old parish books, wax, string, and several unfinished vessels. One jar was fresh. Empty. Waiting. Moira did not touch it. Behind the table, words had been carved into the stone. A voice borrowed is a name withheld. Below that, a name given is a door opened. Moira heard footsteps overhead. Someone had entered the chapel. She switched off her phone light. The chamber went completely dark. A voice called from the top of the stairs. The woman's voice. "Moira?" "Kirsty." Moira remained silent. "Are you down there?" The question echoed through the stone. Moira knew she should answer. Instead, without understanding why, she said quietly to the darkness, "I only came here to settle my father's estate." Every jar in the chamber began to shake. Not one. All of them. Shelves rattled against stone. Wax seals clicked. The vibration rose through Moira's bones until her jaw hurt. She pressed both hands over her ears. The shaking stopped. Moira stood motionless. Then she understood. She tried again. "I came because Malcolm died." Nothing happened. True. Her mouth had gone dry. "I came because I wanted to sell the house." A few jars trembled. Not entirely true. Moira stared into the darkness. Above her, Kirsty called again. "Moira, please come up." Moira barely heard her. She knew now what the chamber was doing. So she forced herself to say the sentence she had avoided since arriving. "I came because I wanted my father to have left me an explanation." The jars remained silent. Her throat tightened. "And because I still wanted to know why my mother left me." For half a second, nothing moved. Then every jar in St. Bride's chamber convulsed so violently that dust fell from the ceiling. One clay vessel toppled from the highest shelf. Moira caught it against her chest. The trembling stopped instantly. She raised her phone light. Pressed into the jar beneath her fingers was a name. Catriona Lennox. The name on the jar seemed to alter the shape of the room. Moira read it again, then a third time, as if repetition might expose some error in the clay. There was none. The letters had been pressed deeply before firing. Above them, almost invisible beneath the wax, was another mark. This winter. Footsteps descended the stairs. Kirsty appeared in the doorway and stopped when she saw what Moira was holding. Her face emptied. "Put that back." Moira tightened her grip. "What is this?" Kirsty did not answer. "What did you do to my mother?" "I didn't do anything." The shelves shuddered. Several jars clicked softly. Kirsty flinched. Moira understood. That was a lie. Not entirely. "Then tell me the part that wasn't." Kirsty looked at the clay vessels surrounding them. "You can't ask questions down here unless you're prepared for answers." Moira set Catriona's jar on the table but kept one hand against it. "Try me." Kirsty took a slow breath. Instead of speaking, she opened the oldest parish ledger. The handwriting inside changed every few pages, spanning generations. Storm accounts. Deaths. Ferry losses. Names of ministers and crofters. Then, among ordinary entries, repeated phrases began appearing. Voice received. Winter satisfied. Name preserved. Moira turned pages faster. One entry described a storm that had destroyed every neighboring settlement's boats, while Innisvay's harbor remained strangely untouched. Beside it was a name. Edward Vale, commercial traveler. Another winter. Mary Henshaw, midwife, visiting. Another. Samuel Reed, Servior. People who had come from elsewhere. people with no family rooted in the island. Moira looked up. You gave them to the sea. Kirsty shook her head. Not at first. The jars remained still. True. Kirsty continued. The old belief was that the sea listened for names in winter. Once it knew who belonged to a household, it could take through the bloodline. Children first, sometimes. Then parents. Whole families. So you substituted outsiders. A voice could stand where a name should have been. Moira felt sick. That's nonsense. A jar behind her trembled. She turned. Kirsty almost smiled, but there was no humor in it. You don't believe that anymore. Moira opened another ledger. The ritual became clearer. A traveler's voice was taken before the deepest winter storms. Afterward, the island spoke through it collectively, creating a false human identity for the sea to hear. One voice. No true names. No bloodlines exposed. At winter's end, the borrowed speaker disappeared. Washed from cliffs. Lost from boats. Walked into water. Bodies were rarely recovered. And below St. Bride's, the voice remained sealed in clay. Moira whispered, "That's what these are." Kirsty nodded. Remains, in a way. But why keep them? Because a voice remembers the lie that took it. The jars gave a faint collective hum. Moira pulled open the ferry records stacked beneath the table. Canceled passages. Visitors listed as departed who had never boarded. Missing person inquiries annotated in Malcolm's handwriting. Her father had known. Not suspected. Known. She found his notebooks behind the parish accounts. Most contained weather observations and names. Then she reached one from her childhood. The pages around a particular winter had been torn out. Only the final sheet remained. Malcolm had written, "They chose Moira." Below it, Catriona refused. And beneath that, in darker ink, there are older ways to borrow. Moira stared until the words blurred. What does that mean? Kirsty's silence answered first. Moira looked at Catriona's jar. The fresh clay. The unweathered wax. The words, "this winter." Her mother had disappeared nearly 30 years ago. Yet the island was only now using her voice. Moira lifted the jar. Why was this prepared now? Kirsty's borrowed voice broke slightly. Because your mother was never the sacrifice that winter. Moira's pulse slowed. What was she? Kirsty looked toward the shelves of the dead. Then at Moira. She was the promise. The jar in Moira's hands gave one deep vibration. And from inside the sealed clay, her mother whispered her childhood name for her. Mo. The sound from inside the jar was so quiet that Moira almost believed she had imagined it. Nobody had called her that since childhood. Malcolm never had. Not after Catriona disappeared. Kirsty closed her eyes. Moira stared at the clay in her hands. What did she promise? Kirsty lowered herself onto the bench beside the parish table. The sea doesn't want bodies first. The jars remained still. It wants recognition. Moira said nothing. Kirsty touched the oldest ledger. A name is how it learns you. Not the sound alone, the belonging behind it. Family, blood. Who answers when the name is called? Moira thought of the children refusing to call one another after sunset. The curtains closing. The warnings about voices outside windows. If it learns one true name, Kirsty continued, it can follow the name home. Parents, children, anyone tied closely enough. So the village hides behind someone else. One voice, no names. Something for the water to hear that leads nowhere into the island. Except to the person you stole it from. Kirsty looked away. Yes. The jar warmed beneath Moira's palms. She opened Malcolm's notebook again. Behind the remaining page was a folded sheet stuck to the binding. The paper separated with a dry crack. Malcolm's handwriting covered both sides. Moira recognized the date immediately. The winter Catriona disappeared. She read, "The storm took the east wall before midnight. 3 boats gone. Water reached the school steps. They said the old borrowing had failed because there was no outsider left on the island." Below that, Agnes said a name had already been heard from the shore. Moira's hands tightened. Moira's. Memory returned not as images now, but sound. Rain hammering the roof. People gathered in Malcolm's kitchen. The communal voice of that winter speaking through all of them. Someone saying, "The child has been noticed." Catriona shouting. Moira turned the page. They said if her name was given willingly, the sea might take only her and leave the rest of us untouched. The chamber seemed to tilt. Kirsty whispered, "Your father refused." Moira looked at her. The borrowed voice trembled. "So did your mother." Another memory opened. Catriona, kneeling beneath the kitchen table, holding 9-year-old Moira's face between both hands. "Whatever you hear outside, don't answer." Then Catriona standing, walking toward the adults, saying something Moira had forgotten, because forgetting had been easier than understanding. Moira read Malcolm's final entry. Catriona offered her voice instead. The words beneath were heavily scored, as though Malcolm had written them more than once. Not for that winter. For a future one. A voice promised before death could be stored until needed. The sea accepted. Moira felt the air leave her lungs. Stored. Kirsty nodded. Your mother lived after that night. For how long? Years. The jars stayed silent. True. Moira stepped backward. No. She left the island because she had to. Once her voice had been promised, speaking your name here became dangerous. The elders sent her away before the bargain could change. My father told me she abandoned us. Your father told you what Catriona made him promise to tell you. Moira shook her head. No. No jars moved. She was not lying. She simply could not fit the truth inside herself yet. All those years, Moira whispered. She was alive? For some of them. Did she try to contact me? Kirsty's eyes filled. Yes. Moira remembered birthday cards without signatures that Malcolm had burned after reading. Telephone calls he answered in another room. His sudden anger whenever Moira asked whether her mother might return. Not cruelty. Fear. A silence constructed around a promise. When did she die? 7 winters ago, on the mainland. Moira looked at the jar. And you kept her voice. The bargain had already claimed it. So this winter, it became due. Moira thought of the bus driver. Agnes. Kirsty. Callum before the sea replaced his speech. Every person on Innis Bay had been speaking through Catriona Lennox. Not as she had been when Moira was 9, as she would have aged. Week by week. Year by year compressed into winter. Moira remembered the faint catch after no. The downward break at the end of questions. The tremor when Kirsty spoke her name. She knew that voice. She had known it before memory allowed her to. The jar vibrated again. Moira pressed it against her chest. For the first time, since she was 9 years old, she understood what her mother's disappearance had actually meant. Catriona had not chosen to leave her daughter. She had chosen what the sea was allowed to take instead. Then every jar in the chamber fell silent. From somewhere beyond the stone walls came a long, deep impact. Water against rock. Kirsty stood abruptly. That's too early. Another impact shook dust from the ceiling. Moira looked toward the stairwell. What is? Kirsty stared at Catriona's jar. The sea has started asking for her. The first bell began ringing before Moira reached the top of the stairs. St. Bride's bell had no rope inside the chapel. Moira remembered that clearly. Yet it sounded again. Once. Twice. Then continuously. Kirsty seized Moira's arm as they emerged from beneath the vestry. Outside, villagers were climbing the hill through rain. Agnes came first. Donald followed with 3 older men Moira recognized from the funeral. None looked surprised by the storm gathering below them. The sea had crossed the harbor road. Black water moved between the cottages. Agnes entered the chapel. You have to bring the jar down. Moira held Catriona's vessel against her chest. No. The borrowed voice emerged from Agnes, older now than it had been the previous day. Thin, breathless. If the promise isn't completed, the protection ends. It should. Donald stared at her. You don't know what you're saying. I know exactly what you've been doing. Agnes stepped closer. We inherited it. That doesn't make it innocent. No. The jars below remained silent. Agnes had told the truth. For some reason, that made Moira angrier. You knew what happened to the visitors. Yes. You knew what happened to my mother? Yes. And you kept doing it. Agnes looked toward the windows. We kept children alive. A wave struck the lower village. The chapel floor trembled. Donald said, You think survival stays clean when people have nowhere else to go? Moira looked at him. No. I think people start calling cruelty tradition when they're afraid to stop benefiting from it. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Then Catriona's jar vibrated. A small fracture appeared beneath Moira's thumb. Agnes saw it. Her face changed. Don't. Moira looked down. The crack widened. From below St. Bride's came hundreds of faint knocks. Clay against wood. Moira understood what the chamber had been all along. Not a shrine. Not a grave. A prison built from the excuse that one life could be converted into everyone else's safety. She went back down. Kirsty followed. The others came after them. "Moira," Agnes called. The borrowed voice shook violently around her name. Moira reached the shelves. The jars were trembling now. Every one of them. Thomas Wade, Ellen Price, Isaac Murray, Beatrice Holt. Names reduced to labels on containers because the village had found it easier to preserve their voices than admit what had been done to their bodies. Moira lifted Catriona's jar. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Then she threw it against the stone floor. It shattered. The sound that escaped was not a scream. It was a woman taking one enormous breath. The chamber doors slammed open. Every candle in the chapel above went out. Moira grabbed the next jar. Kirsty caught her wrist. "If you break them all, there's no putting this back." "That's the point." She smashed the second vessel. Then the third. Donald shouted. Agnes began crying. Moira kept going. Clay burst across the floor. Wax split. Names broke open. And the chamber filled with voices. Not one voice. Hundreds. Men speaking in languages Moira did not know. Women sobbing. Children laughing. Someone praying. Someone demanding to be taken home. Someone calling for a sister. Someone insisting again and again that the ferry had not left without him. The sound rose through the chapel and into the storm. Across Innisvay, radios switched on by themselves. Kitchen pipes began whispering. Telephones rang. Dogs barked in human voices. Gulls screamed names over the roofs. From Callum Fraser's cottage came a man shouting clearly, for the first time since his speech had become water. Then, other villagers began speaking in voices that were not their own. Their mouths opened and the dead came through. Accusations. Goodbyes. Addresses. Last words. Names. So many names. Outside, the sea surged past the final row of houses. The chapel windows whitened with spray. Kirsty stood among the broken jars, weeping. "What have you done?" Moira looked toward the doorway. Below them, water was climbing the hill. But beneath the roar, another sound had begun. Not the sea calling for Catriona. The released voices were answering it. All of them. All of them. And for the first time in centuries, Innisvay had nothing left to hide behind. By dawn, the sea had stopped climbing. Moira stood outside St. Bride's with Kirsty and watched gray water withdraw from the hill in long, reluctant sheets. Innisvay had survived. Barely. 3 cottages near the harbor had lost their roofs. The road had vanished beneath stone and weed. Boats lay scattered across fields where sheep normally grazed. St. Bride's graveyard had opened along one edge, exposing dark soil and fragments of old coffin wood. But nobody had drowned. For the first time in generations, the island had met a winter storm without hiding behind another person's voice. And every surviving villager now sounded like themselves. Moira had forgotten how strange individuality could be. Agnes's true voice was higher than she remembered from childhood. Donald spoke with a rough smoker's rasp. Kirsty had a soft Hebridean cadence that made her sound younger. Callum Fraser emerged from his cottage shortly after sunrise. Moira heard him before she saw him. Morning. His own voice. Weathered, male, human. He stood behind the white chalk cross on his threshold, crying. Moira crossed the lane and examined him automatically. Speech clear. Breathing normal. No sound of surf beneath his words. "What happened?" he asked. Moira looked toward the sea. "I think it forgot what you were supposed to become." Callum nodded as though that answer frightened him less than the alternative. Nobody thanked Moira. She had not expected them to. The oldest villagers looked at the ruined harbor and understood what she had taken from them. Not merely a ritual, but certainty. Future winters would come without protection. Storms would be weather again, blind, indiscriminate, impossible to bargain with. For Moira, that seemed almost merciful. 2 days later, she found one final envelope among Malcolm's papers. Her name was written on it. Inside was a letter in his cramped handwriting. He did not apologize for everything. That would have been easier. He wrote that Catriona had made him swear never to tell Moira the truth while the bargain remained active. If Moira learned what her mother had done, she might return. If she returned, Catriona feared the sea would recognize the child whose name it had once nearly received. Malcolm had chosen obedience over tenderness. He had allowed his daughter to believe herself abandoned because he thought hatred would keep her safely away. At the bottom he had written, "Your mother said losing her voice was bearable if you kept yours." Moira sat at the kitchen table until the light faded. For years, she had built an entire understanding of herself around an absence. Her mother had left because Moira had not been enough. Her father had stayed silent because nothing worth explaining had happened. Both beliefs had shaped her more completely than any spoken sentence. Both were wrong. Before leaving Innisfay, Moira walked alone to the tidal pool. The water showed only sky. She said quietly, "Catriona Lennox." The name frightened her, even in daylight. Nothing answered. Then she said, "Mum." A small wave crossed the pool, though there was no wind. That was all. Moira returned to Glasgow. For several weeks, life behaved normally. She went back to the clinic. She listened to patients relearn words. She answered emails. She unpacked Malcolm's books. Winter moved south. Nothing followed her. Then the first report appeared from Ullapool. A woman answered her telephone and heard her husband asking to be let inside. Her husband was standing beside her. He had not spoken. 2 days later, the same thing happened in Oban. Then Malag. Then villages farther down the western coast. Old landlines rang without numbers. Mobile phones lit with calls from people standing in the same room. When answered, the caller always used the listener's most intimate name. Darling. Dad. Mum. A childhood nickname. And while the telephone spoke, the person whose voice it had borrowed remained completely silent. Moira was at home when her own phone rang. The screen showed no number. Across the dark window, rain moved softly over Glasgow. She answered. For several seconds, she heard only distant water. Then her mother's voice said, "Mo." Moira closed her eyes. Behind the voice came hundreds of others. And somewhere far beyond them, something enormous was listening, learning how every name was answered. Perhaps Innes Vey's oldest mistake was believing a sacrifice became acceptable simply because it protected more people than it destroyed. The villagers survived by turning strangers into substitutes, while Malcolm protected his daughter through a silence that wounded her in a different way. Catriona gave up her voice so Moira could keep her name. But once the stolen voices were released, the sea no longer needed one isolated island to teach it how human beings recognize one another. So what matters more? The name we are given, the voice that calls it, or the person we trust enough to answer? Story 6. By the time Eliza Harcourt first saw Varglass Castle, the mountains had swallowed the road behind her. For nearly an hour, the hired car had climbed through black firs and wet stone, its headlights sliding over trunks silvered by rain. The driver, Sorin Dobre, had stopped speaking after they left the last village. He kept both hands high on the wheel, glanced at the mirror, and glanced at the mirror. The castle appeared between the trees, as though he expected it to move closer when he was not looking. Eliza had seen photographs before accepting the commission. None had prepared her for its scale. Varglass seemed embedded in the mountain. Dark towers, slate roofs shining under rain, narrow windows holding weak amber light. According to the survey, it had been built in stages across centuries. Gothic foundations, Baroque additions, a 19th century gallery wing. Repairs, after a fire no surviving document, properly described. That last sentence had interested her most. Beautiful, Eliza said. Sorin looked at her in the mirror. No, he replied. He left her at the gate. A steward waited beneath an umbrella. Adrian Valia was perhaps 60, elegantly dressed, with the careful posture of a man accustomed to standing near valuable things. He spoke fluent English and led her across the courtyard. The gallery has been closed for many years, he said. You may find the air unpleasant. I usually do. He looked at her. Old varnish, dust, mold, linseed oil. I am sure. Inside, the castle smelled of damp limestone and wood smoke. The entrance hall was nearly bare. No family photographs stood on the tables. No recent portraits occupied the walls. Only pale rectangles remained where frames had once hung. Eliza noticed them because absence always interested a conservator. Restoration, at its simplest, was the study of what had been lost. That was the version she preferred. Upstairs, Adrian unlocked a pair of tall oak doors. The portrait gallery stretched almost the length of the eastern wing. 37 paintings. Men in military coats. Women in silk. Children with grave expressions. A priest. A hunting party. A pale woman seated at a harpsichord. All shared the same long noses, dark eyes, and unusually colorless skin. And all had been damaged. Varnish had blackened. paint lifted in scales. Several faces were obscured by a gray bloom. One canvas had split across the throat of its subject. Eliza forgot the weather. Professional attention replaced fatigue. She examined crack lure, stretcher tension, insect damage, old retouching. Someone had repaired these works before repeatedly, using incompatible materials. Resin over oil. Wax beneath varnish. Pigment where no pigment belonged. At the far end hung the largest portrait. A man stood beside a red curtain, one hand on a carved chair. Dark hair. Black formal coat. Jeweled pin at his throat. His face was almost completely buried beneath discolored varnish. Only the mouth remained visible. Eliza leaned closer. The lips were painted a deep crimson, unlike the surrounding palette. The pigment had pooled inside the cracks instead of breaking with them. For a moment, she assumed a crude modern repair. Then she smelled iron. She straightened. Who worked on this most recently? Adrian remained by the door. No one. This section is fresh. No. A bead of red liquid had gathered at the lower lip. It trembled, then slid down the painted chin. Adrian closed the gallery doors, behind them when they left. That night, Eliza returned alone. She told herself she wanted to check for condensation beneath the varnish. She carried a conservation lamp, magnifier, and notebook. The castle was silent, except for rain moving through the gutters. The red bead was gone. The mouth was dry. Eliza exhaled, irritated by her relief, and raised the lamp. Under raking light, the old varnish turned milky. She saw the nose first. Then one cheek. Then the eyes. Eliza lowered the lamp. Raised it again. In the photograph sent to her in London, the man had been painted facing slightly left. Now his eyes were directed toward her, and his head had turned just enough for her to see red shining wetly between his teeth. Eliza did not move for several seconds. The conservation lamp remained raised in her right hand, its white beam grazing the portrait at an angle. Under that light, every fracture in the varnish became visible, every ridge and depression thrown into miniature relief. The painted man's teeth should not have been visible at all. She remembered that clearly. In the photographs supplied by the estate, his mouth had been closed. Now the lips were parted. Only slightly. Enough for the wet red between them to shine. Eliza lowered the lamp and stepped back. The expression changed with the light. That was all. Old portraits did it constantly. Directional illumination altered shadows. Darkened varnish could merge forms that separated when viewed closely. A poorly documented 19th century overpaint might have obscured details in the photographs. She knew every explanation because she had used them on nervous clients before. None explained why the head had turned. She left the gallery and locked the doors. By morning, professionalism had returned like armor. Eliza established her temporary studio beneath the north windows, where indirect daylight would remain stable. She unpacked scalpels, cotton swabs, solvents, magnification lenses, blotting paper, pigments, brushes, and small glass jars. Each object went into its usual place. Order mattered. Order prevented mistakes. Adrian watched from the doorway. "You slept well?" "Perfectly." It was an unnecessary lie. He nodded as if he knew that. Eliza began with a smaller portrait several spaces away from the crimson-mouthed man. The brass label identified the sitter as Alexandru Varglas, 1842 to 1879. He appeared to be in his 30s, though damage had reduced much of his face to darkness. Before cleaning, Eliza photographed the surface and wrote condition notes. Severe varnish discoloration. Localized blanching. Historic retouching around eyes and mouth. Possible proteinaceous contamination in red passages. She stopped at that phrase. Proteinaceous contamination. Blood was proteinaceous. She crossed it out. At midday, she prepared a mild solvent mixture and tested a tiny area along the edge of Alexandru's collar. Brown residue lifted onto the swab. Beneath it appeared a startling blue. For the first time, the portrait seemed less like an artifact and more like something waiting behind dirty glass. Eliza changed swabs. Blue became silver embroidery. Another inch revealed the warm brown of a wooden chair. There was satisfaction in this. There always had been. To uncover without inventing. To remove what time had placed over an image without removing what the painter intended. Her first supervisor had once told her that conservation was an ethics profession, disguised as a technical one. She had been 26 then. Young enough to believe ethics became simple once written into guidelines. The memory arrived without invitation. A private collection in Surrey. A large family portrait from the 1920s. Mother, father, 3 sons. And, at the far edge, a daughter. The owner had called her an unfortunate inclusion. There had been letters. A scandal. A marriage the family disapproved of. The daughter's descendants had apparently contacted the estate years later. Eliza had been instructed to reconstruct an earlier decorative scheme. That was the phrase used. Reconstruct an earlier decorative scheme. The daughter had been painted out once before, then revealed during cleaning. The client wanted her removed again. Eliza had objected. Quietly. Then complied. She still remembered matching the green curtain across the woman's body. A shoulder disappeared first. Then dark hair. Then one hand resting on the back of a chair. By the end of the week, there had never been a daughter. Eliza pressed the cotton swab too hard against Alexandru Varglas's cheek. A fragment of varnish lifted. Damn. She leaned closer. No paint loss. Only another thin layer exposed beneath the grime. Something pale. Skin. Not painted flesh tones exactly. Too translucent. She changed solvent concentration and continued more carefully. Alexandru's left eye emerged. Then the bridge of his nose. The effect was unusually vivid. Eliza found herself avoiding the eye. Ridiculous. She turned the portrait slightly on its temporary support, so the light struck more evenly. That was when she heard it. A soft inhalation. Eliza froze. Rain touched the windows. Nothing else. She looked toward the gallery doors. Adrian. No answer. Then came the exhalation. long, controlled, very close. Eliza slowly turned toward the portrait. The canvas stood less than half a meter from her. She placed 2 fingers lightly against its surface. Nothing. Another breath came. Not from the gallery. Not from behind her. From behind the canvas. Eliza stepped around the easel. There was no one there. Only stretcher bars, old linen, and the dark reverse of the painting. She leaned closer. The canvas moved outward. Barely. Then inward. Once. Twice. Like skin over sleeping lungs. And from the other side, beneath the portrait's painted face, Alexandru Varglas drew another slow breath. Eliza kept her hand against the back of the canvas until the movement stopped. The linen became still beneath her palm. No rise. No fall. No impossible suggestion of lungs where there could be none. She stepped away from the easel and stood in the middle of the gallery, listening to the rain. There were explanations for movement in old canvas. Changes in humidity could tighten linen. Heat could expand stretcher bars. A draft could create pressure against a weak support. What she had heard, however, had not sounded like fabric. It had sounded like a sleeping man. She left Alexandru's portrait untouched for the rest of the afternoon. By dinner, irritation had replaced fear. That was familiar territory. Eliza disliked being manipulated by atmosphere. Old buildings invited superstition because age gave ordinary noises authority. Pipes groaned and people called them voices. Timber shifted and became footsteps. Paint oxidized and became blood. She had built an entire career on refusing that impulse. The next morning, she resumed work. Alexandru's portrait had changed overnight. Not dramatically. Nothing she could photograph and present as evidence. But the visible eye seemed clearer than it had been when she left. Its brown iris contained a small amber fleck she did not remember uncovering. Eliza checked the previous day's photographs. The fleck was there. Probably. Compression artifacts made certainty impossible. She continued cleaning. Layer by layer, Alexandru Varglas emerged from the dirt. He had a narrow face, high cheekbones, and an expression unlike the stiff severity of the other family members. The artist had painted something close to amusement around his mouth. By late afternoon, only a dark veil remained across the right side of his face. Eliza prepared a fresh swab. As she touched solvent to the varnish, she remembered the girl in the Surrey portrait. Not the painted face. The hand. That was what stayed with her. A young woman's hand resting casually on a chair, fingers relaxed, unaware that one day a stranger would be paid to make them disappear. Eliza had always told herself she had removed pigment, not a person. The distinction felt weaker inside Varglas Castle. She worked until Alexandru's second eye appeared. Then his mouth. Then the final contour of his jaw. The result was extraordinary. The restored face seemed less painted than present. Even the skin possessed subtle variations of warmth beneath the pallor, tiny reddish tones along the eyelids, ears, and lips. Eliza had seen masters produce convincing flesh before, but this felt different. The illusion did not invite admiration. It invited proximity. She stepped back. "Finished?" she whispered. A sound came from somewhere behind her. Not breathing this time. A soft knock. 3 taps. Eliza turned. The gallery was empty. When she looked back, Alexandru's portrait was motionless. She covered the work table, closed the solvent jars, and left. That evening, the rain stopped. The castle became more silent without it. Eliza remained in her room for several hours, reading condition reports she had already read twice. Near midnight, thirst finally drove her downstairs. Most of the corridor lights had been extinguished. She passed the entrance hall, found the kitchen, poured water, and was returning toward the staircase when she saw someone standing at the far end of the passage. A man. Eliza stopped. He wore a black coat cut, too long for modern fashion. Silver thread caught the weak wall light at his cuffs. His dark hair touched his collar. For one irrational second, she thought Adrian had dressed for some private ceremony. Then the man stepped forward. Eliza recognized the face. Alexandru. Every restored detail was there. The narrow nose, the amber fleck in the left iris, the slight amusement around the mouth. Only the skin was no longer painted. It was warm, alive. A faint pulse moved at his throat. Eliza's glass slipped in her hand but did not fall. The man looked at her with mild curiosity. "You cleaned me," he said. His English carried an unfamiliar, careful rhythm. Eliza could not answer. Alexandru raised one hand and examined his fingers as if rediscovering them. Then he smiled. "I remember the room." "What room?" "The gallery." His gaze drifted past her, toward the stairs. "The painter complained because I would not sit still." Eliza felt the corridor narrowing around her. Alexandru touched his own cheek. "He made me turn my head 3 times. Eliza's mouth went dry. In the portrait, he had been facing left when she arrived. Now he looked directly at her. Alexandru seemed to notice her fear. His smile faded. Then he asked, very softly, "Did you restore the others too?" Eliza did not answer Alexandru's question. Not immediately. The corridor seemed to hold its breath with her. "Did you restore the others too?" he asked again. No. A visible relaxation passed through him. It frightened her more than if he had threatened her. Alexandru looked toward the gallery doors upstairs, then back at Eliza. Good. Before she could ask what that meant, Adrian appeared at the far end of the passage carrying a lamp. He stopped when he saw Alexandru. For the first time since Eliza had arrived, the steward lost control of his expression. His face went white. Alexandru smiled at him. "Adrian." The older man lowered his eyes. "My lord." Eliza stared at them both. No one explained. By morning, Alexandru was gone. His portrait remained in the gallery, perfectly restored. Eliza searched the castle before breakfast and found no trace of him. Adrian insisted they speak only after she completed another portrait. That should have been enough reason to refuse. Instead, Eliza selected a small painting of a woman named Ileana Varglass. Professional curiosity had become something more dangerous. She needed proof. The work took 2 days. Ileana's face emerged beneath yellowed resin, sharp brows, dark hair, a thin pearl necklace. When Eliza removed the final clouded patch from her throat, she noticed that the crimson pigment in the lips appeared moist. That evening, a woman was sitting beside the fireplace in the drawing room. She looked exactly like the painting. Her hands were folded in her lap. Her chest rose and fell. When Eliza entered, Ileana turned and said in Romanian, "Where's my brother?" Adrian answered her. Neither of them seemed surprised anymore. After Ileana came Petru Varglas, restored from a hunting portrait. Then Sophia. Then an elderly aunt whose canvas had been badly cracked across one eye. Every completed face produced another breathing body somewhere inside the castle. They arrived clothed as they had been painted. They remembered servants long dead. Meals served before railways reached the valley. Births. Funerals. Arguments. Rooms that no longer existed. But none of them asked how they had returned. That omission troubled Eliza most. Below the castle, something else was happening. She learned about it from the driver, Soren, who arrived unexpectedly one afternoon with supplies. He would not come inside. "You should stop," he told her at the courtyard gate. "Stop what?" "The paintings." His hands shook around the steering wheel. Eliza glanced at Adrian, but the steward had remained near the entrance. "What has happened?" Soren looked toward the village. "People are disappearing." Eliza almost laughed. Then she saw his face. "Not their bodies," he said. "At first." He reached into the glove compartment and handed her a photograph. A family stood beside a summer lake. Soren was younger. A woman beside him held a small boy. Between them was an empty patch of background. Not damaged. Not blurred. Simply vacant. "Who stood there?" Eliza asked. Soren swallowed. "I don't know." That evening, someone began pounding on the castle gate. A woman stood outside in the cold without a coat. She was perhaps 50, with wet gray hair stuck to her cheeks. She clutched a plastic shopping bag filled with photographs. Adrian tried to turn her away. She pushed past him when she saw Eliza. "You are the English woman." Her accent was heavy, but the words were clear. "You fix them." "Eliza," Adrian warned. The woman emptied the bag onto a stone table. Wedding photographs. School portraits. Birthday snapshots. Holiday pictures. In every image, one person had no face. Sometimes the head remained, but the features were smooth and pale. Sometimes even the head had faded into background. "My daughter," the woman said. Her name was Mihaela Radu. Her daughter, Anna, was 23. 3 days earlier, Anna's face had vanished from every photograph in the house. The next morning, her father had looked at her across the breakfast table and asked why a stranger was using his daughter's cup. "Now he does not know her voice," Mihaela whispered. "Today he asked me if we ever had children." Eliza felt cold move through her stomach. How long ago did the photographs change? Mihaela stared at her. "When you finished The Woman in Pearls." "Ileana." Eliza looked toward the castle windows. Several figures stood behind the glass. Alexandru, Ileana, Petru, Sophia. Watching. Mihaela seized Eliza's wrist. "Every time you give one of them a face," she said, "someone below loses theirs." Behind the woman, Soren made a small sound. Eliza looked down at the photographs scattered across the table. In the newest one, Mihaela stood beside her husband. Between them was a young woman whose face had almost disappeared. Only the mouth remained, and it was painted red. Eliza took the photographs from Mihaela and locked herself in the gallery. For the first time since arriving at Varglas, she did not begin with the paintings. She began with evidence. The conservation kit she had brought from London was designed for preliminary analysis, not forensic work, but it was enough to tell her whether the materials in the portraits belonged where they were. Under magnification, she removed a fragment no larger than a grain of dust from the red along Ileana Varglas's lower lip. The sample separated strangely. Ordinary 19th century crimson might contain vermilion, red lake, iron oxide, perhaps cochineal, depending on origin and expense. Instead, beneath the pigment, Eliza found translucent fibers bound into the paint film. She prepared another sample, then another. The material appeared in every red passage she tested. Lips, cheeks, hands, a military sash. The ruby set into Alexandru's painted ring. Under the portable microscope, the fibers twisted like collapsed threads. Organic. Eliza tested a dark brown taken from Petru's hair. More organic residue. Even the whites contained microscopic fragments that did not resemble canvas, animal glue, or any conventional binder she recognized. She thought of Mihaela's photographs. Someone below loses their face. Eliza opened the condition notebook and turned to the page where she had written possible proteinaceous contamination. She had crossed it out. Now she wrote beneath it, "Not contamination." Her hand paused. Then, constituent material. "You always pressed too hard when you were frightened." Eliza spun around. Alexandru stood several meters away. He had entered without sound. She closed the notebook. "What did you say?" He glanced toward the swabs. "You used to do the same with pencils." Eliza stared at him. "I never knew you as a child." "No." He smiled faintly. "But I know you." She stood. "From where?" Alexandru did not answer. He walked past the work table and looked down at the microscope. "You have her hands." Something tightened in Eliza's chest. "Whose?" He touched the edge of the table with one finger. "Your grandmother hated cherries." Eliza stopped breathing. Her grandmother, Margaret Harcourt, had died when Eliza was 11. She had hated cherries. Not disliked them. Hated them with an almost childish intensity because, she claimed, they stained everything. Eliza had never written that anywhere. Alexandru continued. She kept lavender soap inside the linen cupboard. "Stop." She sang when she polished silver. "Stop." And she called you Liza when your mother was not listening. Eliza shoved the chair backward. Its legs scraped hard across the stone. Alexandru watched her with something that looked almost like pity. Then he said, "You should not have been given the Harcourt name." The gallery door opened. Eleanh entered. Behind her stood Sophia and the elderly aunt, whose damaged eye Eliza had restored. All three women looked at Eliza. Not with hunger, with recognition. Eleanh spoke first. "Eliza Beta. That is not my name. It was." "No." Sophia tilted her head. "Not Harcourt." Eliza felt suddenly surrounded by portraits, by dozens of painted faces waiting beneath dirt. "What surname?" The old aunt smiled. Her restored eye gleamed in the dim afternoon light. "Verglash." The pronunciation was softer than the English rendering on the brass labels. Eliza shook her head. "You're wrong." Alexandru approached. "You know we are not. I know my family. Do you?" The question landed more deeply than it should have. Eliza thought of her mother refusing genealogy questions, of missing photographs in old albums, of her grandmother insisting that certain family records had been destroyed during the war. Then Alexandru touched the portrait beside him. The painted figure was still almost completely hidden beneath blackened varnish. A woman. Eliza had not yet begun cleaning her. Only the outline of a pale dress was visible. Alexandru said, "She had your face." Eliza looked at the canvas. A thin crack ran through the varnish near the woman's cheek. As Eliza watched, something red appeared inside it. Not on the surface. Beneath it. The liquid spread through the fracture like blood entering a vein. Then, from somewhere under the darkened paint, a woman's voice whispered, "Liza." The voice beneath the varnish did not speak again. Eliza stood before the unfinished woman's portrait until the red line inside the crack stopped moving. Behind her, the returned Varglas family had gone silent. She turned. Alexandru was watching her. Not triumphantly. Expectantly. That was worse. "You knew this would happen." He did not deny it. Eliza crossed the gallery and seized the nearest lamp. "Where did these paintings come from? The family collection?" "That is not what I asked." Eleanh lowered her eyes. Eliza looked from one face to another. "You remember being painted. You remember these rooms. Someone made those pigments. Someone altered these canvases. Where?" No one answered. Then Eliza noticed the elderly aunt staring toward the eastern wall. Not at a portrait. At the paneling between two frames. Eliza followed her gaze. The oak there was darker than the surrounding wood. She approached. At first she saw nothing. Then professional habit took over. The panel was wrong. The grain pattern did not continue across the neighboring boards. The molding had been installed afterward. Several nail heads were newer than the 19th century gallery renovations. Eliza ran her fingertips along the edge. A seam. Adrian entered just as she found the concealed latch. "Do not open that." His voice was sharper than she had ever heard it. Eliza pulled. The panel moved inward. A smell came through the gap. Dust old oil. Something metallic. And underneath it, the sweet, stale odor of organic decay. Adrian crossed the gallery quickly. Eliza stepped through before he reached her. The hidden room was narrow and windowless. Shelves covered every wall. For several seconds, she could understand only fragments. Glass jars. Bundles wrapped in cloth. Wooden boxes. Canvases stacked face-in against the stone. Then the details resolved. Dozens of jars contained dried pigment. Ochres. Blacks. Whites. And red. Far more red than any portrait workshop would reasonably require. Some had labels handwritten in faded ink. Not pigment names. People's names. Mati Ionescu. Ilinka Radu. Petru Barbu. Dates followed. Eliza lifted one jar. Dark flakes clung to the glass like dried rust. Something curled beneath them. Hair. Human hair. She put it down too quickly. On another shelf lay small paper packets tied with thread. One had split open. A clipped fingernail rested among powdered crimson. Eliza. Adrian stood in the doorway. She ignored him. At the back of the room, photographs had been pinned to a corkboard. Some were 19th century album and prints. Others were newer. Much newer. School photographs. Wedding portraits. Passport pictures. Family snapshots printed on cheap modern paper. Every photograph contained a blank face. Eliza stepped closer. One showed Mihaela Radu standing beside a teenage girl. The girl had no features. Only smooth gray paper where Anna's face should have been. Eliza's stomach turned. These are recent. Adrian said nothing. How long has this room been used? Still nothing. Eliza moved toward the stacked canvases. The first was a damaged family scene. She placed it beneath a work light and examined the surface. 6 figures stood around a dining table. Something about the composition felt compressed. Too much furniture. Too little space between bodies. She angled the light. Beneath the upper paint, another shape emerged. A shoulder. Then a head. Someone had been painted over. Eliza fetched an infrared lamp from her equipment. The hidden composition appeared gradually. 7 people. Not 6. A young servant stood between the noble family members. His later absence had been filled with curtain, table, and darkness. Another canvas revealed 2 children hidden beneath a landscape. Another showed an old woman erased from a hunting party. Again and again, figures had been removed before the Varglass faces had been strengthened above them. Not restored. Transferred. Eliza understood with a sudden, sick clarity. The red pigments were not merely mixed with human remains. The erased people had once occupied the paintings. Their removal created space. Their blood gave the Varglass bodies color. Their disappearance from memory completed the exchange. She heard Adrian behind her. The portraits do not preserve the dead. Eliza turned. His face looked exhausted. They preserve the remembered. A sound came from beneath a sheet in the corner. Soft, rhythmic, breathing. Eliza pulled the cloth away. An unfinished canvas leaned against the wall. The painted woman wore a dark green dress. Her hands were complete. Her throat was complete. Her mouth had already been painted red. Only the face remained unfinished. But beneath the thin preparatory sketch, Eliza could see enough. Her own jaw. Her own eyes. Her own mouth. And beneath the canvas, written in brown ink across the stretcher bar, were 2 words. Elizabeta Varglash. Eliza read the name 3 times. The letters had browned with age, but they had not faded. Her own face waited above them. Not finished. Waiting. And Adrian remained in the doorway while Eliza searched the paint room. She no longer asked permission. At the bottom of a cabinet, she found a leather portfolio sealed with a broken wax crest. Inside were correspondence, workshop ledgers, restoration notes, and family records written in Romanian, German, and French. Some had English translations added decades later. The oldest conservation ledger described damage to the portraits after an outbreak of fever in the valley. But the language was wrong for ordinary restoration. Subject weakened by insufficient remembrance. Additional donor required before facial reconstruction. Replacement successful. Household recollection stabilized within 4 days. Eliza read the sentence again. Replacement. On another page, a painter named Stefan Mureșan had recorded the method plainly. A person first had to be socially loosened. A servant no one would defend. An illegitimate child. A widow without surviving relatives. A debtor. A prisoner. Someone whose disappearance could be explained, ignored, or rewritten. Their likeness was painted into a Varglass composition. Their blood was processed into pigment. Then, slowly, the victim was painted out. As their image vanished, memory followed. What remained? Their place in family stories, photographs, documents, even affection, was consumed by the portrait. The Varglass figure gained what the erased person lost. Presence. Recognition. Continuity. Eliza felt suddenly unable to touch the pages. "This is not immortality," she said. Adrian answered quietly. "No. It is replacement." Yes. The family had not survived death. They had survived being forgotten by teaching the world to remember them instead. Eliza turned another page. A later ledger listed names she recognized from the pigment jars. Beside each was a Varglass recipient. One forgotten life for one restored ancestor. Sometimes 2, sometimes 5. Then she found a name that stopped her. Elizabeta Varglash. No donor was listed beside it. Instead, someone had written, "Refused transfer." Eliza searched faster. Letters spilled across the table. One was addressed to Alexandru. The handwriting was sharp and slanted. "You call it preservation because murder embarrasses you." Eliza's throat tightened. Another. "If remembrance must be stolen, then we deserve oblivion." And another. "I have destroyed the first likeness. I will destroy the second if I can reach it." At the bottom, Elizabeta. Eliza heard movement behind her. Alexandru stood beyond Adrian in the gallery. His expression had changed. There was no amusement now. "She was my sister," he said. Eliza looked down at the letters. "She left." "Yes." "Where?" "West." Adrian opened another drawer and removed a narrow document case. Inside was a British naturalization record. Then a marriage certificate. Then a handwritten genealogy. Elisabetta Verglass had crossed through Vienna, Paris, and eventually England under the name Elizabeth Varglass. Years later, the surname changed again after marriage. Harcourt. Eliza sat down. Her grandmother's hatred of cherries. The missing photographs. Her mother refusing questions about ancestry. All of it suddenly felt less like family eccentricity and more like inherited fear. There was one final letter. It had been written from Surrey. Eliza recognized the place before she finished the first paragraph. The estate where, at 26, she had painted a disowned daughter back beneath a green curtain. Her hands began to shake. The letter was Elisabetta's final instruction to a British conservator. Destroy my portrait entirely. Do not clean it. Do not reveal what lies beneath the green. If my descendants ever become restorers, keep them away from Varglass. Eliza stopped breathing. Green. She remembered the curtain she had reconstructed years ago. The vanished woman. The hand she had covered. She had believed she was erasing a stranger. Alexandru stepped into the room. "You did not begin this work when you arrived here," he said. Eliza looked at him. He nodded toward the unfinished portrait bearing her face. "You began it in Surrey." A faint cracking sound came from the canvas. Across the unfinished woman's cheek, the first flake of dark varnish loosened by itself and fell to the floor. Underneath was living skin. The skin beneath the fallen varnish was warm. Eliza knew because she touched it. Not intentionally. Her fingers moved before judgment caught up with them, reaching toward the exposed patch on the unfinished portrait as they would toward any newly revealed layer. The painted cheek yielded slightly beneath her fingertip. She recoiled. A pulse moved under the surface. Once, then again. Alexandru closed his eyes. From the gallery beyond came the slow sound of approaching footsteps. Not Adrian's. These were heavier. Measured. The returned Varglass family parted as a tall man entered the hidden room. Eliza recognized him immediately. The largest portrait in the gallery. The man beside the red curtain. The first mouth she had seen bleeding. His face was clearer now than it had been on the canvas. Gray threaded his black hair. His eyes were almost colorless. He looked at Eliza as though inspecting something ordered long ago. "Nikolai Varglass," he said. Not an introduction. A correction to a silence that had lasted centuries. "The master of the castle," Adrian murmured. Nikolai glanced at him. "No, a castle has no master, only appetites." Then his attention returned to Eliza. "You were difficult to find." She stepped between him and the unfinished portrait. "You selected me." "Yes." "The commission was false." The damage was real. That isn't what I asked. Nikolai smiled. Elisabetta would have said the same. Hearing the name from him felt intimate in a way Eliza hated. She looked toward the portrait. That is her. Yes. Not me. No. The answer came too easily. Nikolai approached the canvas. When Elisabetta fled, she destroyed every likeness she could reach. Portraits, miniatures, sketches. She understood something the others did not. That being remembered here meant being consumed. That being absent gave her power. He traced one finger near the unfinished face without touching it. The lineage continued because she escaped. But the castle could no longer complete the family. A branch remained outside the image. Eliza thought of generations of Harcourts, carrying something they had been taught never to name. You brought me here to finish her portrait. To finish the interruption. Alexandru looked away. Eliza noticed. You knew. His silence answered. Nikolai continued. The unfinished likeness cannot be completed by any hand. It rejected painters. It rejected restorers. Elisabetta's blood denied the image. He looked at Eliza's fingers. But blood recognizes itself. Eliza felt cold move up her arms. My blood. Your face, her proportions, her line, her hand. My profession. That too. He smiled faintly. You were not chosen because you resemble her, Eliza. You were chosen because you repeat her. The words struck harder than she expected. Nikolai nodded toward the records. Your ancestor believed disappearance was freedom. You believe preservation is innocence. Both beliefs require someone else to carry the cost. Eliza thought of Surrey. The daughter beneath the green curtain. Her own brush covering a hand. What happens if I complete the portrait? Nikolai's expression softened almost tenderly. The world corrects itself. Below them, somewhere inside the castle, a door slammed. The villagers? Temporary displacement. Erasure. Memory must contain something. His voice remained calm. When Elisabetta fled, she forced absence into the family line. Complete her face, and the absence closes. What does that mean? The escape never happened in the way the world remembers it. Eliza stared at him. Nikolai gestured toward the unfinished canvas. Her descendants remain. Their bodies remain. But history changes its allegiance. Harcourt becomes a detour. Varglas becomes the truth. My family would forget where we came from. No. He stepped closer. They would remember where they were always meant to come from. Behind Eliza, the unfinished portrait breathed. Not slowly now. Urgently. She turned. More varnish had loosened. The woman's forehead was visible. Then one eyebrow. Then the outline of an eye. Eliza saw immediately that Nikolai had lied about one thing. The portrait did not merely resemble her. It resembled every Harcourt woman she had ever known. Her mother's brow. Her grandmother's mouth. Her own jaw. Generations compressed into one waiting face. On the work table lay Eliza's smallest restoration brush. Beside it, although she had not placed it there, was an open jar of crimson pigment. fresh, wet. Nikolai said only the final features remain. Eliza looked into the jar. The red surface trembled. Then she saw something beneath it. A reflection. Not her own. Mihaela's daughter, Anna, staring upward from inside the pigment. Her lips moved soundlessly. Eliza bent closer. Other faces surfaced behind Anna. Dozens. Hundreds. All waiting to disappear so one woman could be remembered. And from the unfinished portrait behind her, in a voice identical to Eliza's own, Elisabetta whispered, "Do not finish me." The unfinished portrait spoke in Eliza's voice, but the words did not feel borrowed. They felt inherited. Nikolai Varglas did not move. Neither did the others. For a moment, the only sound in the paint room was the shallow breathing of the canvases stacked against the walls. Eliza looked at the restoration brush beside the open jar. One stroke. That was all the portrait seemed to require. A little crimson at the lips. Shadow at the nostrils. Definition around the eyes. Tiny decisions a conservator made every day. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that looked like murder. That was how such things survived. Not through monsters. Through procedure. Through careful language. Through people telling themselves that they were only preserving what someone else had already chosen. Eliza thought of the Surrey portrait. The green curtain. The vanished hand. She had spent 15 years insisting that conservators did not own history. They merely stabilized it, revealed it, protected it. But every cleaning exposed one layer and removed another. Every reconstruction privileged one version over alternatives. Every decision about damage, overpaint, authenticity, and loss carried judgment inside it. Neutrality had never existed. It had only made judgment easier to live with. She picked up the brush. Nikolai smiled. Alexandru closed his eyes. Eliza dipped the bristles into the crimson jar. Anna Radu's face broke across the surface. More faces pressed behind hers. People whose names had become pigment labels. People who had been made convenient to forget. Eliza raised the brush, then turned and dragged it across Nikolai's portrait. A red line slashed from his painted forehead to his throat. Nikolai screamed. The sound did not come only from the man standing before her. It came from the canvas, from the gallery, from inside the walls. His living body doubled over. A dark wound opened across his face in exactly the path of Eliza's brush. "What have you done?" Eliza dropped the brush. Made a treatment decision. She seized the lamp from the work table and struck it against the stone floor. Glass shattered. Adrian understood first. "Eliza, open the shutters." He stared at her. "Now." Alexandru moved toward her. "You will destroy all of us." "Yes. Some of us never chose this." Eliza looked at him. That was the cruelty of it. He was alive. He remembered. He could fear death. The portraits were no longer merely objects containing evil. They contained consciousness, centuries of it. To burn them would not be symbolic destruction. It would kill something capable of begging not to die. Alexandru saw the hesitation. So you understand? I do. Then stop. Eliza looked toward the photographs of the faceless villagers. No. She pulled a bottle of conservation solvent from her case and poured it across the floorboards. Another followed. Then another. Adrian opened the gallery shutters. Mountain wind rushed inward. Nikolai straightened. Blood ran down his living face. You call this morality? No. Eliza poured solvent beneath the unfinished portrait. I call it choosing who pays. She struck a match. For 1 second, the flame was impossibly small. Then she dropped it. Fire raced across the floor. Varnish caught first. The gallery erupted with a sound like thousands of people inhaling at once. Returned Varglas bodies screamed as flames climbed their portraits. Ileana collapsed beside the fireplace. Petru clawed at his chest. Sophia ran toward a burning canvas and tried to beat out the fire with her bare hands. Alexandru remained standing. His portrait darkened behind him. He looked at Eliza not with hatred, but grief. You could have preserved us. Eliza's eyes filled with smoke. That was the problem. The flames reached the unfinished portrait. For a moment, Elisabetta's face appeared completely beneath the burning varnish. Not Eliza. Not her mother. Not her grandmother. A woman who had escaped. A woman who had chosen absence over stolen remembrance. She smiled. No. Then the canvas ignited. Throughout the castle, glass began breaking. Down in the valley, dogs started barking. Eliza staggered toward the gallery doors as the ceiling filled with black smoke. Behind her, Nikolai roared her name. She did not turn. Then every portrait in the gallery screamed at once. Not in pain. In recognition. And from beneath the floorboards came hundreds of unfamiliar voices, suddenly remembering their own names. Varglas Castle burned until dawn. From the village below, the eastern wing looked less like a building on fire than a line of windows opening one after another into a furnace. The towers disappeared behind smoke. Roof beams collapsed inward. For several minutes after sunrise, the mountain itself seemed to breathe ash. Eliza survived because Adrian dragged her through the courtyard after she collapsed near the gallery stairs. She woke on wet grass with blood on her palms and the taste of soot between her teeth. Behind them, figures were leaving the castle. Not running. Coming apart. Ileana reached the courtyard first. Her skin darkened at the edges as though a flame were passing beneath it. Petru followed, one hand pressed to his throat. Sophia emerged, holding the elderly aunt by the arm. Alexandru came last. He found Eliza with his eyes. For a moment, he looked exactly as he had after restoration. Warm skin, amber fleck in the left iris, amusement almost visible around the mouth. Then his face cracked. Not like flesh, like paint. A red line opened across his cheek. His skin broke into flakes that lifted in the hot wind. Beneath them there was no bone, no blood, no anatomy at all. Only pigment. He looked down as his fingers collapsed into dark powder. Elizabeta was right, he said. Eliza could not tell whether he meant the escape or the fire. Then Alexandru Varglas scattered across the courtyard. The others followed. By the time the eastern roof collapsed, nothing remained of the returned family, but streaks of color washed through the rain. Nikolai never emerged. For 3 days, the village changed. Mihaila Aradu discovered her daughter's face, returning first in a school photograph. At breakfast, Anna's father stared at her for nearly a minute before beginning to cry. Other people returned more slowly. A dead uncle recovered his name in an old wedding album. A woman remembered that she had once had a sister. Blank spaces in photographs filled with faces no living person had expected to see. Not everyone came back. Some erasures had lasted too long. Some memories had no one left to hold them. Eliza understood that destruction could not restore everything. It could only stop the taking. She returned to England after the authorities finished questioning her. The official explanation became electrical failure complicated by solvents stored improperly during conservation. Eliza did not correct it. For several months, she accepted no restoration work. She stopped using the word neutral. Then, in early February, Adrian called. Only one object had survived the gallery fire. A painting. It had been found beneath collapsed masonry in the hidden workshop, although Eliza knew there had been no completed canvas there when the fire began. The authorities sent it to London for examination. Eliza tried to refuse. Instead, one gray morning, she found herself standing behind glass in a conservation laboratory while 2 specialists removed the shipping crate. The canvas was untouched. No scorching. No smoke deposits. No heat deformation. The title had been written on the stretcher bar in fresh black ink. The Restorer. Eliza felt the old coldness return. The painting showed the Varglas Gallery before the fire. At its center sat a woman at a conservation table. Eliza. Every detail was exact. The pale scar beside her thumb. The silver ring on her right hand. The strand of hair she habitually tucked behind one ear. Painted Eliza faced an unfinished portrait on an easel. The woman inside that second canvas had no face. One of the specialists leaned closer. Extraordinary condition. Eliza said nothing. On the table beside her painted counterpart stood a small jar of crimson pigment. Its label was turned toward the viewer. Eliza Harcourt. She stepped backward. The specialist asked if she was all right. Then a faint sound came from behind the glass. 3 taps. Eliza stared at the painting. Her painted hands had changed position. One now rested on the unfinished canvas. The other held a restoration brush. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the painted woman lifted her head. Her eyes opened. They were not looking at Eliza. They were looking past her, toward the specialist standing beside the glass. And behind the faceless figure on the painted easel, a new mouth appeared beneath the blank ground. It was wet. It was red. It was smiling. Perhaps preservation is never only about saving what remains. It is also about deciding what deserves space, whose damage becomes history, and whose absence is treated as acceptable. Eliza destroyed Varglas, because she finally understood that memory built from someone else's erasure is not remembrance at all. Yet the final painting suggests that systems of preservation can survive the people who reject them. If a portrait can feed on attention, restoration may begin again the moment someone chooses to look closely. And perhaps that is the last appetite of Varglass. Not blood, but the human need to keep something from disappearing. Story 7. The first thing Claire noticed was that Eamon was not knocking. He stood beyond the kitchen door with rain running from his hair, his oilskin jacket dark on his shoulders, and one hand resting flat against the glass, as though he had forgotten what doors were for. For several seconds, Claire stared. The kettle trembled on the hob. Wind worried at the guttering, and somewhere down the hill, corrugated metal struck the same dull note again and again. It was the kind of November night that made Kilrath feel less like a town than a handful of houses clinging to the Atlantic. Eamon had been missing for 6 months. His boat, the Murine, had been found 17 miles offshore with its engine dead, one fuel tank half full, and his yellow mug still wedged beside the wheel. There had been no blood, no damaged radio, no body. Claire had spent the first 12 weeks believing those absences were hopeful. By the 23rd, she understood that absence could become its own kind of body. Now he was outside her kitchen. She crossed the room, without remembering deciding to move. Eamon, his face changed. His mouth opened, and a sound came out, somewhere between a laugh and a sob. Then he leaned his forehead against the glass. Claire. Her knees nearly gave way. She unlocked the door, but did not open it. He looked thinner, perhaps only around the eyes. His beard was longer than he had ever worn it. A pale cut crossed his left eyebrow, exactly where the boom had split him open 8 years earlier. On his right thumb was the crooked scar from a filleting knife. Details no newspaper had printed. Details Claire had touched in the dark. "Where have you been?" Eamon looked past her into the kitchen. The clock above the sink ticked. The kettle clicked off. "I don't know." "You don't know?" "I remember the storm." There wasn't a storm that night. His gaze returned to her. "No," he said softly. "Not there." Claire's fingers tightened on the latch. She was a nurse. 14 years had taught her that the first responsibility was not wonder. It was assessment. "Are you hurt?" "No." "Cold?" He glanced down at his soaked clothes, as if surprised by the question. "A little." Claire opened the door 3 inches. Rain blew across the tiles. Eamon did not move. "Let me see your eyes." He almost smiled. "That's my wife." "Your pupils." He leaned toward the gap. Gray-green irises. Equal pupils. No obvious head injury. His skin was pale, but not blue. She could smell salt water, diesel, and something mineral beneath them both, like stones turned over at low tide. "Come inside," she said. Eamon remained on the step. His boots were planted with their toes exactly level with the threshold. "You heard me." I did." "Then, come in." Rain slid from his nose. He swallowed. Say it properly. The words were so ordinary that for a moment they made no sense. What? Please. There was no playfulness in his face. 6 months ago, their last conversation had ended with Emon slamming this same door. He had accused her of treating him like a patient. She had told him that if he insisted on taking the boat out in bad visibility, he could sleep on it too. She had replayed that sentence every night since. Now he stood in the rain, waiting. "Claire," he whispered, "please ask me in." She opened the door wider. "Eamon Donnelly," she said, because the formal name suddenly seemed safer than husband. "Come into the house." He stepped across the threshold. The kitchen light flickered once. Then Eamon folded around her. His arms were strong, familiar. He smelled like the sea and the old wool jumper beneath his coat. Claire pressed her face against his chest and began to cry so hard she could not breathe. For several seconds, she heard only rain and her own gasps. Then the nurse in her noticed his heartbeat. Slow, steady, real. And beneath it, deeper in his chest, something answered with a second beat. Claire examined her husband at the kitchen table because it was the only thing she knew how to do with a miracle. She wrapped a blanket around Eamon's shoulders, turned on every light, and brought down the old medical bag she kept above the refrigerator. He watched her with an expression she knew well. Patient amusement, the look he used whenever she became too professional at home. "You always did prefer instruments to questions," he said. Claire stopped, with the blood pressure cuff in her hands. "That's what you said after I made you check your temperature on our honeymoon. Because you thought I had pneumonia. You did have pneumonia. I had a cough. You had a fever of nearly 40. Eamon smiled. It was exactly his smile. That frightened her more than if it had been wrong. His temperature was low, but not dangerously so. His blood pressure was normal. His pupils reacted appropriately. His fingertips were pale from cold, but showed no obvious damage despite 6 months supposedly spent somewhere beyond explanation. She checked his pulse manually. One rhythm pressed beneath her fingers. Nothing else. When she moved the stethoscope over his chest, however, she heard it again. The ordinary heart sounded strong. Behind it came the slower pulse. Thump. A pause. Thump. Claire shifted the diaphragm. What? Nothing. You're making the face. What face? The one that means you've found something and want 5 minutes to decide whether telling me will make me annoying. She almost laughed. Instead, she listened again. The second rhythm seemed deeper than anatomy allowed, as though coming through Eamon rather than from within him. She removed the stethoscope. You should go to hospital. No. Eamon. No hospitals tonight. You've been missing for half a year. And I've just come home. His tone remained gentle, but something in his posture changed. His shoulders became still. Claire noticed he had barely blinked since entering the house. She began asking questions. At first, they were obvious ones. His mother's maiden name. The name of the pub where they had met. the password to the old savings account they rarely used. He answered each immediately. So Claire made them harder. "What did you give me on our first Christmas?" "A silver bracelet." "Wrong." Eamon frowned. Claire felt something cold open beneath her ribs. Then he said, "Because I gave you the bracelet after New Year. Christmas was the terrible ceramic lighthouse I bought in Galway." Claire covered her mouth. She had forgotten that lighthouse. They had thrown it away after its bulb overheated and scorched the windowsill. Eamon remembered the neighbor's dog that had bitten him when he was 11. He remembered Claire crying in a supermarket car park after learning her father's cancer had spread. He remembered the ridiculous song they had invented for their leaking washing machine. He even remembered the sentence Claire whispered to him in bed after her mother's funeral, something she had never repeated aloud. By midnight, she stopped testing him. Eamon sat opposite her, wrapped in the blanket, watching steam rise from untouched stew. "You need to eat." "I'm not hungry." "You haven't eaten in 6 months." "I don't remember being hungry." That answer stayed with her. Claire placed bread beside him. He looked at it almost curiously. "You used to eat half a loaf after coming in from the boat." "I know." "Then eat." He tore off a piece. Held it. Put it back down. Later, Claire found him standing before the bathroom mirror, staring at his own reflection. "Do I look older?" he asked. "No." "That's strange, isn't it?" "Yes." He touched his cheek. Then he smiled at the reflection a fraction before Claire saw any reason for him to smile. In bed, he lay on his back with his hands folded over his stomach. Claire remained awake beside him. His breathing became slow, regular, too regular. She counted almost 2 minutes before realizing he had not blinked once. "Eamon?" His eyelids closed immediately. "I'm asleep." Despite herself, Claire laughed. For one moment, the room became theirs again. Then she asked the question she had avoided all evening. "Do you remember our argument?" His eyes opened. The humor disappeared. "The night you left." Rain tapped the window. "You told me not to go." "What else?" Eamon stared at the ceiling. "You said I could sleep on the boat." Claire waited. That was not all. She had followed him outside. She had said something worse, something she had spent 6 months trying not to remember. "You don't remember what I said at the gate?" His jaw tightened. "No." Claire turned toward him. For the first time that night, Eamon looked afraid. Not confused. Afraid. "Maybe I was already too far away," he whispered. Claire did not understand what he meant. Sometime later, exhaustion finally pulled her under. When she woke, the other side of the bed was empty. The front door stood open. Cold rain had blown across the hallway floor. Claire followed the wet footprints outside. Eamon stood barefoot beyond the garden wall, his nightclothes soaked against his body. He was facing west, toward the black Atlantic. Far below along the shore, several other figures stood motionless in the rain with him. Claire counted 6 figures on the shore. Eamon stood nearest the seawall, barefoot and motionless, while the others were scattered along the black curve of beach below like posts driven into the sand. None carried lamps. None seemed bothered by the rain. Then lightning showed her their faces. Most were strangers. One was not. Claire knew Nora Keene because everyone in Kilrath knew Nora Keene. Her photograph had hung in the post office for nearly 9 months after she vanished while walking home from her sister's cottage. Search parties had covered the cliffs, fields, and tidal caves. The Gardaí eventually treated the disappearance as a probable accident. Now, Nora stood ankle-deep in seawater, wearing the same red coat shown in her missing person photograph. Claire stepped closer to Eamon. "What are you doing?" He turned slowly. For one instant, his expression was blank. Then recognition returned. "Claire?" "Yes." "You're freezing." He looked down at his bare feet. The others began moving. Not toward Claire. Away from the sea. They climbed the beach separately, without speaking, each taking a different path into town. Nora passed beneath a street lamp. Her red coat was dry. Claire stared after her until Eamon touched her shoulder. "Who was that?" "You know who that was." He looked toward the empty road. No. By morning, Kilrath had become a town celebrating miracles. Nora Keene arrived at her sister's house before sunrise. By breakfast, word spread that Patrick Foy had returned after disappearing during a solo sailing trip 3 years earlier. Before noon, another name joined them. 17-year-old Liam Burke, missing for 11 months. Every return carried the same impossible pattern. No explanation. No obvious injuries. Perfect memory. Claire listened to people repeat the phrase until it seemed rehearsed. They're exactly the same. She wanted to believe it. Instead, she went to work. The Kilrath Community Clinic occupied 2 converted houses beside the church, and by late morning its waiting room was full of relatives, Gardaí, journalists, and people pretending not to stare. Nora Keene was brought in shortly after midday. Her sister, Siobhan, would not release her hand. "She remembers everything," Siobhan said before Claire had even closed the examination room door. "Our father's funeral, Ma'am's brown handbag, the name of my first boyfriend, everything." Nora smiled tiredly. "I'm apparently very impressive." Her voice sounded normal. Her skin was warm. Her blood pressure was unremarkable. Claire asked questions about injuries, food, exposure, memory loss. Nora answered calmly until Claire asked when she had last eaten. Nora glanced at Siobhan. "I don't know." "You've eaten since coming home?" Siobhan's smile faltered. "She had tea. Did you drink it?" Nora looked at the floor. "I wasn't thirsty." Claire felt the same cold pressure beneath her ribs that she had felt watching Eamon hold the bread. She lifted the stethoscope. Deep breath. Nora inhaled. Claire placed the diaphragm beneath her collarbone. The first heartbeat was normal. Then she moved lower. There. A second impact. Slower. Deeper. Claire stopped breathing. Nora looked at her. Something wrong? Claire shifted the stethoscope left. The sound followed. Not vascular. Not an echo. Not equipment. Thump. Paused. Thump. Exactly like Emon. Claire withdrew the stethoscope too quickly. Siobhan leaned forward. What is it? Probably nothing. The lie came easily because Claire had used it hundreds of times when waiting for confirmation. She checked Nora's radial pulse. One rhythm. Then her neck. One rhythm. Again, Claire said. Nora's expression changed slightly. Why? I want to listen once more. Claire placed the stethoscope back against her chest. The second pulse was still there. Slow. Patient. Claire counted. Then something happened. The rhythm accelerated. Not gradually. Deliberately. One beat. Then another sooner. Then another. Claire lifted her head. Nora was staring directly at her. The deeper heartbeat quickened again. Claire moved the stethoscope. The rhythm followed. Faster now. Trying to match the human heart above it. For the first time since Eamon came home, Claire understood that the second pulse was not merely something she had discovered. It knew she was listening. Claire spent the next 2 days trying to prove that she was wrong. She replaced the clinic stethoscope. Then she replaced it again. She borrowed a newer electronic model from the ambulance station and listened to Nora Keene with that. The result was the same. One ordinary cardiac rhythm and, beneath it, a second impact too deep and too slow to belong anywhere she understood. She searched medical journals for vascular anomalies, post-immersion complications, congenital abnormalities, thoracic masses, parasitic infections, even obscure forms of pericardial echo. Nothing matched. She told herself trauma could distort perception. She had barely slept since Eamon returned. She had spent 6 months waiting for a dead man. It would have been stranger, perhaps, if her mind had behaved normally. Then, Patrick Foy came to the clinic. He had disappeared 3 years earlier. Patrick was 61 now. Though he looked exactly as he had in the photograph, printed after his boat was found overturned north of Kilrath Head. His beard still held the same streak of white beneath the chin. His left index finger still bent badly from an old winch injury. Claire listened to his chest. 2 rhythms. The deeper pulse accelerated beneath her stethoscope. Patrick smiled. Cold hands, he said. Claire nearly dropped the instrument. That night, she examined Eamon again. He submitted without complaint. His lungs sounded clear. His pulse at the wrist remained singular. His abdomen was soft. No unusual swelling. No fever. No visible injury. But inside his chest, the second beat remained. What does it feel like? Claire asked. What? The other heartbeat. Eamon looked at her. For several seconds, he said nothing. Then he smiled faintly. You've always heard things that aren't there when you're worried. That isn't an answer. I don't feel anything. Any pressure? Fluttering? Pain? No. Anything moving? His eyes shifted toward the window. Outside, the sea was invisible beyond the dark roofs, but they could hear it breaking against the harbor wall. Eamon, I said no. The sharpness vanished almost immediately. He reached for her hand. I'm sorry. Claire let him hold it. His palm was warm. Too warm, considering how often she found him standing near open windows. He still did not eat. He sat with her through breakfast and moved food around his plate. At dinner, he cut meat into smaller pieces and never raised the fork to his mouth. Once Claire watched him sip water. He swallowed carefully, then went to the sink and spat it out when he thought she had turned away. The returned people behaved similarly. Kilrath noticed, but Kilrath preferred miracles to questions. Families explained everything. Shock, stress, changed appetite, disorientation. After what they had survived, whatever that was, surely they deserved patience. No one could say what they had survived. None of the returned remembered where they had been. And every morning, before dawn, they gathered by the shore. Claire began following them. They came separately, emerging from different streets in silence. Nora in her red coat. Patrick in an old jumper. Liam Burt barefoot beneath his father's oversized rain jacket. Eamon always left last. They stood along the waterline facing west. They did not speak. They did not touch. They waited. The tide came in around their feet. When the water reached their ankles, they all tilted their heads slightly, as though listening to something beneath the waves. Then they went home. On the fourth morning, Claire noticed something else. None of them left footprints going back. The wet sand showed the marks where they had approached the sea. But after the tide touched them, the beach behind them remained smooth. Claire told no one. That evening, she borrowed a compact cardiac recorder from the clinic. She told Eamon it was for work. After he lay down, she waited until his eyes closed, then fixed the sensor against his chest beneath his shirt and started recording. Eamon did not move. He did not snore. His breathing remained perfectly regular. Claire sat beside the bed with headphones on. Two rhythms filled her ears. His heartbeat, and the deeper one. For nearly an hour, they remained separate. Then, sometime well past midnight, the slower pulse began to accelerate. Beat by beat. Patiently. Methodically. Claire watched Eamon's sleeping face. His eyes opened beneath closed lids, moving rapidly from side to side. The second rhythm quickened again. Closer. Closer. Until there was no delay at all. For 3 beats, Claire heard only one perfectly synchronized heartbeat. Then Eamon opened his eyes, and both rhythms separated instantly. The morning after the recording, Eamon asked Claire what she remembered about a blue room. She was standing at the sink, rinsing a cup he had not used. What blue room? The one with the cracked ceiling. Claire turned. Eamon sat at the table with both hands folded neatly in front of him. There was a wardrobe beside the door, he said, and something painted on the wall. A horse, maybe. Claire felt the cup slip slightly in her fingers. Her grandmother's spare room had been blue. Claire had slept there as a child after her parents separated for 6 months. A faded rocking horse had been painted beside the bed. The ceiling plaster had split during a winter storm. She had never taken Eamon there. The house had been sold before they met. How do you know that? Eamon frowned. Know what? The room. He looked genuinely confused. I thought you told me. I didn't. Maybe years ago. No. Claire watched him carefully. His eyes moved to the refrigerator. Was there a red blanket? She said nothing. There had been. Eamon pressed his palms against his stomach. I'm hungry. It was the first time he had admitted it. Claire set bread, eggs, and fried potatoes in front of him. He stared at them. Eat. I can't. You just said you're hungry. Not for that. The room seemed to contract around the words. Claire sat opposite him. What are you hungry for? Eamon rubbed his chest. I don't know how to explain it. Try. He looked toward the window. It's like being hungry for something I've forgotten. Over the next several days, the questions continued. What did Claire's father say the first time she saw him cry? What song had played on the radio when her mother drove her away from school after she broke another girl's nose? What color was the bicycle she had hidden behind the shed after lying about where she had been? Memories she had never shared. Some she had almost stopped believing herself. Whenever Claire refused to answer, Eamon became restless. He paced. He pressed his fingertips into his temples. Once she found him standing in the pantry smelling an unopened jar of blackberry jam. You hate blackberry. I know. Then why are you doing that? His face tightened. I can almost remember liking it. Claire backed away. That evening, she called the clinic and told them she was ill. The lie was becoming easier. Rain battered Kilrath through the night. Eamon stood by the bedroom window, watching the lighthouse beam pass over the ceiling. Claire said quietly, "What happened after our argument?" His shoulders went rigid. I told you I don't remember. You remember things from my childhood that I never told you, but you can't remember leaving our gate? Stop. What happened on the boat? Claire. Where were you for 6 months? He turned. Something in his face had emptied. Not anger. Absence. Then he moved. He crossed the room so quickly, Claire barely raised her hands before he seized her shoulders and drove her backward against the wardrobe. Pain flashed through her spine. His mouth opened. For one terrible second, she thought he might bite her. Instead, he inhaled beside her face. Deeply, as though smelling something inside her skull. Images burst through Claire without warning. Her grandmother's blue room. Her father crying in the car. The hidden bicycle. Eamon shuddered. His fingers tightened. Then his entire body convulsed. His expression changed. Claire knew the difference immediately. His eyes filled with panic. Real panic. Claire. His grip loosened. He staggered backward and struck the bed. Eamon? He collapsed to his knees. Claire reached for him. No. His voice cracked. Don't touch me. He pressed both hands against his chest. Beneath his shirt, something moved. Not the simple rise of breath. A slow distortion traveled beneath the ribs from left to right. Eamon began crying. Claire had seen him cry twice in 15 years. Listen to me, he whispered. She knelt several feet away. I'm listening. It keeps taking things. What does? He shook his head violently. I can't hold it long. Claire reached for the bedside lamp. Eamon recoiled. Don't hurt this body. His voice was changing again. Flattening. Why? Because I'm still here. The words barely escaped him. His eyes rolled upward, then snapped back to Claire. If you kill me... His spine arched. A second voice seemed to form underneath the first, too low to understand. Eamon forced out one final sentence before his face went still. You'll only let the other one out. Claire did not sleep after Eamon told her what would happen if she killed him. By morning, he remembered none of it. He woke on his side, complained of a headache, and asked why the bedside lamp was broken. Claire told him he had knocked it over. He accepted that explanation. Too easily. She did not. That evening, rain swept across Kilrath in long horizontal sheets. Claire waited until Eamon's breathing settled into its false rhythm, then dressed quietly and left through the back door. She carried a torch, her phone, a small medical kit, and the heavy iron pry bar Eamon kept in the shed. She told herself she was following evidence. Not fear. Not desperation. Evidence. The returned people began moving shortly before dawn. Claire saw Nora Keene first. The red coat appeared at the far end of Harbor Road, passing beneath the lamps without hurry. Patrick Foy emerged from another street. Liam Burke followed several minutes later. Eamon came last. Claire remained behind stone walls and parked cars as they descended toward the shore. This time, they did not stop at the waterline. They turned north, toward St. Brendan's Light. The lighthouse had stood above Kilrath Head for more than a century, though automation had made most of its lower buildings unnecessary decades earlier. The keepers' cottages were boarded up. Maintenance crews visited only a few times each year. The returned people climbed the narrow path toward it. Claire followed. Halfway up, the lighthouse beams swept across the hill. Every returned person stopped simultaneously, then continued. Claire felt her mouth go dry. They passed the main gate but did not approach the tower. Instead, Nora disappeared behind a collapsed stone storehouse. When Claire reached it, she found rusted fencing pulled aside from a concrete stairwell leading underground. Wet footprints covered the steps. Bare feet. Boots. Dozens of them. Some pointed downward. Some pointed up. Claire waited until the last returnee vanished below. Then she followed. The air changed immediately. Cold became damp warmth. The stairwell descended farther than it should have. Claire knew the cliffs. Everyone in Kilrath did. The lighthouse foundation sat perhaps 30 feet above the highest winter tide. Yet, after several flights, she began hearing water. Not dripping. Moving. A slow surge followed by retreat. The passage opened into an old maintenance tunnel, lined with brick darkened by moisture. Electrical cables hung dead from the ceiling. Someone had painted faded warning marks along the wall, but salt had eaten most of them away. The footprints continued. Claire moved carefully. The farther she went, the stronger the smell became. Not rot. Something mineral and intimate. Warm salt. Blood diluted in seawater. The tunnel ended at a steel door, warped outward from its frame. Beyond it was a chamber Claire knew could not exist. Black seawater filled half the room. The surface rose and fell gently despite the absence of wind. Stone arches continued beyond the far wall into natural caves. Claire checked the compass on her phone. The caves extended west, directly beneath the Atlantic. Too far down, too far out. The returned people stood waist-deep in the water. None had removed their clothes. Eamon was among them. Claire crouched behind the broken door. A faint vibration passed through the chamber. The water answered. Ripples moved toward the returnees instead of away from them. Claire saw shapes beneath the surface. Long, pale, too smooth to be fish. One passed between Eamon's legs and vanished beneath a stone shelf. He did not react. The vibration came again. This time, Claire felt it in her teeth. She backed away. Her torch beam slipped across the wall. Something glistened there. At first, she thought the rock was wet. Then she realized a translucent membrane covered part of it. Veined. Trembling. Alive. Several swollen shapes rested behind the membrane, like objects preserved beneath cloudy ice. Claire stepped closer, despite every instinct telling her not to. One shape was roughly human. A shoulder. An arm. A head. The membrane pulsed. The face beneath it turned slightly. Claire covered her mouth. A young woman stared back at her through layers of clear tissue and seawater. Her eyes were open. Her lips moved weakly. Claire had seen that face before. 3 days earlier, it had been printed on a new missing person poster outside the Garda station. Maeve Larkin. Missing for 6 days. And somewhere in Kilrath above them, Claire realized no version of Maeve had come home yet. Claire left the caves before the returned people began to move. She did not remember climbing the stairs. She remembered only Maeve Larkin's face beneath the membrane, eyes open in the dark, and the terrible fact that no copy of her had appeared in Kilrath yet. By morning, Claire was inside the old Coast Guard archive above the harbor. The building had been closed for years, but Fergus Malloy, who had once worked with Eamon's father, still kept a key. "You're looking for your husband's search file?" he asked. "Anything involving people lost offshore and found alive later?" Fergus stared at her. "Alive?" "Yes." He did not ask why. That frightened Claire. The records stretched back farther than she expected. Modern incident reports became carbon copies, then typed sheets, then handwritten ledgers smelling of mildew and dust. Claire found the first pattern in a file from 1987. A fisherman named Thomas Rourke disappeared during calm weather. Boat recovered intact. No body. Rourke returned 11 weeks later. No explanation. Medical notes described unusually low appetite, disrupted sleep, and what one doctor called probable cardiac duplication artifact. Claire read the phrase 3 times. Another case. 1962. A teenage girl vanished from cliffs south of town and returned 4 months later. Her mother reported that she remembered everything except being gone. A parish note added that the girl refused food for several weeks and was repeatedly found walking toward the shore before sunrise. Another. 1931. Another in 1908. The language changed. The pattern did not. Missing. Returned. Memory intact. No appetite. No sleep. Called toward the sea. Claire's hands began to shake. Fergus appeared beside her, carrying tea. "You've seen this before," she said. He placed the mug down. Stories. These aren't stories. No? Then what? He looked toward the harbor windows. My grandfather used to say, the sea sometimes gave people back wrong. Claire waited. He said you should never ask a returned person what they saw beneath the water. Why? Because eventually they start asking you questions instead. Claire thought of the blue room, the hidden bicycle, her mother's car. She pushed the tea away. Back at the clinic, Claire used samples she had quietly taken from Amon and Nora. Blood first. Both appeared human. Normal red cells. Normal white cells. Nothing obvious under routine microscopy. Then she examined epithelial material collected from inside Amon's cheek. Most cells looked ordinary. A few did not. Thin, translucent filaments lay between them, almost invisible, until she changed the light angle. They were not fungal. Not bacterial. Not anything she recognized. When exposed to saline, the filaments contracted. When exposed to a drop of Amon's blood, they extended toward it. Claire froze. She repeated the test. The same response. Then she placed the slide beneath stronger magnification. The filaments did not penetrate the red cells. They clustered around nerve fragments shed with the sample. Nervous tissue. Memory. Something in Claire's mind finally shifted into place. The returned were not copies assembled from observation. That would never explain the private memories. They were using the original people, keeping them alive inside themselves. Not bodies replaced. Bodies occupied. The human brain remained functional because the organism needed it. Needed every remembered face. Every password. Every argument. Every private grief. The creature did not learn a person once. It kept learning them continuously. Claire thought of Amon suddenly becoming himself during the attack. Because he had never gone anywhere. He was still there. Trapped inside his own nervous system, while something else learned how to move his face. That evening, Claire returned to the Coast Guard records and reopened Eamon's file. She had avoided one section since his disappearance. The recovery report. The Murine had been found drifting 17 miles offshore. Engine dead. Radio functional. No Eamon. Claire studied the photographs again. Wheelhouse. Deck. Cabin. Then she noticed something in the evidence list. Blood. A small amount found beneath the steering console. Originally assumed to come from an old cut. The laboratory note described contamination by transparent marine tissue of undetermined origin. Claire felt the room tilt. The date on the sample was not after Eamon returned. It was from the day his boat was found. 6 months before he came home. Claire stared at the page until the words stopped looking like language. Eamon had not been taken somewhere, copied, and then replaced. Whatever lived inside him had already entered his body before the Murine was found drifting empty. Claire spent the next day trying to understand what synchronization meant. She began with the recordings. Eamon's 2 heartbeats had never been random. The secondary rhythm changed whenever he slept, whenever he stood facing the sea, whenever Claire asked questions that frightened him. At first, it had lagged far behind the human heart. Then less. Then, for 3 beats, not at all. Claire laid the audio files beside Nora Keene's clinic readings and Patrick Foy's examination notes. The same progression appeared in all of them. The longer someone had been returned, the closer the second rhythm moved toward the first. Patrick, missing for 3 years, showed the smallest separation. Leanh Burke, gone 11 months, showed more. Eamon sat between them. Claire understood before she wanted to. The secondary pulse was not simply living inside the host. It was learning how to become indistinguishable from the host. Not just heartbeat. Everything. Breathing. Temperature. Facial expression. Appetite, eventually. Sleep. Grief. Love. Perhaps even fear. The human body was not being replaced. It was being rehearsed. That evening, Claire found Eamon sitting on the kitchen floor with every cupboard open around him. He had arranged objects in front of himself. A jar of cloves. Her father's old tobacco tin. A bottle of furniture polish. Blackberry jam. A wool scarf that had belonged to her mother. "What are you doing?" Eamon looked up. "I'm hungry." Claire's skin tightened. "For these?" "For what they contain." He lifted the scarf and pressed it to his face. Claire crossed the room and tore it from his hands. Eamon flinched. For a moment, he looked ashamed. Then he whispered, "Rain on the school roof." Claire stopped. "What?" "You were 9. Her stomach dropped. "You were waiting for your mother." Eamon's eyes closed. "She was late. You thought she'd forgotten you." Claire backed into the table. That memory had no object. No photograph. No story she had ever told. Only rain against corrugated roofing and the smell of wet coats in a school entrance. How? Eamon pressed both hands against his temples. I don't know. His face twisted. It tastes like something. What does? Remembering you. Huh. Claire stared at him. The answer clarified everything the medical evidence had not. The hunger was not physical. The organism was consuming the person around it by consuming what made that person recognizable. Memory first. Then the emotional response attached to memory. Then perhaps the reflexes that produced love, disgust, loyalty, shame. It needed Iman's memories, because memory told it how Iman should behave. But once those memories were exhausted, it reached outward. Toward Claire. Toward anyone close enough to complete him. "You're not hungry for food?" Claire said. Iman looked at her with tears gathering in his eyes. "No. You're hungry for people." His expression changed. The fear beneath it was unmistakable. Claire. It was him again. The real him. Briefly. "Go." She did not move. "I can feel it when it takes something." His voice trembled. "What happens to the memory?" "I can still see it." He touched his chest. "But it doesn't feel like mine afterward." Claire felt something inside her fracture. "What about me?" Eamon shook his head. "It knows you're important." "That isn't what I asked." "It keeps reaching for you." His body jerked. His expression emptied. Then he smiled. Not cruelly. Accurately. Exactly the smile Claire had once loved most. She left before she could decide which was worse. Before dawn, she returned to St. Brendan's Light. The underground chamber was empty of returnees. The black water moved gently beneath the stone arches. Claire approached the membrane where Maeve Larkin had been trapped. Maeve was gone. The translucent sack hung collapsed against the rock. But the wall around it had changed. Shapes trembled beneath the tissue. Not bodies. Images. Claire raised the torch. A blue bedroom formed beneath the membrane. Cracked ceiling. Wardrobe beside the door. A painted rocking horse. Claire stumbled backward. The image dissolved. Another replaced it. Her father crying inside a parked car. Then the school entrance. Rain on the roof. Then Claire herself at 7 years old, hiding beneath her grandmother's table, with a red blanket around her shoulders. She had never been inside the caves before. Never been taken. Never been touched by whatever lived here. Yet the nest was already full of her memories. And from somewhere deep beneath the water, in Eamon's voice, something softly asked for more. Claire returned home after sunrise and found Eamon sitting at the kitchen table. He had arranged the photographs from their wedding in a neat row. Not looking at them, studying them. Claire stopped in the doorway. "What are you doing?" Eamon lifted one photograph. "You cried before the ceremony." Her throat tightened. "I was nervous." "No." His head tilted slightly. "You cried because your mother wasn't there." Claire crossed the room and took the photograph from him. "That memory isn't yours. It is now." For 1 second, she hated his face. Then she hated herself for hating it. Eamon's eyes changed. The blankness broke. Claire. His voice was weak. She froze. He gripped the table. Listen. Claire moved closer. The lighthouse. I know. It's changing. How? His hands began trembling. It's full. Claire thought of the membranes displaying her childhood. What happens when it's full? Eamon swallowed. It doesn't need the sea anymore. Outside, church bells began ringing. Not for Mass. An alarm. Claire looked through the window. People were leaving their houses. Nora Keene, Patrick Foy, Liam Burke. Others Claire had not known were returned. They walked in silence toward Kilrath Head. Every one of them. Eamon stood. No. His knees buckled. Claire caught him. Stay with me. I can't. What does it want? To carry itself inland. He looked at her. Really looked at her. They aren't copies. I know. We're still inside. Claire's eyes filled. I know. Then you know what happens if you stop it. She did. Every returned body held someone conscious. Alive in some unbearable sense. Destroy the organism, and she might destroy the people trapped inside it. Do nothing, and Kilrath would become the beginning of something larger. Eamon pressed his forehead against hers. You always said keeping someone alive wasn't the same as saving them. Claire remembered saying that after long shifts at the clinic, after families begged for treatments that could no longer restore anything except another day of suffering. She had believed it professionally. She had never imagined having to believe it about him. You're asking me to kill you. No. His expression twisted. I'm asking you not to preserve the thing using me just because I'm still somewhere inside. Claire began crying. I searched for you for 6 months. I know. I couldn't bury you. I know. I thought if you came back. Eamon seized her wrist. His eyes sharpened. Claire. The second heartbeat beneath his chest was racing now. Almost synchronized. Loving me cannot mean keeping this. His face emptied. The moment was gone. Eamon turned toward the door. Claire let him leave. Then she went to the shed. Eamon kept fuel there for the generator and boat engine. Claire carried 2 cans to St. Brendan's Light. By the time she reached the tunnel entrance, the returned people had already gone below. The chamber beneath the lighthouse was transformed. The membranes had spread across the walls and ceiling. Inside them, images flickered. Bedrooms, kitchens, school corridors, hospital wards, faces. Thousands of borrowed fragments of human lives. The returnees stood waist-deep in the black water. Eamon was among them. The water pulsed. Not with waves. With rhythm. One enormous heartbeat moving through the entire chamber. Claire understood. The second pulses were no longer separate. They were becoming one system. She poured fuel along the stone walkway, across the hanging membranes, and into every dry crevice she could reach. Nora turned toward her. Then Patrick. Then Liam. Dozens of human faces watched. Some looked empty. Some looked terrified. Some were both. Iman moved toward her. For one terrible second, Claire did not know which version of him was walking. Then he stopped. His mouth trembled. Do it. Claire struck the emergency flare she had taken from the shed. Red light filled the cave. The membranes recoiled. The water exploded with movement. Something enormous shifted beneath the surface. Claire nearly dropped the flare. Iman screamed. Not at her. At whatever was inside him. Claire. She threw the flare. Fire raced across the fuel. The membranes ignited with a wet, shrieking sound. Every returned person arched backward at once. Above them, somewhere across Kilrath, dogs began barking. Then the chamber shook. The great shared heartbeat stopped. And throughout the town, every person who had ever come back from the sea collapsed at exactly the same instant. The fire did not behave like fire. It ran across the membranes in pale sheets, burning blue at the edges where seawater touched it. The chamber filled with a sound Claire would remember for the rest of her life, the not screaming exactly, but thousands of breaths being taken inward at once. Then everything stopped. The returned people fell. Claire reached Eamon before his head struck the stone. He was heavier than she expected. For months, he had seemed too light somehow, as though part of him were always leaning toward somewhere else. Now his full weight collapsed against her knees. Eamon. His eyes remained open. Claire pressed her fingers to his neck. A pulse. Weak. She dragged the stethoscope from her medical bag with shaking hands. One heartbeat remained strong enough to hear. The other was slowing. Thump. Long pause. Thump. Longer. Around them, the membranes shriveled against the rock. The faces and rooms inside them dissolved into colorless fluid. Claire listened. The deeper heartbeat came once more, then stopped. Eamon inhaled sharply. His whole body relaxed. Claire froze. Something changed in his face. Nothing dramatic. No transformation. Only small things returning to places she had forgotten they belonged. His left eyebrow lifted slightly higher than his right. His mouth tightened at one corner when he was frightened. His eyes stopped looking at her as though she were a collection of useful information. They looked at her. Claire. She broke. She pressed her forehead against his and sobbed. You're here? For a minute. Don't? I'm tired. You're not allowed to be tired. A tiny smile. That smile. Not perfectly reproduced. Not carefully learned. His. You always were bossy. Claire laughed through tears. Then Eamon whispered, the gate. She knew immediately. Their last argument. The memory he had never been able to reach. I remember, he said. Claire closed her eyes. She had followed him outside that night. After telling him to sleep on the boat, she had shouted one final thing while he walked toward the harbor. "Sometimes I wish the sea would keep you." For 6 months, she had carried those words like a private curse. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Eamon's hand found hers. "I knew you didn't mean it." His pulse weakened beneath her fingers. "Don't forgive me because you're dying." "I'm not." His breath caught. "I'm forgiving you because I'm me." Then his heart stopped. Claire remained beside him until smoke forced her from the chamber. By daylight, Kilrath had become a town of ambulances, mourning families, and impossible questions. Nora Keene died in her sister's hallway. Patrick Foy collapsed beside the harbor. Liam Burke died in his father's arms. Every returnee was gone. No organism was recovered intact beneath St. Brendan's light. By afternoon, part of the cliff had collapsed into the caves, carrying most of the evidence beneath tons of rock and seawater. Claire told the Gardaí there had been a fire. She did not tell them what she had burned. She could not decide what word belonged to what she had done. Killed. Freed. Murdered. Saved. Those words circled one another without touching. Eamon's body was taken from the lighthouse after sunset. Claire returned home alone. For the first time in 6 months, she slept without waiting for footsteps. She dreamed of nothing. The knocking began the following morning. 3 soft taps against the kitchen door. Claire opened her eyes. Rain whispered against the windows. For several seconds, she thought she had imagined it. Then came 3 more knocks. She walked downstairs. The kitchen was exactly as she had left it. Eamon's untouched mug remained beside the sink. The door stood closed. Someone was outside. Claire approached slowly. Through the rain-streaked glass, she saw a woman standing on the step. Barefoot. Soaked through. Hair plastered against her face. Claire stopped breathing. The woman lifted one hand and placed it flat against the glass. Same fingers. Same scar near the thumb from a childhood fall. Same face. Claire's face. The woman outside smiled weakly. Behind Claire, from somewhere deeper inside the house, a floorboard creaked. The woman at the door began to cry. Then, in Claire Donnelly's own voice, she whispered, "Please, ask me in." Perhaps the cruelest part of loving someone is that memory can make imitation feel almost indistinguishable from return. Claire wanted proof that Eamon was still himself, but eventually she discovered that identity was not stored in scars, habits, passwords, or even memories alone. It was also in the person who chose what those memories meant. The sea creatures understood recognition. What they may never have understood was why recognition matters. And by the end, Claire is left with one question, more frightening than any monster beneath the lighthouse. If someone remembers being you perfectly, which of you has the right to come home? My dear friends, our stories for tonight have now come to an end. Thank you for sharing these hours with me at chilly midnight. I hope what you heard tonight matched the kind of stories you enjoy and gave you a pleasant way to leave the day behind. I'd really like to hear your thoughts. Did this collection suit your taste? Would you like me to create more stories with a similar feeling in the future? And if you think someone in your family or circle of friends would enjoy listening as well, I'd be very thankful if you pass these stories along to them. Thank you for being here and for listening until the final moment. Now, let the night become quiet around you and give yourself the rest you need. Good night, my dear friends. Sleep deeply, dream gently, and wake feeling refreshed.